Hello, everybody, and welcome to the biggest Pointless Top 10 compilation yet. This is 4 hours of WoW geography and architecture facts, so enjoy. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of pointless things. Why are we flying by a pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 are the chimneys located at Bradensbrook Village in Valshara. And there's nothing really wacky about these chimneys. They're shaped a little off, but they are made out of brick. You know, these are like standard chimneys you'd probably see somewhere in Europe. And it looks like they're a bit worn down. They've got some rust on the metal parts. And this got me intrigued about the parts of a chimney. I was like, what are the parts of a chimney called? And dude, chimneys actually have so many parts, it kind of blew my mind. I was like, it's probably just like the tall part, the whatever. There's like the chimney flue, the liner, the cap, the flashing, the crown, the damper, the smoke chamber, and then there's like other parts, but these were just like the simplistic basic parts that I found on a website. I just never really thought chimneys were that complex, but I guess it makes sense because I mean, they're preventing house fires and like carbon monoxide from building up, so you probably would want some complexity in the structure that's doing those things. And you know what? The Bradensbrook chimneys are doing just that, and so that's why they're number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Dalaran chimneys, specifically the chimneys located in the forge areas. There's the one that's by the actual forge where you learn blacksmithing and stuff, and then there's one that's by the big demon forge, which was relevant in Legion, but is no longer relevant. And so each of these chimneys actually got pretty cool little designs on them. The one above the demon forge looks like it's got some weird bolts and some weird, I don't know what you would call these, like melding points or like points where the plates connect. I don't know what it is, but they look pretty cool and they've got little engravings on them. And this one actually reminds me more of a Dr. Seuss type of chimney. You know, it's all kind of wibbly wobbly. And then there's the main chimney, which is attached to the side of the building. And you can see it's this large chimney structure with more of what I was just talking about, the like plate connections and the designs, but on a much bigger scale, because obviously this chimney is like 4 times as big as the other chimney. And then it has a big, would this be the crown of the chimney or the top of the chimney, right? You got that little brick part. Yeah, I think it's the crown. I think I'm right. But yeah, I really like these chimneys. They're pretty unique. They're right next to each other, so I just put them together. And so that's why the Dalaran chimneys are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the human chimneys. And these are the chimneys that are just kind of located all around the human starting zone areas. So places like Elwyn Forest or Duskwood or Westfall or Red Ridge, right? A lot of these places have these styles of chimneys, and it's clear that these were probably some of the earliest chimney designs we've seen in World of Warcraft. And I think my favorite one out of all these is probably the human forge chimney, which is just a larger chimney that's square, and then you can see inside the grate at the top these flames that are kind of going on inside. So I think that's probably my favorite one. But the other ones are pretty cool as well. I mean, this big brick chimney attached to the Goldshire Inn, I think is probably my second favorite. This other brick chimney at the Elwyn Forest houses looks kind of like the Bradensbrook one, but a little more outdated comparatively. And then the one in Westfall's got some curves going on, and then the smokestack part at the top's not really centered. It's like off to the side, so that's kind of a cool one. And you know what? I think at the end of the day, Santha would love to go down any of these chimneys, and so that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 is the chimney located in the starting area of the gnomes and dwarves in classic World of Warcraft Dun Morogh. And it's a bit of a weird chimney because if you look at it from the top down, you can see that there's snow in it, so it almost looks like it's clogged, but there is smoke coming out of it. So I mean, it is working, it is doing its job, but then if you look on the inside, you'll see that there is this big fire, and it's actually a really cool little fireplace area. And the smoke is rising up, but it's kind of blocked off. So it really feels like it was just a graphical limitation from back in the day. Maybe they couldn't have the chimney here opened up and people seeing in because it would create stress on computers. Like there has to be something behind why they wouldn't just leave this area for the smoke to come out of opened, right? But no matter the case, this is a really cool chimney. It's a very cozy area up in the mountains and the snow everywhere. So I like it a lot. And that's why I decided to put it at number 7. 6. Number 6 are the metal goblin chimneys located in Everlook in Winterspring. And I like these for a few reasons, one of which is they're off to the side. You can see they kind of go off to the side and then curve up, and they almost look like a little mage tower. That's the first thing I thought of. I was like, dude, it's like a little mage tower. You got the smoke coming out of it, but I don't really think they got any fires going on, because if you look in the buildings, there's not really any fire. So I was like, what are they? Is this like exhaust or something? And I think it is, because obviously it's goblins. They have a whole bunch of engineering power, and you know, they're probably burning fuel in some sort of way, maybe to keep the buildings warm, because we are in winter, spring, it's cold, and maybe the walls are insulated with crazy mechanical engineering bits. Listen, I have no idea. I don't know how it works, but that's the only thing I could think of. And it also made me remember that not all chimneys are just for fireplaces, right? Like when I looked it up, it says a chimney is a ventilation structure made of masonry, clay, or metal that isolates hot, toxic exhaust gases or smoke produced by a boiler, stove, furnace, incinerator, or fireplace from human living areas, or I guess in this case, goblin. And so for all those reasons, that's why I put them at number 6. 5. Speaking of toxic exhaust gases, we've got this location in the Barrens. And so number 5 is a combination of these big oil devices as well as this large forge that's the similar forge to the one in Orgrimmar, but I found that out here as well, so I was like, hey, I could just combine these right together because they're right next to each other. And so unlike the gnome dwarf starting area chimney that we saw at number 7, this one actually does open up and you can see out into the world. Well, you can kind of see there's a bunch of flames and fire and smoke blocking, but you know, you can see for the most part. And then you've got these big goblin oil smokestack things, which almost look like horns. It looks like a really big horn that someone stuck into the ground, you know what I mean? And so these tall goblin chimneys are technically called smokestacks, and it's one of those things where all smokestacks are chimneys, but not all chimneys are smokestacks. It's kind of like the turtle and the tortoise type of thing, right? But really, I just think they're pretty cool, and that's why I decided to put them at number 5. 4. Number 4 are the chimneys located at numerous undead locations such as Tarn Mill, Brill, and the Undead Landing in Howling Fjord. And the pollution from these chimneys is actually coming from numerous cauldrons that just hang in the buildings for the undead, and you can see there's various colors of something in the cauldrons, and they're just releasing this steam or toxic fume or gas, whatever it is, it's floating up and then exiting the building out of this little chimney style structure that they have on the top of the building, which I guess would just be a chimney. I don't know why I said it's like it's a chimney style structure of sorts. It's like it's literally a chimney. I don't know why I'm saying that. Besides the point, I think this chimney's pretty cool, and they all have the same color smoke coming out of the chimney, which I wish they had like different colors out of each one, or maybe the colors would change. That would be kind of cool because of all the cauldron smoke. Maybe all the cauldron smoke is just combining to make a weird brown color. I have no idea, but I think it's pretty cool, and so that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the bamboo chimney located at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds. And this is exactly what I was looking for from Pandaria, because I was looking all over and I was like, there's got to be some chimneys here, and I couldn't really find any, although maybe I just missed out. Maybe I completely missed a really cool one. If I did, let me know. But I saw this one and I was like, dude, it's a bamboo chimney. That's awesome. And so one of the cool parts is if you go inside the brewery, you can actually find where the chimney stems from. And it's this big, large barrel, and then it's got the top part, which is the chimney coming out of it, and it just goes right up into the roof. And that's it. That's where the chimney comes from. And I was curious as to what is actually coming out of the chimney. Like, is it just steam? Because that's like the only thing I could think of when you're making beer, right? And so it appears that you would fill a big brew kettle with a bunch of water and steep your grains, and then you bring those to a boil. And so that's the point where I think that's probably what's occurring here, is they're bringing the beer to a boil in this barrel. I guess, listen, I'm not a brew master, but that seems to be the only part of the process that I could find. If you're a brewmaster, let me know in the comments section, not just like a talent tree, but like an actual person that knows how to make beer. Let me know what you would think is coming out of this barrel. But whatever it is, the chimney's really cool, and so that's why the bamboo chimney is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the chimneys located in the Freywold village in the Isle of Dorn and the Gundargaz in the Ringing Deeps, which sounds very much like it's out of Middle-earth. And I combine these chimneys because they are the exact same chimneys. They have the same structure, they have the same symbols, but they have different types of smoke coming out of them. The ones in the Ringing Deeps have this thick, heavy black smoke coming out of them, which you would expect from, you know, fireplaces and forges and stuff like that. But the ones in the Isle of Dorn have this whimsical sort of white mist steam smoke coming out of them, which I do think it looks cool, but they have a lot of similar fireplaces and stuff like that, so I'm confused as to why the smoke is different, you know what I mean? In fact, one of the chimneys that you can see right here is attached to this area where there's like nothing that would be creating that smoke, so unless it's the torch, but plenty of places have torches that don't need chimneys. But you know what? The chimney looks cool. And that's really the reason that I put them here. I think it's cool that these underground establishments have these chimneys that kind of just burrow up through the ground or in the mountains. And in the mountains, the smoke being different actually is kind of a pointless thing, so it fits perfectly into this list, and that's why I put them at number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Winterpelt Furbolg chimneys located in the Azure Span in the Dragon Isles. And when I did top 10 Furbolgs a few weeks back, I saw these chimneys and I was like, dude, this is going to be in Pointless top 10 chimneys. And the more I thought about it, I was like, these are probably number 1. I'm a sucker for natural types of buildings, so the fact that the chimney is literally made out of the log that also makes the house, that like completely sold it for me. Now, I don't know how safe this chimney is. I don't know if it has flue liners or smoke chambers or clean out openings or spark arresters or chimney caps. It definitely doesn't have a chimney cap. However, doesn't matter. It looks cool and it gets the job done. You think these Furbolgs care about safety measures like flue liners and spark arresters? Nah, dude. If this burns down, they'll just go get another tree. Whatever. And it's also just a very cozy aesthetic, right? Like it's snow raining outside. You got all the snow on top of the roof, and then you've just got the smoke coming out of the chimney as they're all warmed up by the fire. And I'm sure they're warm inside. Can't actually see inside, but I'm sure they're very warm in there. And so it's just great. And that's why I had to put them at number 1. 10. Number 10 are the stairs located at Encourage in southwestern Silithus. And the thing that I love most about these stairs is that the sand has taken them over. So you look all around and there's just sand on the tops of the stairs, in the middle of the stairs, the bottom of the stairs. It's just, the stairs are just covered with sand, like sand dune style. And I really love the aesthetic that kind of provides, right? Like you have these big side rails and then the stairs going up, and then sometimes there's just big clumps of sand blocking the way. Other times there's just sand pushed to the side, so it makes you go around it, even though a lot of people will just ride over it, but that's part of the fun, right? And so yeah, Encourage is one of the most well-known raids, and you know, Silithus was always a little bland, but I always enjoyed the outside area of Encourage in the ruins and with everything around here leading into the raids, so that's why the Encourage stairs are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Stair of Destiny, and according to Wowpedia, the Stair of Destiny is a massive foundation of the Dark Portal in Outland, located on the edge of the world in eastern Hellfire Peninsula. Before the destruction of Draenor, this location was a convergence of ley lines. And for anyone that's like, what are ley lines? Ley lines are channels of immense power that course through the earth of planets, like blood vessels carrying arcane magic instead of, well, blood. But the main reason I'm putting this on the list is this is a very nostalgic and important area in World of Warcraft history. Like, this is where we entered the portal and came out the other side, and we were like, dude, we're in Burning Crusade, right? Like, we are in Outland, and you had to go down the stairs, and then, I don't know about you, but I remember all the demons fighting, and I was like, what is going on here, right? There's an insane amount of demons just trying to attack you, and then I love the big spikes on the stairs as well. There's these big, like, spiky spikes on all that they're sticking out of the sides. I always thought that was neat. And you know, the stairs themselves are okay. They're just stairs, but sometimes it's what's around the stairs that makes the stairs. You know what I mean? And that's why the Stair of Destiny is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Broken Stairs, and the Broken Stair in Karazhan is the winding, partially destroyed stairwell that winds along the outer edge of the tower, ascending up to the menagerie. There's also some holes in the wall which allow you to see Deadwind pass below. And I really wanted to include some Broken Stairs on this list because, I mean, Broken Stairs are just kind of cool, right? It's like they've been through some stuff, they've seen time. It's like in HGTV whenever they're like, this house has character or whatever, right? It really just means this place is old and run down more than anything. But I do love how all the stairs are just planks of wood. I think that's pretty cool. And then there's a campfire there. I don't know who's camping out here, but somebody is. And then the hand railings have actually held up pretty well, surprisingly. And on top of all that, I always like this part of Karazhan because this was when you started progressing up to the menagerie, like I mentioned, because you already killed Moros, you did the opera event, right? You did all the like baby floor stuff. And it was like, dude, now we're really progressing up into Karazhan. Like, I always enjoyed that part of it. I thought it was cool. So that's why the Broken Stair is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Path of Light and the Ruins of Karabor. So the Path of Light is the old version, well, the new Draenor version of the old version of Karabor, where it's the main road leading into Karabor, while the Ruins of Karabor are the Outland version where it's already been destroyed and it's the Black Temple and all that stuff. So I wanted to put a little bit of both for the compare contrast between the two because I think it's really cool to look and be like, dude, there's like the path going to Karabor, and then here's just the ruins of Karabor, right? And on the Path of Light, I really love how beautiful it is. You have all the big fountains, and you've got the grass and the greenery and the shrubs and the flowers all lining the middle and the sides, and then you've just got all the stairs, right? There's just stairs and stairs and stairs leading you all the way up to the temple, and I think it looks really cool. And then meanwhile, in contrast to that, you have the ruins of Karabor, which is just the southern part of the Black Temple, and you've got all these Blood Elf demon hunters walking around, and you got Doomguard there, and it's much more war-torn, but I think that kind of provides that vibe too of like, damn, this place, like I said earlier, it's got character, you know what I mean? And so for those two reasons, that's why the Path of Light and the Ruins of Karabor are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the stairs at the Pyramid of Dazar'alor, and the Pyramid of Dazar'alor is the royal palace of the Zandalari Empire. And I put this pyramid on the list because I think this might have the most stairs in World of Warcraft. Like, whenever I think of Dazar'alor, I just can't help but think of stairs. Like, there's stairs at the front of the pyramid, the back, the base, the sides. There's like stairs on stairs. There's just stairs everywhere in this place. But I also love the side rails on a lot of these stairs as well. You've got a lot of gold, and then there's this red stone, which I guess could be clay or something, and then you've got a lot of grass and trees growing all over with the vines coming down, and I think it's just really beautiful architecture from the Zandalari Empire, or just, the WoW dev team. And I say this time and time again, but BFA was disliked by so many people, but I personally loved it for the sole reason of how amazing the art was. Like, BFA, I think, has some of the best art in any expansion in World of Warcraft, and I stand by that. I truly loved BFA for how cool the art was, and so that's why the Dazar'alor Pyramid Stairs are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the stairs on the outside of the Icecrown Citadel, and this was one of those places that I always thought was underappreciated, because the Icecrown Citadel itself, a lot of people see and they're like, oh, it's the big tower up there, and then there's the big, metal sides with all the skulls and everything, and it looks sick, but there was always this big flight of stairs you can see right here, and I always thought that was so cool, and very rarely would people ever run up the stairs, because you could just fly, right? So, I mean, most people had flying by the time you got to this point in Wrath of the Lich King, so everybody would just fly up, but I'm sure there's some people that were, not as rich as some of the other people, and maybe they had to ride their ground mount all the way up these stairs, or there's somebody that's roleplay walked all the way up these stairs or something, but I always just thought it was so cool that he's got this giant flight of stairs leading up to the Citadel. Like, I thought Arthas was just thinking, and he's like, you know what I want? I just want a big flight of stairs leading up to this place. Wouldn't that be so cool? And they're just like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. And for me personally, I always remember standing up here getting ready to go into the raid and looking down and being like, whoa, that goes way down there, all those stairs. So I wanted to give them a little bit of a shout out, and that's why the Icecrown Citadel stairs are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Steps of Fate, and the Steps of Fate are a grand stairway leading from the Cursed Landing to the Halls of Origination in Uldum. And the Steps of Fate are also a Tol'vir archaeology dig site. And there's a few reasons that I love these stairs, one of which is for how long these stairs go on. I mean, it's like you go up one set of stairs and it plateaus for a while, then another set of stairs and it plateaus, and it's just over and over again until you get to the big pyramid area, which is the Halls of Origination. The other cool thing is, just like the Ahn'Qiraj stairs from earlier, there is some sand dunes kind of taking over some of the stairs, although not as badly. These are much more taken care of, I guess. It just feels like the Tol'vir maybe take care of them, or maybe it's just not as windy. I don't know. But I also love all the statues all around, and you've got the obelisks that look really cool, and the big stone pillars, and you've got the little fire torch things in the ground. I just think it's pretty great, and so that's why the Steps of Fate in Uldum are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the stairs located at the temple in Zul'Farrak, and a lot of people know this one because this is where the big fight happens, where you slowly walk down the stairs and then you get to the bottom and you fight the whole group of people, or it bugs out like it did when I was here and then nothing happens. So, just a classic Zul'Farrak experience. But a little history for you I thought was interesting. Tanaris used to be a jungle and territory of the Gurubashi Empire, and Zul'Farrak was a city there. When the Great Sundering shattered the ancient landmass, the area swiftly became the desert of Tanaris. The Faraki tribe of trolls were stranded here and eventually adapted to their harsh new environment, becoming sand trolls. But I had to put these on the list because these are easily some of the most well-known stairs in World of Warcraft. Like most people, like even if you didn't get to endgame raiding in World of Warcraft, you've probably ran Zul'Farrak in, you know, the 40s area, or the level 40 range. The 40s area sounds weird. Like, that's the 40s area. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you've probably ran Zul'Farrak and you've probably experienced these stairs. And they've got really cool side railings with wall art on them. And I guess the wall art's like all over the place. You can see it on the actual walls on other parts of the Zul'Farrak area. But I love this place. I had to put it on the list. And I was like, you know what? Number 3 sounds good. So that's why the Zul'Farrak Temple Stairs are number 3. Number 2 are the stairs found inside the Nashal the Watcher statue, and Nashal the Watcher is a large statue found at Nashal's Watch in Stormheim. And this statue was one of the top things in my pointless top 10 things I forgot to put in other pointless top 10s, but the stairs in this statue are just one of the biggest staircases in the game. Like, you go into a little hidden area and you go up the statue, and it's just, the stairs just keep going and they keep going and going and going, and you're like, all right, I'm almost to the top, and it's like, nope, they just keep going. And it takes so long that there's an actual staircase achievement called Going Up, and it's Ascend to the Top of Nashal's Watch in Stormheim. Like, this staircase is so tall that they made an achievement for climbing the stairs. Like, that's pretty impressive. And I also love that along the way you run into a bunch of skulls and cobwebs and like skeletons. So I don't know if people fought here and then died, or maybe they just tried climbing the stairs. They're like, it's too many stairs, man, I can't make it. And they just sat down and died. Like, I don't know, but there's stuff along the way you'll find climbing the stairs. And I also really like the way the stone looks, and there's torches along the way. I don't know, it's just really cool and really unique, and that's why the Nashal the Watcher stairs are number 2. And number 1 are the Path of 100 Steps, and the Path of 100 Steps leads from the grassy Klein in the Valley of the Four Winds to the Tavern in the Mists on the Veiled Stair. High Road Grummels can often be seen taking the stairs with a heavy load on their backs. And funnily enough, there are a lot more than 100 steps on this path. But I think these are some of the most unique stairs in the game. Like, I love the way they're crumbling. You can see there's like stairs that used to be there, and they're kind of morphed in with the mountain. Some of the stairs look more like a ramp than they do stairs. And then after a while, the stairs actually just turn into a big path. So it only lasts for so long, but I think the Path of 100 Steps is one of the most unique set of stairs in World of Warcraft. And on top of that, I love that it's just hidden away in the mountains, and it's very fun to find this place for the first time and be like, whoa, it's a hidden path, and go in there. I don't know, it's fun to explore, and it's really cool, and I love finding these types of things in the game. And there's a bunch of Grummels, and who doesn't love Grummels? What's your lucky do? And that's why the Path of 100 Steps is number 1. Number 10 is the Valley of Heroes bridge in Stormwind, and I put this bridge on the list because it's a very prominent bridge, right? It's a very historic bridge. Most people, when they're first creating characters in World of Warcraft, especially if you're Alliance, you're gonna walk across this bridge and be like, oh man, I'm walking into this giant city, right? You've got the cathedral in the background, you got all the statues of all the old historic figures all around. And it's a really cool entrance and a really cool bridge overall. You know, you got the stone ground, and it's neat. You know, I didn't play the Alliance back in the day. I mainly played Horde, so I don't have as much nostalgia about it, but, you know, you can't not know about the Stormwind Bridge. And because of that, I put it at number 10. Number 9 are the High Mountain Peak bridges, and High Mountain Peak is a large mountain located in southern High Mountain, and it is the highest point in the Broken Isles. I did not know that. Fun little fact there. And the mountain trails and outposts are maintained by the Skyhorn tribe. Only 2 settlements can be found on High Mountain Peak, Greystone and the secluded Ironhorn Enclave. But it's a really cool area. I mean, you got the snow blowing around. You've got the sky that looks amazing with all the stars and the Aurora Borealis looking type effect going on up there, but it looks phenomenal. And the bridges, I think, really add to that atmospheric environment, if this makes sense. Because, you know, when you're up in the mountains, you know, there's the snow and the cold and everything's blowing around, and you have these, like, long, creaky bridges, right? You know for a fact, if you're walking on one of these bridges, it's like swaying back and forth, and it's like, right? And you know at any moment that rope is going to snap. If this was in a movie, 100% that one of these ropes is snapping, and they're like hanging from the mountainside, being like, oh no, what's gonna happen? Anyway, that's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Jade Forest Bell Bridge, and I couldn't find any information on the Jade Forest Bell Bridge, but, I mean, the only information you need is it's got a giant bell. I did find an article on a Windspire Bridge, but those are different bridges. Those aren't this specific, like, bell bridge. Like, I don't know why, but this bridge just stands out because it's got a giant bell. You know what I mean? Like, I did look at those other bridges and I was like, well, they look like these bridges, which are very cool. They got the, like, temple shrine style walkways and stuff, and the stairs, and really cool architecture, and, you know, stone walkways and stuff. But this one has a giant bell. And as you can see, there's like some panda kids with mallets. Looks like they want to whack the bell. There's some guy also standing there. So I honestly don't remember if there's anything special with this bell involving any quests, and I didn't really know what to look for. But if there is, let me know in the comments section down below. I'd love to know. But I mean, just in the grand scheme of things, it's a really cool bridge, right? You know, you fly by, you see the really big bell, you can, you know, fly around it, and it's neat. So that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Dunbaldar Bridge in Alterac Valley. And when I was thinking of bridges, this one instantly came to mind. And I mean, this bridge is famous enough that it's got a Hearthstone card, right? It's got a 4 cost, after you summon a minion, give it a 2/2 last 3 turns, Paladin Hearthstone card. So this bridge is popular enough to be in the hit game Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Wow. That's the joke, is that people play Battlegrounds, they don't actually play actual Hearthstone. That's besides the point. This bridge is fantastic. I always remember back in the day fearing people on this bridge. I would go on my priest, you just run onto the bridge and be like, Psychic Scream, and it's like, blah, and everybody runs. Or you can mind control people and jump them off the bridge. Or, you know, just having like these epic battles on this bridge, right? Like Horde and Alliance going back and forth, fighting each other. Kind of this big choke point being a crucial area to see who's going to control Alterac Valley, see if the Horde can push over. And I mean, even if you're on defense, it's fun doing the same thing back at the Horde, right? Like fearing them off, mind controlling them off, kind of just AoEing on the bridge. And it's definitely one of the most notorious bridges in World of Warcraft. I feel like a lot of these bridges are just here because of notoriety. But I do think that makes a good bridge, right? Like, they are notorious and historic for reasons. But aside from that, it does have some pretty cool structural properties, right? It's got the big stone pylons that are holding it up over the mountains and the trees, and then you got your standard wooden plank bridge planks going across. So, you know, it's a very simplistic bridge, but it's a very cool-looking bridge. And I think for being as old as it is, it's held up pretty well through the years. And that's why it's number 7. 6. Number 6 are the bridges in Thunderbluff. And once again, these aren't the most crazy, wild bridges or anything, right? But these are very notorious bridges, right? If you go to Thunderbluff, odds are you've walked on a bridge. And if you haven't, I don't know what you're doing, because you need to get to the other parts of Thunderbluff, and the only way to do that is to cross a bridge. So I don't know. I guess you could fly at this point. You don't actually have to take the bridge. But if you played Classic, wow, you did have to take the bridges. And I always thought it was such a really cool city design, because, you know, you get the Thunderbluff, you got to take the elevator up, and you're on the mountains, right? So you're in this city on the mountains, and it's like, oh, how do I get over there? And it's like, you got to walk across this big bridge, and then, you know, it's like, and then you got to walk back across this big bridge. And I always really enjoyed it because you can kind of look out into the open plains and the wilderness and see everything. And, you know, you can look up at the sky, and you can always be like, I'm going to fall down. And obviously, you know, you can fall off the bridge, but that's a risk with any bridge. But I really enjoy these Thunderbluff bridges, and I had to put them on the list. But, you know, I wasn't going to put them too high up, but I didn't want to put them too low either, because I do love the Thunderbluff bridges. And I thought number 6 is probably a pretty good spot for them. You know, nothing too exciting. But these bridges are sturdy. They're reliable. They've held through the test of time, and you gotta give them props for that. And that's why they're number 6. 5. Number 5 is the bridge that connects the Arathi Highlands and the wetlands. And it's this really cool big stone bridge that I always remember crossing you know, all the time. And I was like, dude, this is a cool bridge. But turns out there's actually a lot of cool lore behind it. So, according to Wowpedia, this is the Thandal Span, and it is a set of massive stone bridges connecting the wetlands of northern Cosmodon with the Arathi Highlands of southeastern Lordaeron. It is one of the greatest engineering projects ever completed by the dwarves, having been under the guard of the Anvil Mars for at least 3 generations. The area where it is located was once known as the Thandal Valley. After the War of the Three Hammers, the dwarves of Ironforge sought to retain relations and trade with their Wildhammer cousins in Airy Peak in the hinterlands. The 2 arches of the Thandal Span were built to bridge the gap between Cosmodon and Lordaeron and serve both as an economic and symbolic bridge between the dwarven territories. Prosperity was gained by the 2 dwarven kingdoms as a result of mutual trade. And then you might be like, well, Crendor, why is it all broken now? And all, you know, shattered chains and everything like that. Well, the mighty bridges recently suffered heavy damage due to a dark iron attack planned by Cam Deep Fury and Belgaros the Foul. One of the 2 bridges was all but destroyed, and the dwarven forces fought fiercely to defend the last remaining bridge and retake the nearby town of Dun Modir. During the assault, many dwarves died, and the brother of Long Braid the Grim. I actually remember doing the quest that's right in the wetlands by this bridge. I never knew it was actually related to the bridge because I never read the quest dialogue. I was just like, me complete quest, me level. And so I'm sure many of you haven't either. And all it took was just watching a random video about bridges years later to be like, wow, that's what that quest was all about. And that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Gyro Plank Bridge, which is the bridge that connects Netherstorm and Blade's Edge together. And it is a product of Goblin Engineering, if you couldn't tell. It is constructed by Boom, B-O-O-M, otherwise known as Brain Trust of Orbital Operations and Mechanics. And they are a group of goblins operating their money-making schemes in Area 52 and Cosmo Wrench in Netherstorm. But I think most of all, what I love about this bridge is how many wacky gizmos and gadgets there are. There's like some wobbly, you know, spinny things on the sides of the bridge. There's like these, you know, strings of rope hanging there for whatever reason. There's like goblins hammering on random contraptions on the bridge. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest, but if you look at it, you're like, hey, you know what? These goblins seem to know what they're doing, right? They're building this bridge. It's functioning. I don't know why they need all this stuff, but I'm just here to cross the bridge, right? And in fact, there's this goblin who's working on the bridge, and he's like, what is this? This can't be right. Who built this bridge anyway? Oh, we did. And he just walks away like, whatever. So I love this bridge just because it's goofy, it's wacky, it's goblin-y. It's all the things I love about World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 are log bridges, and I kind of cheated with this category, and I included 2 bridges in the list because I didn't realize there were multiple log bridges in WoW. I was going to do the Grizzly Hills one, and then someone was like, well, aren't you going to do the Town Long Steps one? And I was like, what? And then I went and found it, and I was like, oh my god, how could I not put this in? Or Dread Wastes, it's around that area. I never really went to the Town Long Steps or the Dread Waste that much, and so I completely forgot about this bridge, and I mean, it's a phenomenal log bridge, so I decided to just cheat and make both of these categories into one and just call it log bridges. If there's any other log bridges in the game, I couldn't find any, and please comment below if you know any, because I love log bridges, and I would be sad I missed one. But this one's phenomenal in Grizzly Hills. You know, it's a bit older, but still really cool. I love the way the sun shafts kind of hit into the bridge, and you see the sun kind of, you know, moving around in there. I always really love that, and crossing over this bridge was really neat. And on the flip side, I love how awesome the you know, giant tree trunk log bridge is over in Mist of Pandaria. Just like this massive tree fell over, and it's just hollowed out, and you can go through it. And I just love the natural construction of log bridges, you know what I mean? I mean, really, it's just, you know, some trees fell over, and you know, they're hollowed out, and you can go through them, and they're allowing you to pass over the land. And I just think that's really cool. I love when there's those types of things in the game. I hope there's more log bridges I don't know about, but these are the only 2 I know about, and I think they're both really cool. And on most people's lists, I think these would be probably way higher up. They'd probably be like, you know, number 9, number 8. But me, Big log bridge fan, and that's why they're number 3. Number 2 are the chain bridges in Blackrock Mountain, and these are a really good one because they're very notorious, historical, all those things I've been mentioning throughout the video, but they're also very unique, and, you know, these are the types of things you don't really find in any other version of the game, like being able to walk on chains to go places, you know what I mean? And not only that, but these dwarves up in the mountain are holding these chains. I can still remember back in, you know, vanilla WoW, walking into Blackrock Mountain and being like, I don't even know how to go anywhere. And then it's like, oh, you got to walk on the chains, and being like, oh shit, like this is crazy, right? And you got these weird dwarves up there looking down at you, like, go ahead, walk on the chain. And you're like, all right. There's like people fighting all over in the chains and people waiting to get into molten core. And there's all the lava, you know, flowing down, and then you had to go down, you know, some of the chains and get to the middle. Then you got to go down again and get to the bottom area, and you go into the lava sometimes. There's people like jumping in the lava. Like, these were just really cool ways to get around the mountain. And, you know, think if they would have had normal bridges, right? If they would have had some normal bridges, it would have been like, oh, this is cool, right? You walk around, but just the fact that it's changed, like it fit the theme so well, right? I think that's what's so cool about them. They're very thematically fulfilling bridges for Blackrock Mountain, and they really added that character and style to this, you know, essentially a pre-raid, pre-dungeon area, because this is where you went to go to, you know, Blackrock Depths, and this is where you went to go to, you know, Blackwing Lair and Molten Core, and like all these different areas. Like, you had to go here. And so people were going to see this one way or the other. And, you know, going here early on, like a little 55 to 60 to gear up to go to Molten Core, and then going to Molten Core, and going to Blackwing Lair. And even, you know, BRD, you had to go here. So, I mean, I think these are fantastic. I love these bridges, and I wanted to put them way high up on the list, the same way this dwarf is way high up in the mountain holding this chain bridge. That sounded like a news report. This has been Crendor in Blackrock Mountain. Back to Crendor in the studio. 1. And number 1 is Kolagharn. And Kolagharn is the 6th boss encounter in Ulduar, and he guards the Shattered Walkway into central Ulduar, where not only is he protecting the bridge, he is the bridge. This is the bridge boss, and you pretty much have to fight Kolagharn, and you're like, oh, I guess I gotta fight him to get past this boss to get to the bridge. But then when he dies, he just becomes the bridge, and you're like, oh, I guess he's the bridge. It's probably one of the most unique boss encounters in the game, let alone one of the most unique bridges in the game. Don't know many other bridges that are made out of a boss, but this is one of them. And I mean, for that reason alone, he has to be number 1, right? Like, there is no other bridge like him. He cannot be replicated. Even if you have another boss that dies and becomes a bridge, it's not Kolagharn. He is his own thing. And it's just, Ulduar is a fantastic raid. You know, there's so many different variables going into this, but for all the reasons I mentioned, I thought this guy deserves to be the number 1 bridge in World of Warcraft. 10. Number 10 is the dungeon entrance for the Throne of Tides and the scrapped Abyssal Maw dungeon. And it's pretty cool because, you know, you're swimming around and you look down and you see this big whirlpool in the ground with all this glowing blue energy or whatever it is kind of radiating from it. And you got the cracks in the ground, and it's just like, you know, you see that and your initial thought is like, dude, can I swim into that? At least that was my initial thought. Some people are probably like, oh, I gotta stay away from that. I might get killed in there. But you're just like, dude, what happens if I swim into there, right? So everybody's gotta have that thought, right? But it is really cool, you know, once you swim into it, it's like a big Mario pipe. It like warps you down and you're like, bloop, bloop, bloop. And then you swirl around and you end up in this big beach room. And it's actually pretty sick, you know, some really cool rocks and plants and stuff in there. And you got some waterfalls happening, you know, really cool pillars. They almost look like mushrooms, but I don't think they're mushrooms. They're like coral. I guess that would actually make a lot more sense. It's coral, not under... You know what? Underwater mushrooms are essentially just, you know, coral, right? Scientists out there? Anyway, it's nice to go and give Vajir some credit, because there is a lot of cool art and a lot of cool stuff in this zone. And, you know, it gets a lot of hate, from myself included, right? Because I've always been like, I hate Vajir and all that stuff, but it's got some cool stuff. And that's why I wanted to put this dungeon entrance at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Vault of the Wardens, and if you don't know, the Vault of the Wardens was the max security facility to hold all the great threats to the world, including Illidan Stormrage's body, his demon hunters, and a bunch of other stuff. So, pretty notable place. And one of the coolest things about this place is the door. The door has a bunch of runes that light up, and these things start spinning around. It's just really cool. And I'm not gonna lie, the door is the main reason I actually put this on the list. I love the way this door opens. And I had to learn more about the door, to be honest. So the door to the Vault of the Wardens is actually opened by the Darnassian phrase Anu Doranai Tala, which translates to "let my will be known." Did I say it right? Probably not, but I never say anything right, so. But aside from that, you know, it's this big cave area. It's very gloomy and rainy. And it's kind of just hidden away, which I think is really cool. And there's all these owls everywhere. It's a bunch of owl art. I still don't know why the wardens use owls. I tried to find something about it, and the only thing I found was a note that said wardens use owls. And I was like, well, yeah, obviously, but I don't know. I guess because it's like they're sneaky or stealthy. I don't know. Are owls stealthy? I guess they are. Yo, so I actually looked up some owl facts because I was like, all right, let's see if owls are actually stealthy. And it turns out they are very stealthy. So it says the nocturnal hunters have feathers that absorb aerodynamic sound and suppress the vibrations that occur when a bird beats its wings. During flight, an owl's feathers extract mechanical energy and convert it into heat. The result is perfect silence as it approaches a mouse, vole, or other prey. Yo, that shit's crazy. What? Anyway, that's number 9. Hey. And number 8 is the Wakecrest Manor dungeon entrance. And I think this place does a really good job kind of encapsulating the feeling of what you're going to experience when you go into this dungeon. You know what I mean? Like, when you walk here, you go, oh man, we're going into this crazy, evil, haunted house, right? Like, that's the vibe you get. And I think it does a really good job doing that. And that's what a dungeon entrance should do, right? It should set up the dungeon. And so when you get here, you've got the gate, which is all like, you know, these scrolls and the lanternfish and these like hanging kind of, I don't know, like magical things. And then you got the demon energy shooting out of the ground or whatever it is. And you got the barren trees with the, you know, kind of branching out. You would imagine a haunted house would have. And you got the pathway leading all the way up to the house and the door. It's a really cool vibe. And I think it does what it's supposed to do really well. You know, to me, it's not even about if the dungeon is good or not, because I'm sure some people will be like, you pick this one, it's not even a good dungeon, which I think Wakecrest Manor is okay, but still, it's more about the setup, you know? It's like, is this dungeon entrance setting up the dungeon in a way that kind of makes me want to go in there, right? Does it make me go, ooh, you know, I want to step foot in that place and see what this is all about? And I think it does that pretty well. And so that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Maraudon entrance, and I picked this one because it's one of those dungeon entrances where I never really paid attention to it or really acknowledged it that much. I'd always just run up to the door and click it and run in. And now kind of taking a step back and looking at it, I'm like, what is that thing? Like, why is this the Maraudon entrance? You know what I mean? Like, I figured it'd be a big centaur or something with all the centaur around here. And from looking it up, it appears it's an old troll god, and that's all I could find about it. There's like there's like nothing else. So if anybody knows, comment in the comment section down below, because somebody said, oh, it's in the quest lore, but I couldn't find like any quest lore. So I'm like, I have no idea, but apparently it is an old troll god. And you click the door and you go into this big cave system, and it's got a bunch of crystals and water and kind of cool statues and artifacts in there. It's actually a pretty awesome kind of dungeon entrance area that really builds up the lore. And I'm not gonna lie, back in the day, I didn't really care about any of this. I was just like, let me get through. But now, kind of looking back on it, I'm like, yo, this is actually pretty cool. You know what I mean? And so I was looking up more lore, and it says, following the Horde's rise to power, Theradros worried that her centaur children might be driven to extinction. She infused them with her power and drove them to claim new territories outside of Desolus. Horde adventurers traveled to Desolus and learned from the Magrum clan, the only clan not loyal to Theradros, that the Maraudon was the source of the corruption in the region. The Horde's champions helped the Magrum suppress the other clans in Desolus before traveling into the depths of the burial ground and defeating every creature inside of it, including Theradros. This ended the spreading corruption in the region and eased the Centaur's violent bloodlust. This also freed Zaytar's captive spirit, but he chose to remain in Maradon. Pretty cool lore. I always just was like, oh man, this dungeon's long and boring, and it's in the place where we have to grind Centaur rep. You know what I mean? But then when you actually don't care about doing any of that, and you can sit back and look at it from a different viewpoint, you're like, yo, this is pretty cool. And that's what this series is all about. And that's why this is number 7. 6. And number 6 is the Wailing Caverns dungeon entrance, and I had to put this on the list. One of the reasons is because whenever I think of the Wailing Caverns, I think of the dungeon entrance more than I think of the actual dungeon. And this really is one of those places with that, and I mean, it's just really cool. There's this big skull, like animal-like skull. I don't know if it's like a snake or a something. I don't know what it is, but I remember back in Classic WoW, you had to go up into the eyeball, and that's where you could get some like leatherworking pattern and some other stuff, and there's quests there, but that was pretty cool because you had to like walk around and fall down and go in there. And then you would go in, and there's like all these little quests you could do. There's like some stealthy goblin guy, and you had to kill raptors and stuff, and then it was just a big cavern, right? And then much like all the other things I mentioned, where it builds up the ambience for the actual dungeon, it really did that well. Like, you do all these things, and then you go into the actual Wailing Cavern, and you're like, whoa, this is cool. And then you spend 10 years in there, and you come out, and you're like, I never want to go in there again. I thought about doing some lore for the Wailing Caverns, but like, dude, this episode is gonna be like 30 minutes long if we do that. You know what? I'll give you a little synopsis. So there's Gnarlex. He goes into the caverns. He's like, this place is pretty cool. I need to meditate here, connect to the Emerald Dream. He tries to do it, but he connects to the Emerald Nightmare instead. And then all his friends go crazy. All the wildlife and the waters go insane and become corrupted. And then you have to fight them all. That's pretty much it. Which is still pretty cool. I always wondered why we had to fight the Druids of the Fang or whatever. I'm like, how'd they get here? That's like the substitute teacher version of the Wailing Caverns history. It's like you're back in class. Ricky, put that down. All right, your parents might let you do that at home, but you're not doing it in my classroom. All right. 5. Number 5 is the Storm Stout Brewery entrance, and I picked this one because I always see this building when I fly over the Valley of the Four Winds, and it's like impossible to miss, right? It feels like one of the biggest landmarks there. And it in itself is a dungeon entrance, right? Like, this building is all a dungeon entrance into the actual brewery. And when you go into the dungeon, it has some of the best lore. Like we just talked about, old gods and druids and the Emerald Dream and the Nightmare and all this stuff. And then this is just like, hey, Vermin and Hosen have overrun the brewery and they're destroying the beer and we gotta save it. So can you like go save it? And you're like, yeah, I guess. And so that's pretty much it. But the Storm Stout Brewery has all those things I was talking about previously, right? Where it's like you walk up to the dungeon entrance and it feels like you're already a part of the dungeon by being there. You know what I mean? It has all the barrels and it has the hops and it has all these pandas kind of working and trying to, you know, make beer and can't wait to go drink it later. And, you know, you feel like, you know what? I gotta help these pandas get drunk. You know what I mean? Because if I don't do it, their beer is ruined. And so this unbelievable lore paired up with this big landmark building and a lot of really cool aesthetics like the water mill and all that stuff make me put this at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Dead Mines dungeon entrance, and I think a lot of people probably put Dead Mines at number 1 on their dungeon entrance because I'm sure there's a lot of nostalgia involved, and, you know, back in the day, this might have been the first dungeon you ever did, you know? I played Horde, so I don't have as much nostalgia with it, but I do have a pretty big appreciation for it because I think it does a really good job of setting up the dungeon, right? You just walk into this town, and you are like, oh, it's just some town, right? But then you go into a building, and you're like, oh, okay, so this leads somewhere, and it's almost like a secret passage, you know what I mean? And then before you know it, you're going down into these tunnels, and into more tunnels, and then it goes down into these caves, and then there's like, oh, the actual dungeon entrance. Then you keep going down, right? And it really is the Dead Mines, right? You keep going deeper and deeper. And so I think it does a really good job setting that up. And it all starts from wandering into some building. Like back in the day, you have to think about that. Like now we see the building, we're like, oh, it's the Dead Mines town entrance, right? But back then, you didn't know anything, you know, you're just some random new player to World of Warcraft, and you're like, oh, here's a town, and you just stumble in here, and you're like, dude, what is this? Where am I going? And before you know it, you're like, this is crazy, you know? And it creates that big sense of adventure, and it makes you want to go to the Dead Mines, because you're like, dude, I stumbled across this building, and I wandered down here, and now there's this dungeon entrance and like, you know, I gotta go here, you know what I mean? And luckily enough, if you're a lower level, you can still go there pretty quickly. So it's not even like you have to wait till level 40 or 50 or something, right? And I think that's really cool. And because of that, I wanted to put it higher up on the list because I think it really is one of the first ever dungeon entrances that people really ran into that made them want to go into a dungeon. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Temple of Sithralis dungeon entrance, and this was actually going to be on the Pointless Top 10 Statues list, which I'll put in the cards up there if you want to click on it. But I was like, you know what? This would actually probably be better as a dungeon entrance. And I was like, why don't I just do dungeon entrances? And that's really what sparked this entire video. So I love this thing. It is a giant snake that keeps getting hit by lightning or electrified, whatever. I don't know what's happening, but it just looks really cool, especially at nighttime or the evening or dusk, when all the little blue glowy lights are lit up and then it's just like, bzzz, and everything just gets zapped. It's just, I love it. It's fantastic. And it's really the landmark of the entire zone of Vol'dun. Fun little fact here, the snake symbol in the Temple of Sithralis and the Ouroboreal sash are inspired by the real-life Ouroboros symbol depicting a snake or dragon eating its own tail as a representation of the cycle of life and death. So there you go. But overall, I just like the fact that it's a really big snake that keeps getting zapped by lightning. I think it's sick, and that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Caverns of Time dungeon entrances, and there's a lot of dungeon entrances in the Caverns of Time, but I really like what they do because it ties into what I've been talking about this entire video, right? Where it kind of gives you a glimpse of what you're about to experience when you go into the dungeon. And it has to, because otherwise you're like, which dungeon is which, right? Unless you look at the map, which you can, but it's much more interactive and fun if you see it for yourself by walking up to it and being like, oh, I guess this is this place because it has things from that dungeon on the outside of it, right? And apparently all the things that are here are, this is according to Wowpedia again, the caverns are littered with artifacts and buildings such as statues, weapons, the half-buried bones of a gargantuan beast, a guard tower from Lordaeron, a dwarven domed building, a temple from Stormwind, dour orcish chieftain quarters, a stranded ship, armor from the reign of the first king of Stormguard, and the statue of an elven cleric. Apparently, Nosdormu spent years gathering and cataloging this mismatched collection of antiques. Which, when you hear that, you're like, oh, Nosdormu was collecting stuff. But in my mind, I pictured Nosdormu going into like an antique shop being like, ooh, this would fit very well in my cavern. But overall, I put this at number 2 because not only is it numerous dungeons that are kind of tied into this one area, but I always just really enjoyed the zone. Well, it's not even a zone, but I enjoyed this area. It just always made me feel like almost like a homey feel, like a very comforting feel. And I don't know why, because it's not like a comforting place, but I've always just really enjoyed being in the Caverns of Time. You know, even when they did the big WoW anniversary thing, I always enjoyed coming here. And so I put it higher on the list for that reason, but I think it belongs up here. And that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is Zul'Farrak. I don't know if anybody saw that coming, but Zul'Farrak always just stood out to me as my favorite dungeon entrance, and I can always remember going back to my Billy character, my hunter back in the day, and I remember stumbling across Zul'Farrak and just seeing the entrance to it and being like, yo, this place is crazy, right? And it just right away, it tells you like, this is a dungeon, right? But being able to see behind it, being able to see like, oh, that's how the dungeon starts, and literally going into the door and seeing like, oh, wow, this is the dungeon, right? The merger of the two worlds, I think, was kind of mind-blowing to me. And that felt like, I think that was the first time it actually happened, because now there are some dungeons like that, but this was the first one that I feel like it actually did happen with it back in classic WoW, because I know now you can like fly over Zul'Gurub and like there's some other ones, but I always loved that. A little Zul'Farrak history for you. Tanaris used to be a jungle and territory of the Gurubashi Empire, and Zul'Farrak was a city there. When the Great Sundering shattered the ancient landmass, the area swiftly became the Desert of Tanaris. The Faraki tribe of trolls were stranded here and eventually adapted to their harsh new environment, becoming sand trolls. But yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else to it. I always really enjoyed the Zul'Farrak entrance. It's one of the most notable in my mind. It's the one that always comes to my mind when I'm thinking of dungeon entrances, and I still love the dungeon to this day. I did it in Classic WoW, I did it in Vanilla WoW, I've done it so much, and I still love it. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Serpent Shrine Cavern Elevator, and this is a fun elevator. It's got a cool frog head in the middle of it. It kind of reminds me of a Slan from Warhammer, actually, but I think it's a Naga or something. I have no idea, but I think it's really cool. Everybody always talks about this elevator as like one of the original elevator bosses, right? Because if you didn't get on in time, it would go, then you'd fall and die. Also, this isn't an elevator boss video. This is just elevators that I think are cool. Some of them are elevator bosses, but I know that's like a thing. People would be like, "You didn't put the elevator boss on the..." That's been your annual me talking about a metaphorical person that doesn't exist but probably does exist point of the video. But aside from that, I think this is cool. I always like raids when you walk in and right away you have to go on an elevator or whatever it might be, and then it goes like it takes you down into the raid. It feels like you're getting prepped to go do this big fight or something. I don't know. Not every raid, but I think it's cool every once in a while you get something like that. And that's what this was. So, you know, you're going all the way down into the cavern, right? And so I think that's pretty neat. So that's why this is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Tel'Rador, and we stay in Zangarmarsh for this one. And Tel'Rador has this elevator that comes down, goes in a little bit, and then goes out a little bit, and then goes back up. Or the opposite way, whatever. But it's always notorious for being that elevator where you're like, oh, time to get on, and then you fall through the little gap because it hasn't done its little, like, back in yet. So that's it. It's kind of a funny elevator. I don't know if they were designing this elevator and thought of that, like, everybody's gonna be falling through, or if they were just like, this would be a cool design for an elevator. Because I think that's what happens a lot of the times. They're just like, this seems like a cool thing, and then they don't realize the amount of people that are going to go through frustration from it. But it is a cool elevator, I will say that. Also, I was reading a little bit about Tel'Rador, and it was built on an island of the Zangar Sea. This centuries-old monastery served as a retreat for Draenei anchorites and spiritualists before the exiled ones were decimated by the orcs. A small order of anchorites and vindicators maintained a number of shrines in the region. What is an anchorite? Anchorite is an honorific title the Draenei use for their priestly practitioners. Oh, look at that, double learning. Double learning, oh boy. That'd get you beat up in school. Luckily, we're not in school anymore here. And then another fun fact is Tel'Rador does not have food vendors, and for lore-based reasons. Many of the quests relate to food gathering, and because they are close to starving, food is shared among their own people, and they would not sell it to outsiders. I never knew that. I think that's really cool. Honestly, I don't even think I realized they don't have food vendors either. So, either way, I think it's, Tel'Rador is a cool place. It's got a cool elevator, although slightly annoying times, but it's unique, and that's why it's number 9. Hey. Number 8 are the Undercity elevators, and the Undercity elevators are one of the... This is just a classic elevator, right? Like, everybody's been to the Undercity elevator. You go there, and you're like, I gotta get on the elevator, and then before you know it, the door just slams shut in your face, and you gotta stand there and wait for like 20 seconds like an idiot. But there's also sometimes people get caught in the doors or stuff and people died in here, or they get in and then the elevator's going and they fall and die. So there's some wacky stuff. In fact, according to Wowpedia, at one time there was a glitch in the game so that a character running towards the opposite wall of a descending elevator would fall through the world into Stone Talon Mountains and then Alterac Mountains. This may suggest that Blizzard used a vertical system for zone placement in addition to the existing horizontal one, creating another reason for not allowing flying mounts in classic content. So that's actually interesting. I never knew that, but the main point here is that these elevators, it felt like I was going to a NASCAR race, you know what I mean? Like you're on your mount, you're like the elevator, you try to get there, and then all of a sudden it's like, that isn't a NASCAR race. That doesn't make sense. I guess I'm more of just a race to get to the whatever. These are cool elevators, and they were always annoying to get through on my Tauren because you had to demount because it was dumb, but that's fine. And that's why they're number 8. 7? Number 7 is the Aldor Rise elevator, and it looks like a very basic elevator, right? It's just a giant structure with the elevator going up and down, and you're like, okay, what's so crazy about that? Well, the fact that you would go to this elevator and then people would want to get down and they couldn't because they'd have to wait for the elevator and they'd be like, you know what, I'm just gonna jump off. Or some people get on the elevator and then it'd start going down and they'd be like, I won't die if I jump off now. And then, bam, they were dead. And so you would just see a bunch of skeletons scattered across the floor of the bottom of the Aldor Rise, and it was just a death trap of an elevator, like, and it was all because people weren't patient for the most part. There was probably some people just clumsy or just kind of not paying attention, but usually it was impatient people being like, I'm not waiting 0.8 seconds for this. Also, I always like the Aldor Rise more than the Scryer Rise, and I think it's because it's partially attached already to Nagrand. So, like, if you're part of the Aldor, you would just walk out into Nagrand. Like, cool. But the Scryer, they were just, like, stuck in the corner. And it's like, okay, why would I want to be there when I could be attached to Nagrand? You got the, you know, the back exit into Nagrand. You go down a little mountain and stuff. Like, it was pretty sick. And then the Scryer over there being losers. So I think you realize that I picked Aldor over Scryer, and that's the right choice. And that's why this is number 7. 6. Number 6 are the excavation lift elevators in the Howling Fjord, and I love these elevators because there's just so much cool aesthetic behind them, right? These big stone wolf dragon head things. Actually, is that a wolf or a dragon? I don't know. I think it's a dragon now that I'm looking at it a bit more, but I remember first coming here in Wrath of the Lich King when it launched way back when, and I remember doing the little intro area and being like, oh, this is fun, and then I remember getting to the elevator and looking up and being like, dude, that's pretty cool. I was like, whoa. I mean, it really is cool. Like, you're getting pulled all the way up a mountainside, right? And into this big animal dragon head thing, and you're getting into this little cage. Because all the other elevators up to this point were like, you stand on platform takes you up, platform takes you down. But this was like, you're getting into this cage, and you're just like, what the shit? It was, I don't know, there's just something different about it, and it really had this aesthetic ambient feel to it, making you feel like you're in this different place, right? Northrend, I'm in the cold wilderness, and, you know, it's a bit more rustic and all that, I don't know. And so it's not an elevator boss, it doesn't have any crazy backstory or anything, but I think it's pretty cool, and I got some nostalgia with it, and I think some other people will too, and that's why it's number 6. 5? Number 5 is the Stormheim lift elevator, and this one is just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and it's for a Forsaken encampment. I guess they just needed to lift stuff up a mountain, which would make sense, but they didn't do a very good job of attaching it, because as you can see there, it's not even attached. So I don't know if they're using some dark magic, or like Sylvanas is doing something, pulling some strings to get this thing going, maybe literally pulling some strings, I don't know. Because it's it's not attached. I think it's kind of funny that throughout all these years, they've just been like, hey, you know what, just leave it, it's fine. But it's still a pretty cool little lift elevator, you know, it's not like Howling Fjord, where it's got this big dragon head and all this stuff, but I think it's a little more hidden, I think it's a little more unknown and mysterious, and that's why I moved it ahead of the Howling Fjord elevator lift, because to me, Pointless Top 10, the reason I made this series was to kind of shine some light on the more hidden things in World of Warcraft that you don't normally see. And that's why if I'm going to do like statues or board, like whatever, a lot of times I'll show things that wouldn't normally make somebody's top 10 list, because to me, it's the little unknown details that are some of the most interesting, right? Like, not everything has to be like, this is the best thing, this is the greatest thing. Like, sometimes the things that aren't that great are the greatest things. Kind of like when you eat fast food. Sometimes you know it's not great, but man, in that moment, it's pretty great. And so what I'm saying is, this elevator lift is just like fast food. And that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Antorus elevator. And the reason everybody loves this elevator is it's one of the only elevators in the game, if not the only elevator in the game, that will squish you if you're under it. And I feel like this is another design choice that they probably did on purpose. Although maybe not, but I'm pretty sure they did, especially because when it squishes you, it turns you into like meat or something. I don't even know. It's also a very kind of, you know, it's almost like a gotcha type thing. Like, you run up and then they allow you all to gather around and you're like, where's the elevator? And then you're like, oh, and then it comes down and squishes you. So for that reason alone, I think this is one of the probably funniest elevators in World of Warcraft. It's probably one of the best elevator bosses in World of Warcraft, but I think just in general, it is a pretty cool elevator. Like when you get to the top, you see all the planets and all the crazy holographic things. You know, it's got all the green stuff all around. The actual elevator itself has like a skull thing in the floor. It's really cool. Like outside of the obvious stuff of it squishing you, I think this is a nice location. The elevator's pretty neat. And I mean, there's not much else to say about it except don't stand under it. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Thunderbluff elevators. And these are easily some of the most notorious elevators in World of Warcraft. Because, I mean, this city is literally an elevator city. Like, there's only a couple ways to get into this city. There's flying in, and there's taking the elevator. That's it. There's no other ways. Well, you can take portals, but at least back in the day, there used to be no other way. But still, if you want to walk there, I guess you could say the only way to get up is by taking the elevator, which are, again, somehow powered by invisible strings or magic or something. But from what I was reading, the engineer Palehoof, who is the Taverns engineering trainer, is in charge of keeping the city's elevators and windmills in good working order. So look at that. All the elevators and the windmills you see in Thunderbluff, Engineer Palehoof, he's the one doing it. He's the one doing the crazy magic to keep these things going up and down without any visible strings. And prior to the construction of the capital, Thunderbluff, the Taverns had lived as nomads for countless generations, often under the attack by marauding bands of Centaur. With the Thunderbluff's founding, however, the proud and good-spirited race was finally granted a permanent home. I love just having this big city on mountains and being able to look out over the landscape and see the Great Plains. And I think the elevators really do just add to it, like having to go up and down the elevators every time you want to get into the city, especially back in Classic WoW, where you really did have to do that, or you'd have to just get a wyvern and fly in. And it's just, the view is amazing. And there's also the fact that you could just fall off the mountain and die. Like, you can fall off of Thunderbluff and then you're dead and you got to take the elevator back up. So that's kind of funny. But overall, I've always loved these elevators in Thunderbluff, and I had to put them on the list, and that's why they're number 3. 2. And number 2 is the Blackwing Descent elevator. And I don't know what it is, but whenever I think of an elevator boss, this is the one I think of. And I don't know why. I know there are some better elevator bosses out there. Like, I'd say the Antorus one's probably the, I think, best elevator boss, but there's something about this one that just always ties back in my mind to, like, this is the elevator boss. And I don't know if maybe because it was such an early on time in Cataclysm and I was playing the game then. I remember this is the raid that I made the Jimmy got ganked video outside of. It was like, Jimmy got ganked outside. So that maybe that's part of it, but I do remember going into this raid and falling victim to the elevator boss, because you clear the 2 side bosses, and then, you know, it's like anything else. People get impatient, people start messing with other people, doing like the slow fall or whatever it might be, and then before you know it, everyone's just falling, and the guild leader's like, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? Blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know, there's just something nostalgic about that. Plus, this is just a cool area for the elevator, right? There's all this lava and these dead dragons, and it's like this underground city. It's honestly really cool. I love this raid. Like, Cataclysm, for as much as I'll bash it, it's got some cool stuff in it, right? I think that's how it is with a lot of these expansions. Even if I didn't have fun in that expansion, a lot of the art and the music and the raids, like a whole bunch of stuff, is just really cool. And so that's another reason I love doing these pointless top 10s, is to go back to those places where I'm like, man, that place sucked. And then I look around, I'm like, yo, this place is actually pretty sick, especially now that I don't have to do it. And so that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Great Lift in the Thousand Needles, and specifically Classic WoW, because new Thousand Needles, it's not the same, man. Like, old Thousand Needles, going onto that lift, dropping down into this big, almost like Looney Tunes-esque area, like the Salt Flats. You know, you had Shimmering Flats over there. You had all these crazy animals running around and Centaur. Like, it was just a wild experience. And you look up and you're just surrounded by all these big rocky needles. And everything was set up by the Great Lift. You know, you go over here and you get on there and you just drop down, and it kind of reminds me of everything I've been talking about with the raids, right? You get on an elevator and you go down into the Serpent Shrine Cavern, or you, like, you know, go down into wherever you're going. And so this is kind of a similar thing where you submerge yourself into this zone and you look up and you're like, damn, this is crazy. And I've always loved that about Thousand Needles and the Great Lift. And you know, there's a reason it's called the Great Lift. Like this is one of the greatest lifts in World of Warcraft. And whenever I think of elevators, I think this is the most notorious elevator that I think of. Like I always think of going here and dropping down in the Thousand Needles, and the amount of people that have fallen off here, or people fighting on here and then jump off or get killed and fall off. It's great. I've always loved it. It's a beautiful area, you know, great sunsets, great sky, and I really do love the Great Lift and Thousand Needles, and I hope that if they do redo the old world, that they bring back the old Thousand Needles that isn't flooded. And then they could give us a brand new Great Lift, the Great Lift 2.0, and that'd be pretty cool. But for now, this is number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Forge at the Blacksmith at the Arathi Basin, and I think before we even get into all this, we need to define what is a forge, because when I was doing this list, I was looking at some furnaces, and I was like, well, is a furnace really a forge? And it's not. Typically, a furnace is a big oven that has a closed door, while a forge is generally used for metal work, and it's an open fire source where you can place your metal into it and heat it to a temperature and forge it into shape. So you can't really do that with a furnace. So if you look in the background there, that is a furnace in the Arathi Basin. But if you have that big fireplace in there, then that is actually a forge. You know, I actually learned that. I didn't know the difference between either one. And it took a little bit of Googling for me to actually find that. But I love the Arathi Basin blacksmith, and I was like, yo, this would be a cool forge to have. And it's not even so much the forge itself that I think is cool, but the actual entire blacksmithing area more so than anything, right? I've always loved the Arathi Basin blacksmith. I think they did an awesome job updating it I think it's got updated in BFA. And I don't know, it's a very aesthetically pleasing area to be in, right? And so for that reason alone, I had to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Obliterum Forge, and this is a forge built by the Demon Hunters in Dalaran, which can destroy epic items in order to gain Obliterum Ash, which could then be combined in order to create Obliterum. But I don't really care about that. This is mainly because the forge actually looks really sick. It's got these big demon horns, and you might look at it and be like, Crendor, that looks more like a furnace, but the front of it does open up, so I guess that would allow you to forge your weapons and stuff, but as of patch 9.1, it can no longer be used, so it actually doesn't open up anymore. However, this also is like a forge that destroys epic items, so you're not really forging items in this, but I guess you're maybe forging epic items but no, you're burning them into ash. Listen, I don't even think Blizzard knows what a forge is. Maybe nobody knows what a forge is at this point, but it's called the Obliterum Forge. So you know what? It looks cool. It's got the crazy green glowing eyes and fire in its mouth, or fellfire. I don't know what it is, but it looks pretty neat. I don't know if it's actually a forge, so that's why it's number 9. Hey! Number 8 is the Rune Forge, and the Rune Forge, I think, is our first real forge that we've found. Or put on this list, I guess. I've found all these already. I don't know why I said that, but a Rune Forge, according to Wowpedia, is a special type of forge used by Death Knights to emblazon their weapon with runes. A Rune Forge is required to modify any runes already in your weapon done via rune forging. So there it is. You literally can forge your weapons with these Rune Forges, and they fit the bill, right? They got the open fire where you can stick the sword in, and that's it. And honestly, they're really cool. You know, these are from Wrath of the Lich King, obviously, and I don't want to judge them based on their graphical style because, you know, it's an anvil inside of a forge-looking thing that's a skull, you know? And I mean, for the time, it was pretty cool, but nowadays it would be a lot different, probably better graphics, better flames, better everything, but you know, there is still something nostalgic about it. I think everybody remembers making a Death Knight, going to this rune forge, forging your weapon, and being like, yo, I can put, like, runes in this and stuff. Like, it was just fun. I think when you think of forges in World of Warcraft, this is definitely one of the forges that stands out, right? I mean, they have rune forging in Hearthstone, rune forges in Naxxramas, there's updated rune forges. Like, this was a staple of forging in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Forge in Orgrimmar, and this one is actually really cool and unique because the Forge is not a flame you put the fire into, it's just the lava surrounding the entire room. So if you want to forge some weapon, you just dip it into the lava around the room, and it's really cool because then they got the water right there, right? So you put it in the fire and then put it in the water, and it's like psh, like they do in all the shows and movies or whatever it might be, but or real life, I guess, when they're forging stuff. But I just love this one because it's unique. Because whenever you think of a forge, you think of, like we just saw, the rune forge, like a container with a flame inside, and you put the sword or whatever it is into that flame, and that's it. But this is just like the orcs have gone crazy, man. Like they're like, what if the floor was a forge? And they're like, yo, right on, man. Like they might have been listening to the trolls a little too much. Like, yo, what if like the forge was in the floor? And they're just like, yeah, this guy smoking a bunch of weed is right. What if the forge was in the floor? And then here we are, and it's awesome. So I really wanted to put this one on the list because of how unique it is, but I also wanted to use this moment to give a shout out to the Stormwind Forge, which was the old Orgrimmar Forge, and just the forge of cities, right? Anywhere you went that needed a forge, this was the forge that was there. Just this little tiny classic WoW forge, and I was going to put this on the list, but something cooler showed up, and I was like, well, I got to put this on, so I wanted to give it an honorable mention anyway. Actually, there's multiple forges here. There's this other old forge as well, so I guess shout out to the old school forges for being basic but necessary. And I figured this would be a good spot to put them in since they're part of like a city, and it's Orgrimmar, Stormwind, you get it. So that's why these are number 7. Sucks. Number 6 are the Soulsteel Forges, and I know what you're thinking. Shadowlands, the Maw. Somebody's getting post-traumatic stress just from looking at these, but that's besides the point. We're looking at the art, the aesthetic of this forge, and it's awesome. I think if rune forges were designed today, they would look a lot like this, right? Like they have the rune forges on the side. They have like swords for teeth. Like, come on, they got the glowing eyes. The flame is gigantic in there. Like, these are really cool forges. You know, these are the forges you'd go to do the daily ingot loot quest. So that's right. But you know what? Going back to the Maw when you don't have to do anything is a lot more fun. Let me just say that. All right. And you can kind of just appreciate more of the stuff there for its artistic quality. And this is one of the things that I was like, yo, like back when I had to do these dailies and then I stopped doing them because I didn't want to do them anymore, this place sucked. But when you just go there to appreciate what somebody designed and put into the game and you don't have to really do anything with it, it's fantastic. And so for that reason alone, these Soulsteel Forges are number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Forge of Souls. And I knew I had to put the Forge of Souls on the list because this is an actual dungeon that is a forge. So I was like, well, this is going on the list because not only that, but it's also pretty cool looking. I mean, like for the time of Wrath of the Lich King, it almost looks like it could be out of Shadowlands. You know what I mean? Because that's how good this place looks. But I was thinking, well, what do they do with the Forge of Souls? Are they making soul weapons or something? So I don't know, but I was reading more into it. Apparently, the name for this instance might be inspired by the Forge of Souls of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, which is a workshop which crafts the unholy weapons of demons, which I think would make a lot of sense because a lot of World of Warcraft is just inspired from Warhammer. In fact, a lot of Blizzard products are just inspired from Warhammer. And according to Wowpedia, the Forge of Souls is a massive production facility that contains soul grinders. And I was like, okay, well, are these soul grinders grinding up souls and then making these soul weapons or something? But all the lore that I read doesn't really talk about what it does. But in Shadowlands, it would be revealed that the Forge of Souls' true purpose was to extract the world soul of Azeroth through Icecrown and Torghast into the sepulture of the First Ones, where the Zolval, the jailer, intended to use it for the power, the machine of origination to rewrite reality. But that doesn't really make sense to me, because forges are for forging weapons, right? Or for forging, I don't know, something. So what's he forging? Is he forging the world soul? I don't even know if you can forge a world soul. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna say that Arthas made this place to forge some cool undead weapons for his army from souls. That sounds cool. I think the dungeon's cool. This forge is awesome. It's number 5. 4! Number 4 is the Colossal Forge, and this is actually the forge that I forgot about and that I had to replace something on the list with because I thought it was so cool. So I was trying to complete my traveler's log. I had to kill 10 more raid bosses. I was like, you know what? Let's just go to Ulduar. So I go to Ulduar and I was like, dude, the Colossal Forge. How could I forget about this place? Like, it is this massive, some might even say colossal forge. And Ignis, the Furnace Master, is guarding it. And he is a giant fire construct that was created by Loken, and after his defeat in Ulduar, the Titan Keepers brought him back, and he is now working again in Ulduar's furnace. But the main point here is that this forge is awesome, right? It's just giant fire going on in the background. There's these big snake golden, I don't know if they're snakes or eagles or something. They're an animal head, and it's got the molten lava just pouring out. And, you know, Ignis himself, like, has a built-in forge. He's got, like, a cup of lava around him, so he can just, like, forge on the go. Like, this guy is awesome. And I'm glad I stumbled across this forge when I was doing my mount farming / traveler's log, because I would have been upset if I would have found this later on and been like, are you kidding me? This is a colossal forge I didn't put on the forge list. But then it would have made it into the pointless top 10 things I forgot to put in the pointless top 10s list, which, you know, that'll happen eventually. And that's number 4. 3! And number 3 is the Thunder Forge, and I picked the Thunder Forge here because I love the astral lightning look that it's got going on. So the Thunder Forge is found on the Isle of Thunder, and it was built atop of ancient Titan machinery and powered by the Fist of Ra-Den and the High Keeper's Ward for thousands of years until some other stuff happened. But pretty much, it's a really cool old Titan forge. I love the look of it. It's got that Pandaria aesthetic, which is also really fun. I think it's just really cool to look at and be in and walk around. However, a lot of people did not like the quest that was related to this back in the day. Pretty much you had to help Rathian, and he was walking around trying to work this thing, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing, and you gotta like fight off stuff, and a lot of people died all the time, so a lot of people don't like this place, but I think if you go back now and you just forget about that quest ever happening, it's a pretty nice forge. It's got the various anvils, it's got the lightning shooting down from the giant ball up top, it's got the buckets of lava, it's got pretty much everything you'd expect to find at a forge, so there's really not much else for me to say. I couldn't find that much more on it, but that's why it's number 3. 2! And number 2 is the Great Forge of Ironforge. And I feel like you had to know Ironforge was going to be on the list in some way, but the Great Forge, according to Wowpedia, is the heart and namesake of the dwarf capital of Ironforge. It was the first part of the city to be built by the early dwarves who first settled under Ironforge Mountain. The rest of the city grew around it and consequently named Ironforge in its honor. The Great Forge never shuts down. It's a loud, hot, and cheerful place serving not only as the physical center of the city, but also the central part of city life. Most citizens regularly pass through the forge, while visitors come to admire what is happening there. At the center of the Great Forge is the Great Anvil, where most of the best dwarven blacksmithing trainers can be found. Ringed around the Great Forge are several foundries pouring molten slag and a great deal of shops and guild offices, including trainers, etc. Another couple cool facts about it is that 2 bells were created here as a token of friendship, and the dwarves sent one to Lordaeron and the other to Stormwind City. It was also here upon the Great Anvil itself that the legendary blade Ashbringer was forged by King Magni Bronzebeard. So I'd say this is a pretty notable and historic place in World of Warcraft, and that would make it one of the most notable and historic forges in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the forge in Utgard Keep. Now, we've seen some forges today, right? We've seen a decent amount of forges, but look at this thing. This is like a backfired forge. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to forge your weapons in this thing, but it is going insane. And they're just kind of chilling, like, yay, you know. Forge is just doing its thing. It's just shooting out massive flames, and we're just working by it. You know how it is. And, you know, when you actually do the dungeon, you have to kill them, and then the flames go away. But prior to that, this thing's just, it's going crazy. Like, this is this is the most insane, intense forge I think I've seen in World of Warcraft. And it's also just a really cool room. It's got the big water troughs. It's got the anvils that have wolf heads on them. It's got the air pumpers. I don't know what they're called, but they're, you know, blowing air into the forge. It's just an awesome forge, and I had to put it at the top, and I was like, you know what? This deserves to be number 1. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wells located at Storm Shield in Ashran. And these are pretty much your basic water wells. They got the hand crank thing, they got rope, they got a bucket going down, they got a little roof over it and the stone. I was actually curious, what is the roof for? Because I always see roofs over water wells, right? And according to the internet, it says the huge roof would prevent wind-blown dust and other materials from falling into the well, such as big tree limbs, leaves, etc. And it may have had other functions, such as shielding people from direct sunlight so they could work comfortably getting water out of the well, especially during hot summer days. And it appears that the roof would also be protecting the rope from getting soaked and rotting away, because nothing would be worse than you're just, wheeling the thing up with your water and then it snaps and now your bucket's down there, everything's gone, right? So pretty important. It also looks like both of these wells just have dirt in them, so maybe they already got all the water out of them. I have no idea, but you know what? They're pretty cool. And so that guy just walked through a light post. That's why these water wells are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the water well located at the White Grove Chapel in Drustvar. And this is not too much different from the water well we just looked at. It's got some variations, like the roof looks a little more worn down or rustic, I guess you could say. That's what they always say with those houses. They're like, it's got such a rustic feel. It's like, okay, it just means it's old and worn down. It's got a lot of character. However, I do really like the area that this water well is in, so that's taken into account here as well. You got the two wolves just chilling nearby. There's some benches you could sit down on and look at the water, or I guess look at the water well. There's some water nearby the well. There's, some trees and flowers and rocks. Like, it's a really pretty location. There's also a butterfly that keeps flying literally through the roof of the well. I don't know if it's using dark magic. There's that crazy, witch magic going on nearby, so maybe it's a demonic butterfly, but hey, you know what? It's having fun, I guess, so let it fly through the roof. Maybe the roof is transparent. Maybe it's not even maybe this water well isn't even real, dude. Maybe it's an illusion. An illusion? What are you hiding? Either way, that's why the Drustvar water well is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the classic WoW water wells, and I specifically picked the ones in Theramore Isle and Dustwallow Marsh and one in Borean Tundra, because, I don't know, they just felt like very fitting atmospheres for these water wells. Don't ask me why. It was an instinct. And they're just very basic water wells. It's stone, wood, and rope, and that's pretty much it. And so I thought this would be a good time to actually learn about what a water well is. And so it says here on Wikipedia that a well is an excavation or structure created on the earth by digging, driving, or drilling to access liquid resources, usually water. The oldest and most common kind of well is a water well, which is used to access groundwater in underground aquifers. The well water is drawn up by a pump or using containers such as buckets that are raised mechanically or by hand. I also watched a few videos on how water wells work, and I never thought I'd be learning about water wells from a World of Warcraft video, but here we are. And so anyway, these are some very basic water wells. Obviously, it's classic vanilla WoW, old models, but they're still pretty cool, and so that's why I put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water well located at the Golden Terrace in the Mists of Pandaria. And I guess you could say this is more of a fountain. However, I did find many wells that look similar to this one, especially wishing wells. Also, let me tell you, it is extremely difficult to find 10 different water wells. I'm surprised I even got the 10 on this list, so this is one of those hybrid fountain wells, all right? It's both. Also, there's the most important part of this water well, which is that there is a skeleton of what I believe is a gnome or some other small race in World of Warcraft that is just dead in here and has been dead for, I imagine, quite some time, if just the bones are left. And it looks like something fell on them, some sort of, some part of the well, like part of the stone slabs must have slipped off, or maybe something fell from the roof. I have no idea. I don't know how this happened. Maybe the gnome tried to pick up part of the well to like build it or deconstruct it and it fell on him and then nobody cared. I have no idea, but it's down there. There's your Easter egg. But you know what? It's a pretty cool area and a pretty cool well, and that's why it's number 7. 6. For number 6, we're going to a bit more of a conventional water well in Mists of Pandaria, which is at the Serpent's Overlook in the Jade Forest. And I actually like this one a lot. It's got a big wheel on the side that I imagine you can turn to pull the bucket up. The bucket looks pretty cool. The actual well has a cool, unique shape to it. There's actually water inside this water well, which we haven't seen in some of the other water wells. And on top of all that, there's actually a panda woman that is coming over to the well and seemingly gathering a bunch of water and then taking it away in her little bucket or pail or whatever it is. I also think the roof is really cool with this water well. It's got the same kind of roofs that a lot of the other buildings have, so it maintains that same aesthetic that a lot of the other buildings have. So it could have just been a normal water well like Like, they could have just made something really basic, but they went a little above and beyond and made it similar to the other structures of Pandaria, which I think is pretty cool. And so for all those reasons, that's why I decided to put the Serpent's Overlook water well at number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Mulgore water wells, and these are actually really cool water wells. They almost act like a pump, like the wind spins around. I think it pumps the water up and then it pours out into the little area that you can see right there, but there's no actual water coming out, which I think would be cool if they updated it to have that, but you know, whatever, it's still pretty cool. And these wells have been used as sources for mystical well stones and vision quests and a whole bunch of other stuff, but they were taken over by the Venture Company, which tried to control the water supply and poison it and everything. But you end up cleansing the well as part of these quests, and then they're good to go. In fact, I think this is one of the only quests in the game that revolves around water wells, so that definitely bumped these up on the list, on top of just being really unique water wells in general. Plus, I'm just a big fan of tar and stuff and Mulgore and all that. But really, though, it'd be cool if these water wells actually had water coming out of them. It's not going to happen, but it would be cool. But anyway, that's why the Mulgore water wells are number 5. 4. Number 4 is the water well located in Borealis, and I picked this water well for a few reasons. One is there is a cat up on the roof of the water well that massively upgraded this water well, I'm not gonna lie. And then there's some buckets of water all around, so clearly the well has been used. And then there's a bunch of these planks all over, which I thought was really interesting. Like, it's a very unique location, and the water well seems to be getting used quite a bit, but it also seems odd that they'd put planks over it while they're getting water out of it. Maybe they put the planks over it so the cat doesn't get in, or like other people don't get in. I have no idea. It's actually really interesting to why there's all these planks here, and then they're still getting water out of the well and then putting them into these containers surrounding the well. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was cool. The more I think about it, I'm like, maybe I should have put this at like number 7 or something. But I'm like, hey, you know what? Nah, it's a cool water well. It's in a cool location, and there's a cat up there. That's the main thing, the cat. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the water well located in the Twilight Highlands at the Firebeards Patrol. And not only is this water well really cool with the griffin roof, and the wings are part of the roof. That's actually really creative. Like, the wings are the roof. Like, look at that. That's so cool. But this water well is actually getting use. Like, all these dwarves are running to the well, getting water, and then throwing that water onto all the burning buildings. So again, kind of like the Mulgore water wells, these might be some of the only water wells actually getting use in the game. I guess there was the Pandaria woman earlier that was, you know, getting water out of the bucket, but this is a much more intense situation, I would say. And there are actually multiple of these water wells. There are similar ones at the Thundermar Ruins, so that gives you a little chance to check it out without everything burning around it. And you can see that the one in the town that's fine has a little bucket with water in it, and it's kind of normal. And then the one that is in the burning town has numerous buckets all around it because they're using those buckets to get the water and toss them out of the building. So I like that little differential there. Because, I mean, they could have been lazy. They could have just reused the asset and been like, people figure it out. They're just using buckets or whatever. But no, they actually added the little extra detail, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I love this water well, especially the griffin roof, so that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Owen's Wishing Well, and Owen's Wishing Well is a small wishing well found inside the Tideview Thicket high on a bluff overlooking the Jade Forest. And the well is actually surrounded by a bunch of wishing frogs, as well as things like Chinese food containers and some birds and lanterns. And there's actually some golden coins that are lucky golden coins, and if you click on them, they'll give you the buff Made a Wish, like you tossed a coin into the wishing well. You can even see a bunch of coins at the bottom of the wishing well, which I think is pretty cool. And there's also a lootable dagger here called the Woden's Manted Shanker. And the story behind the well is actually pretty sad. It is location that's a reference to Brian Owen Wicks, who visited Blizzard Entertainment headquarters back in February of 2012 through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and sadly he passed away a few years after, so rest in peace, Brian. But it's awesome that he got such a cool tribute. And this well is actually kind of similar to the one we just looked at. In fact, I think it may be the same model as the Golden Terrace Pandaria Hub one, but obviously this one has a lot more sentimental value behind it. And I think it's actually cooler with a lot of the little, you know, lanterns and the birds and the coins and everything. I do think it's really cool, so that's why I decided to put it at number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Dalaran water well. To me, this is the most famous water well in all of World of Warcraft. I feel like everybody knows about it. They've at least walked past it like once in the entirety of WoW's existence, right? It's been Well, I guess it doesn't exist anymore, it crashed, but if anything, that actually makes it more fitting for Pointless Top 10. There's also this really tiny water bucket attached to a rope, and it looks way too small for this water well. I feel like they should have had a much bigger rope and bucket, but I guess that's not really the point of this water well because you know, jump into it, but still. Seems a little weird. This also might be the only water well in the game that actually has stairs next to it. I don't think any other water well I've seen has stairs that you can walk up. And I mean, obviously that's so you can go up there and fall into it, or it's at least some sort of visual cue to tell the player like, hey, you could go up here and jump down, right? But it's definitely unconventional, especially compared to all the other water wells we've looked at. And it's actually got some really cool design with all the stonework and everything. So for all those reasons, that's why the Dalaran water well is number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Goblin Garden located on Kazan, and I decided to put it at number 10 because it's not actually a garden, all right? It's more of like a yard than a garden, but I think it fits in with gardens pretty well. Because listen, I'm not about to do Pointless Top 10 yards because I don't even think there's enough yards, but I genuinely love this place. Like, you've got the mechanical flamingos who are bobbing their heads back and forth. Like, I think I love the flamingos the most out of this whole area. You've got some goblins that are just laying on the ground, I think dead. So that's something. You've got these cola cans, which are the Kaja Cola, which is the stuff that goblins drink to give them ideas. In fact, Wowpedia says Kaja Cola is a common item found all over Kazan during the goblin starting experience. It is a carbonated beverage manufactured from distilling the juice out of priceless Kajamite. It was produced by the Kajaro Trading Company, and using the item has the player yell out a random idea, and it will increase your intellect by 2 for 10 minutes. So it's quite possible that some goblin drank one of these colas and was like, we need to make some goblin grass or something, and then made the flamingos. Like, that's probably what happened. But either way, that's why the Goblin Garden is number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Beer Garden in Dalaran, and this is an alliance-only area where they can sit down and drink beer. That's literally it. It's just a big garden. It's got some picnic tables set up. It's got a bunch of kegs all around, and you can just sit here, chill out, and drink, which is fantastic. I mean, it's kind of like the World of Warcraft Oktoberfest area. I actually haven't even gone here during Brewfest. You know how they always have Brewfest stuff going on. I don't think I've ever been to this area during Brewfest. Like, maybe there's something special going on here. I actually don't know. If there's not, there should be. Because this is an entire area focused around like Oktoberfest. So either way, it's a really cool area. You got all the trees, you got the tables like I mentioned, you got Hearthstone boards and cheese and all that stuff. You can even see some of the things you can buy right here. You got smoked elderhorn, you've got scallion kimchi, you got honey glazed ham, barley bread, some ales. Like, they got a whole bunch of stuff. And that's why the Dalaran Beer Garden is number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Royal Garden, and it is located in Stormwind right before you go to the throne room, and it's got quite the history behind it. So back in Classic WoW, there's a whole bunch of spying going on with the Defias Brotherhood and some other stuff that was crazy. Then in Cataclysm, Cenarian Emissary Jade Moon opened a portal in the garden to the Moonglade, which you can see right there. Then during Legion, the garden got overrun by fell magic and a bunch of demons. And then since then, there's been a bunch of meetings and other stuff that have happened here. But this garden has had a lot of things over the years occur in it. And it's also just a quaint little garden. There's like mushrooms and trees and bushes and animals walking around. And it's just a nice little place. So that's why the Stormwind Keep Garden is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Shimmershade Garden, and the Shimmershade Garden is a small district located in the western portion of Suramar City, and it mainly consists of an open garden area with a fountain, shrubbery, and other flora native to Suramar. However, since the outbreak of the Nightfallen Rebellion within Suramar, the Shimmershade Garden has been largely occupied by demonic forces of the Burning Legion, as well as elements of the Duskwatch. In addition, the garden was notably frequented by a large number of loyalists of Grand Magistrix Elisandra. So even though there are demons walking around, with many of them ready to attack you, it's still a very relaxing place if you just kind of focus on all the plants and trees and stuff. I mean, look at this tree. This tree is literally a space tree. It's like you look up into it and you're looking into space. Like, that's actually really cool. I also love how all the potted plants are glowing, and then you got the lanterns and the flowers and the leaves all over the ground. It's a very tranquil, peaceful place without the demons. And that's why It's number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Capital Gardens, located in Dire Mall West. And unlike the other gardens on this list, this is a bit more of a depressing garden area because these gardens used to be very lively and pristine and vibrant, and now they are gray and withered and depressed and overrun with treants and other stuff, but it's still pretty cool to, look and see how it would have looked. And I still think they look pretty cool now, even though there's a lot of, broken pottery around and just sad trees and everything like that. But there are some really cool statues here. There's a lot of highborn stuff, like highborn statues, because the highborn lived here until their defeat and escape from Dire Mall. In fact, one cool thing I learned about Dire Mall is that the ruins stand strong because of ancient crafting techniques that bound arcane energy within the stone. So that's pretty neat, except for those creepy trees. Those are pretty freaky. And that's why the Capital Gardens are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Shang Steed, or Steed, I don't know how you say it, but it's where Shang Thunderfoot has his own little house, and he's got some flowers in the front, which is his nice little flower garden. Well, I think they're flowers, but they look like it, and they're all fenced in. And then in the back, he's got his giant watermelon. Like, look at that massive watermelon, dude. Like, that is his entire garden. Like, his whole garden is just one big watermelon that he massages and just rubs it down. He's just like, yes, watermelon. You are mine, and I have grown you to be a very big watermelon, yes. That's actually word for word what he says. I'm not even making that up. That's just, he doesn't actually say it in the game, but I heard him, trust me. Yeah, he's just growing a big-ass watermelon in his backyard. So I was like, how could I not include this on the list, right? Like, he does have flowers, so that's kind of like a little garden, but then just the watermelon, just, it really caps it off. So that's why Shang Steed is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Ravenholt Manor Garden, and this one's pretty cool. It's kind of hidden away up in the Alterac Mountains or Hillsborough Foothills, like in that area, and it's a rogue area, so outsiders are not really welcome here. But Simone Cantrell is the landscape architect, and she is the one that takes care of this garden that just has a bunch of different mushrooms, and it looks like swift thistles here. There's a scarecrow, and I'm pretty sure she is growing things that are used for rogue poison, if I had to, take a wild guess. Plus, there's actually a quest at level 60 called The Perfect Poison in Silithus, and the reward for that is Simone's Cultivating Hammer. So I think that really does tie it all together to be like, yeah, she's growing stuff for poison, right? But it's a really nice garden, and she does a great job taking care of it. So that's why the Ravenholt Manor Garden is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Arboretum, and the Arboretum is a large grove that can be found on the eastern coast of the Jade Forest, and the Order of the Cloud Serpent have their base of operations here, along with ink makers that use pink petals that grow amongst the trees to make ink. I also love that there's all the bees and the beehives around here. And then there's this yak guy who's just chilling by the tree, and I was gonna say reading. He's definitely not reading. He's just sitting there. And I actually didn't know what an arboretum meant. I'd heard of an arboretum before, but I was like, what exactly is it? And an arboretum is a botanical garden devoted to trees. So it's just a big tree garden. And I really just love this place. This is another place where I would go here as just like a cozy spot to hang out, to chill, like that yak guy. I should really do a Pointless Top 10 cozy spots. That would be a really good one. But that's besides the point. This is a great place, great garden, and that's why it's number 3. But before we move on, I want to take this opportunity to point out the Plants vs. Zombie farm area that people kept being like, this garden has to be on this list. This is not a garden. This is a farm. Can't get them confused. Two different things. And I'm actually going to be reworking Pointless Top 10 Farms, so this will be on that list, too. And number 2 are the Gardens of Borealis, and these are easily some of my favorite gardens in the game because it's just a big area of garden. It's not like one little garden, like it is a vast garden area. There's flowers all over. There's people taking care of the flowers and people running around. There's people having tea parties in the garden. There's this big like hedge area. It's like a hedge maze. That's kind of in the center of the garden, but then there's like gazebo type things. I don't know what they're called. These like they're like greenhouses, but they're not a green. I don't know. It's called something. And they got like the flowers growing on it and the ivy. There's little paths you can walk on. It's another place that's a very relaxing place to just be at and walk around and appreciate the art team again, because once again, I think Battle for Azeroth has some of the best art in World of Warcraft. Like, it is phenomenal how good Battle for Azeroth's art team is. Like, I think if I had to rank art in World of Warcraft based on expansions, I'd probably put BFA at #1 for the art, right? Like, I think it's just phenomenal. So, all that said, I love the Borealis Gardens, and that's why they're #2. And speaking of BFA, #1 is in Stormsong Valley, and it's this little home in the mountains. Well, I guess it's kind of in the mountains. It's like kind of in the mountains, but more in the plains, and it's just surrounded by this lush garden. There's all these flowers. There's flowers on the house. There's flowers surrounding it. There's a little statue. There's a bunch of grass and these little paths. Like, this is #1 because I love how cozy this is. You know, it's just so peaceful, right? And you're in this big area where there's war going on. Like, the BFA was supposed to be Alliance versus Horde and all this stuff. But then in the midst of all that, there's just this little cozy house where there's some tea out front. You can have some tea. You can sit there. You can watch the bees buzzing around. You can see all the flowers. You can just take a deep breath and be like, man, this is nice, you know? And you just appreciate the moment. That's what I love about this place. And that's why it's #1. Number 10 is this house in the Stone Talon Mountains, and it's about as far northwest as you can go in the Stone Talon Mountains. It's a little bit west and north of Stone Talon Peak, more west than north, and it's just randomly out there in the open. This is a very random place for a house. It's this random troll hut, and there's just nothing else around. There's a cauldron, there's some animals hopping around, there's some trees, and that's really it. It looks like it's an abandoned hut, although the cauldron's still bubbling, so I don't know if they left the cauldron on. It's like leaving your oven on or something. Dude's gonna come back like, I left the cauldron on, not again. But realistically, this is probably where they were going to add some sort of content to the game in Stone Talon Mountains, and then they just never got to it, or it just got abandoned, and they're like, all right, whatever, just leave it there. Now it's just some random troll hut in the middle of nowhere. And I actually never knew this thing existed until this video, and maybe that's how you are too. But now, you know. And that's #10. Number 9 is a home in the Barrens above the Wailing Caverns, and this actually used to be a quest hub. I don't believe it is anymore, but Fala Sagewind is the person that lives here, and she is a Tauren just chilling up in the mountains above the Wailing Caverns, having a great view. You could look out and see everything from up here. But this used to be the quest for the Glowing Shard, and I believe this was a Horde-only quest, so Alliance people are probably like, and then Horde people are like, dude, I remember that. And fun fact, there's actually a Hunter Sagewind in Thunderbluff, so it is very likely that Fala Sagewind and Hunter Sagewind are related in some way, so that's pretty cool. But overall, this was one of those houses that always stood out to me as one of the houses in the middle of nowhere, because I remember way back in the day trying to find this place, and I was like, where am I supposed to take this? And then you realize, like, wow, you have to like literally climb a mountain, and you get to the top of it, and then there's just some little Tauren house. And you're like, oh wow, and you get a nice view over the entire landscape, and you're like, dude, this is amazing. And that's why I really love that quest, is they made you go up a mountain, and then you're annoyed, you're like, oh, this sucks, this is dumb, why do I have to do this? Then you get to the top, and you just get that scenic view, and you're like, dude, nice. And then someone says a Chuck Norris joke and ruins the immersion because it's 2005. So that's why this is number 9. Number 8 is the Hayward Fishery, and this one's got some interesting lore in it, so let me read you a bit here from Wowpedia. Hayward Fishery was formerly a small single island prior to the Cataclysm. It is now a tiny archipelago off the coast of southwestern Gilneas, which houses an abandoned fishing business that was run by the Hayward brothers, Sebastian, Ron, Trent, Walt, and Tim Hayward. The brothers were trying to repair one of their ships with the help of young Gilnean adventurers so they can escape, while at the same time being attacked by Forsaken castaways. Oddly enough, despite the rest of the Duskhaven area having been sunken by the Cataclysm, the fishery is all and well, having not even been touched. Ironically, the Haywards could have stood a chance at remaining at their home rather than evacuating like the others. So this is one of those weird stories where if they would have just stayed where they were, they would have been fine, you know what I mean? But obviously hindsight's 2020. They go off, and they're probably dead now, but who knows? There's also a theory that Deathstalker Hayward is related to them, and he's a Forsaken Deathstalker located in New Agamond in the Howling Fjord. But overall, as an abandoned house, this place is also pretty cool, right? There's a bunch of fishing gear all over. There's fishing lures, fishing poles, fishing boats. It just has a cool aesthetic to it. And you know how much I love fishing, so that also played into it. But I just think this is a cool place. It's got a cool history, and that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Newman's Landing. I actually stumbled across this place when I was doing my level 1 hardcore run across the world challenge, which I'll put a link to up above, but it's a small area found on the western coast of Dunmorrow, just west of Coldridge Valley. It holds a dilapidated human building and a dock. At the building, there is alcohol, several boxes of grain, some bone piles, and a sign that says Newman's Landing. In patch 3.02, the goblin named High Admiral Shelley Jorick was added to the dock, along with 2 Booty Bay bruisers, but they were removed in Legion. Now, there's actually a lot of weird theories behind Newman's Landing, so there's a few weird things happening. One is trying to fish at Newman's Landing used to give the air, there are no fish here, but after patch 3.09, it is possible to fish there. Originally, dying in Newman's Landing, or just north of it, would have the players reappear in Menethil Harbor. Dying south of it would cause one to respawn in Sentinel Hill in Westfall. And originally shift-clicking the name of a character standing in Newman's Landing would show them in the location unknown. In the guild roster, the location field would be a blank space. Then, after researching a bit more, I found somebody on Reddit saying before your character is teleported to the new character starting zone, that's where the characters spawn. Back when people's internet was slower, you could see bodies spawn there for a fraction of a second before being teleported whenever someone made a new character. Thus, it was New Man's Landing, because it's somewhere where new men were spawning. But then someone else was like, no, that's a rumor. Here's a quote from Sam Lantinga, who was a original game engineer on World of Warcraft, and they said, I think that might have been the 0 point on that continent. We had a bug where if a player died when crossing a zone boundary between physical servers, that they would be loaded with a 0 position. We would quickly fix them up, but they would already be in the world at that point, and well, ghosts abound. So whatever the case may be, this house is still a pretty cool house in the middle of nowhere, and it has a ton of history, a bunch of theories and rumors, and a whole bunch of stuff, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Number 6 is this dwarf house slash farm on the eastern coast of the Arathi Highlands. This used to be a place where there was absolutely nothing. There was just a dwarf, maybe 2 dwarves, just some animals, and no quests or anything. It was just here. And so some people think it was just here for roleplay reasons, or it was supposed to be a thing and it never happened. But either way, it's just a cool little place. But now they've actually added Grimmy, and Grimmy is the quest NPC for the Waste of Time cosmetic. It's just a belt cosmetic, and it's a clock because you've wasted your time. There's like 40-something things you have to do. It really is a waste of time, but it is weird going to this place after being like, it's this calm, relaxing dwarf farm in the middle of nowhere. And now it's just this gnome skeleton that's like, hoo-hoo, greetings. In fact, he has a few quotes. He says, oh my, visitors, and I haven't a thing to wear. And I would treat you to a smile and a toast, but alas, I have neither skin nor ale. And don't hesitate to make yourselves at home. So Grimmy's a little weird, and he was actually added in Battle for Azeroth, so this isn't that old of an addition to the game. But I mean, I'm a sucker for Arathi Highlands. I always loved Arathi Highlands, one of my favorite zones, and so having a house in the middle of nowhere in one of my favorite zones, I was like, this one's got to be on the list, especially now with this weird-ass gnome skeleton. And so that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is this gnome house in the ruined reaches of Azshara, kind of near Durothar. And this one's kind of a crazy one, because Bingham Gadget Spring is here, and there's a quest that Hobart Grapplehammer sends you on to go deal with Bingham and his fellow gnomes that are a thorn in the side of the local goblins. So you go there, he sends explosive sheep at you, and all the gnomes try to fight you. It's a great time. But there's actually some crazy Gadget Spring lore. So, there used to be his mother and father in this building, Bleemo Gadget Spring and Juby Gadget Spring. And if you go into this house that Bingham Gadget Spring's in now, you'll find a purchase order receipt for a giant-sized laxative that was ordered to retrieve his father, Bleemo. So the receipt says, Mrs. Gadget Spring, the industrial-strength laxative agent you requested is enclosed. My condolences on the fate of Mr. Bleemo Gadget Spring. I don't know why you didn't order a vomit-inducing agent. Good luck on your endeavors. So Juby, after Bleemo was eaten by a cliffwalker, decided to order a super laxative, give it to the cliffwalker, and hope the cliffwalker just popped him out. But that never happened. He was dead. We've never seen him again, and that cliffwalker probably had a terrible time. And so for all these wacky stories and all this stuff, this is number 5. 4. Number 4 is a house in Stormheim, west of the Agrimar's Vault, and it is owned by Tigrid the Charmer, that is the enchantress here, and you would have to go here for enchanting stuff back in Legion, but she probably doesn't get that much business anymore, and so it's just a random Stormheim house in the middle of nowhere. But this is a really cool house, which is why I put it so high up on the list. It's got really nice aesthetic. There's candles, there's books laying around, there's a fireplace, and just a bunch of little knickknacks here and there, and just there's just a lot of cool things all around, which is, you know, you would expect that from somebody that's really into enchanting and all that, right? You would have a bunch of magical stuff laying around, but it's just, for being this old rundown place in the mountains, for being a house in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, it's got a very cozy aesthetic to it. And so it doesn't have crazy lore like some of the other houses, but it's a very nice location. There's rams and birds all over. There's even a bird that like sits on top of the entrance to the house. It's very nice. It's charming. It's quaint. And because of that, I put it at number 4. 3. Number 3 is a cozy Tauren house up in the mountains of Mulgore and Feralus. And I guess a little bit of Thousand Needles. It's more that you can see Thousand Needles from here, not so much that it's in it, but it's just something that I never knew was in the game, and it's just a great, cozy aesthetic place. Like, you got the Tauren house, you got the big totem pole, you got a canoe, you have some wind chimes, like, up in the tree, and it looks like there's a dead Kodo. I don't know if maybe he came up here and there's a Kodo and he, like, killed it, because there's arrows in the Kodo, so, I mean, something happened there, and now he's, like, decorating the Kodo. Like, I have no idea, but this dude was determined, right? This guy was like, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to make my getaway house to escape from reality, go up into the mountains. He's probably going to smoke that Tauren weed that they make you smoke as part of that quest chain to get heritage armor. Just look out over the landscape and be like, man, life's good. And now we have no idea who lives here or where this Tauren is or anything. It's just a random abandoned house up in the mountains, but it's fantastic. I love this place. I'm glad I found it because I never knew it existed. And it's one of those places that has no lore, and yet so much lore. Damn. That's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 are the houses in the Caverns of Time. And ever since I saw these houses in this path years ago, I knew I wanted to do something with them, right? I was like, these are just so cool. And they can be glanced over pretty easily because you're walking through the tunnels to get to the Caverns of Time. You're just like, there's some stuff all around, whatever. But I think it's so cool that you see these different types of houses just merged into the wall, or houses that you can actually walk into, and it's almost like you're going through this different time dimension. Like you're walking through a portal into a different time. And then you look up into the sky and you see another house, but with like floating rocks and stars in the background. It's just, it really makes you feel like you're walking through time. And that's what I enjoy most about these houses. Like, they may not be, they may not be the coolest houses, they may not be the most aesthetic houses, but it's a variety of houses just scattered throughout the Caverns of Time entrance and making you feel like you really are walking through time. And for those reasons, I decided to put them at number 2. 1. And number 1 are the underwater gnome houses in Tanaris. And these actually have a crazy history where they were in the game way back in Alpha, and then they were moved down along the coast for the Encourage opening quest. And then after that, they kind of were just useless, and they were just sitting under the water after Cataclysm. And then as of Legion, they made these a part of the engineering quest chain. So they've changed what they are throughout history, but I think these really represent why it's so much fun to find random stuff out in the middle of nowhere, right? Like these random houses, and it's because, they've had their purposes changed over time, but the main thing is people find these and they think they found some sort of hidden treasure, and in a way they have. And I think it's really cool to explore a world, and then when you find something that you think nobody else has found, or even if you find something someone else has found, but you can figure out a different meaning for it, or you know something about it, it really just adds to the history and the fun and the richness of the world. That may sound like a bunch of fluff words, but I think you understand what I'm saying. And so that's why these are number 1. 10. Number 10 are the huts located at Gruken Hill in the Jade Forest. And these huts are made by all of the Hosen in the area, or I guess I would imagine they are. I don't know who else would build them. And it appears that they're made out of bamboo and banana leaves. And I really like the style of these huts. I especially like that the bamboo stairs are a thing, because it almost feels like they just climb up the stairs anyway. Like they don't have to walk on their feet up the stairs. They can literally just, you know, climb up on all fours into the building. Although you still have the capability to get into their huts, you know, on 2 legs and not 4. But I just thought it was a cool aesthetic choice where they don't really care about flat steps, right? Like they're just going to climb up anyway. So it's more like a ladder than actual stairs. And I was actually curious about what really defines a hut versus, you know, say a tent or a shack or whatever it might be. And it says here that a hut is a small, simple dwelling often made of natural materials like wood, mud, or stone, and can be used as a temporary or permanent shelter. A tent, on the other hand, is a portable shelter made of fabric typically used for camping and other outdoor activities. So I wanted to define that because I actually had some tents on this list that I was like, these aren't actually huts, so I had to move them for a future video for Pointless Top 10 Tents. So that's why the Gruken Hill huts are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the troll huts located at Senjin Village in Duratar and at Zeb Halak in the Grizzly Hills. And there's probably plenty of more places that have troll huts, but these are the ones that I picked out. And one really cool thing about them that I never really noticed until I took the time to stop and really analyze these troll huts is that both of them have bones that act as guardrails. So on the back of buildings or on top of a, building as a lookout, it has, the guard railing going all around. But you can see here the bones are just sticking out of the wooden floor. I don't know how they attach bones to the floor, maybe some sort of troll magic, but they've done it, and I think it's pretty cool. And I also love that each of these troll tribes is using materials from the surrounding area, right? You have the Zeb Halak ones, which have more pine trees and maybe more of the Grizzly Hills materials. And then you look at the Senjin Village trolls, and they're using more of animal hides and just things you would find in Duratar. But yeah, I couldn't make a top 10 list without including troll huts, and so that's why the troll huts are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Murloc huts, and I'm sure everybody has seen a Murloc hut at some point while playing World of Warcraft, whether it's in the classic version or the retail version, because they actually do have the retail Murloc huts, and they're just a much more updated version of the Murloc hut, but it's pretty much the same aesthetically. They kept that old Murloc hut style, which I actually think is pretty cool. And the big thing I noticed with Murloc huts is they don't really close them off. Like, they're all opened up, they can sit there, they can see everything around them, and I feel like maybe that's a Murloc thing. Maybe they're like, we don't want doors and stuff because they always want to be alert, right? They always want to know what's around them. So maybe they build their huts so that they can, stand there and look out at everything and be on watch, and then they can go to sleep on the huts, and they're a multi-purpose type of hut, right? But as simplistic as they are, I think they do a great job of really showing the Murloc aesthetic and what Murlocs are all about. And so that's why I put the Murloc huts at number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Quillbore huts located in the Razorfen Kraal. And I was actually going to pick the Quillbore huts and the Barrens and out there, but I thought these are just cooler because it almost feels like it's a hut but cut in half. It's like the roof of the hut is the hut. It's like there's no bottom half. It's just they only use the top half. It's like they all got together and they're like, we don't even need the bottom half of the hut. We'll just take the top half for shelter. And they're like, dude, that's a great idea. However, then there's a bunch of huts where you have to climb up ladders to get to the hut, but even those huts are half of a hut. You can see up top. But then there's Charlga Razorflank, and her hut is like the most hut looking hut of all the huts. And by the time I'm done with this video, the word hut's gonna not even look real. You know that where you're like, look at a word over and over and then it starts to look not real or sound not real? Like, just saying hut over and over just sounds not real at this point. So yeah, the Quillbore and Razorfen Kraal got some cool looking huts, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Orc huts, and the Orc huts, I would say, are the most well-known huts in the game because these have been around since classic World of Warcraft. I feel like most people that played Horde have at least seen these on the way to Orgrimmar or, Warsong Gulch has them. They're kind of all over the place. And then if you're the Alliance, I imagine at some point maybe you were raiding Orgrimmar or going somewhere and you just pass these huts. Like, everybody has seen these huts before. And for a while when I was looking at them, I was like, are these even huts? They just look more like houses. But I realized it's because they are built on this stone foundation, and then they have these stone arch doorways to get into the hut, but the actual entire rest of the building is just a hut. In fact, the more that I kept looking at the entranceway to these huts with the big stone arches, the more I kept seeing the dark portal. And I was like, did they just use dark portal assets for the front of these huts? But I don't think they did, but it does look eerily similar. But anyway, I love these orc huts. You know, as old as they are, I still think they hold up pretty well. And so that's why the orc huts are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Arakoa huts located in the Spires of Iraq, as well as the Terakar Forest. And at first I was only going to do the Spires of Iraq huts because I really love the way they look. I love the modern feel of these huts. It almost looks like they're made out of bark, because I think they might actually be. I don't know how the Arakoa make these, but they have really cool interiors. They got a bunch of scrolls in there. They got it's like the Papa San chairs. Is that how you say it? It looks like it's out of Pier 1. But then I was like, you know what? I got to include some of the Terakar Forest huts as well, because these are, you know, very iconic. I think a lot of people remember these huts, and they are still really cool and very Arakoa themed. And, you know, they're the original ones. And I think one of the coolest things about these huts is the entranceway. You've got these big spiked wheels that are almost like handrails, and then you've got the interwoven tree branches tied together. I just think that looks really sick. And it's, you know, they're birds, they're bird people, so it makes sense. They're living in tree houses, right? But yeah, these are some really cool huts, very unique, and that's why the Arakoa huts are number 5. 4. Number 4 is a troll hut located in Moonglade, and that's probably not something you were expecting to see on this list. But I think I was doing the Lunar Festival or something that required you to go to Moonglade, and I just found this, and I was like, dude, what is this? There's like a random troll hut here. Like, it feels very out of place. The hut itself looks like I've never seen it before in the game. It's got a bunch of glowy eyes and masks and really cool stuff, but obviously it's troll themed. And I looked it up, and apparently it was added during Legion for the Druid Order Hall quest. And so it made a lot more sense, because I was like, oh yeah, that's right, there's troll druids. So obviously they had to add something troll themed where a troll could stand and be like, hey, you're a druid and we're here in Moonglade now. Like, oh, okay. But yeah, everything aside, this is actually a really cool hut. I wish they would use this for more troll stuff going into the future, because I really like the masks with the troll tusks and the glowy eyes. Like, I think that looks really cool. They should use that for just troll stuff elsewhere in the game. So hopefully they do that, but this is a really cool hut and a very unique hut, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Windy Reed huts located in classic Nagrand. And I already covered these at one point for Pointless Top 10 Weirdest Buildings in World of Warcraft, but I had to put them on huts because these really are some of the coolest huts in the game. They give me this Dr. Seuss vibe. Like, I don't know what it is. I think it's because they're kind of like a jester hat. They're kind of drooping over. And I don't know if that's an aesthetic choice that they made. I think it is, because they hang a little crystal, I think it is. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of little crystals they hang all over. So maybe they did that as like a, I don't know what the crystals do. Maybe they bless the home. Maybe there's some sort of, you know, backstory there that we don't really know about, or maybe somebody does know about it. If you do, post in the comments section, but I just think it's really cool. And then in addition to all the little huts, they actually have this big, massive hut that doesn't have that droopy thing. It's just got, you know, it almost looks like a normal building, but it's just made out of various leathers and skins and stuff. And it looks like they're hanging a bunch of crystals on that building as well. So yeah, these huts are great. They're one of the buildings that I think of most when I think of Outland, and that's why they're number 3. 2. Number 2 are these huts in the Shadow Moon Valley, and I love these huts because, number 1, they really do fit into the Shadow Moon Valley, specifically the Draenor one, not the, you know, destroyed Outland one. But I really love the design with the floating rocks. Like, you have the floating rocks above these huts, and then they have all the inscriptions and stuff, so you can tell they're magical. We see some crystals again, like we did in the Nagrand Dr. Seuss huts. And not only that, but they're using the rocks that are floating in the air as the actual structures for some of these huts. You can see there, you know, they're literally just building the hut out of these magical rocks. So maybe they have some magical properties. Maybe they're, you know, powering up these houses or giving this area magic. Like, who knows? But it's a really cool concept. And not only that, there's also some little huts. They don't have the magical rocks, but, you know, they got sticks, they got cloth. It's a basic type of hut. Also, I'm surprised I haven't did a Jabba the Hutt reference. Well, I guess I did now. So overall, these are really cool. I love the magical rock style huts, and so that's why they're number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Blood Troll huts located in Nazmir. And I just think these are some of the coolest looking huts in the game. I don't know what they're made out of. I don't know if I want to know. It almost looks like muscle fibers and various plant fibers and stuff. It looks really creepy, to be honest. And then they've got these skull-shaped designs on it. And I don't know what the skull shapes are made out of either. It's just We don't really know, and so I wanted to look into it a bit, and on the WoW wiki it says, blood trolls are a troll subgroup who inhabit the swamps of Nazmir and Zandalar and worship Gahun. They use forbidden blood magic, which corrupts the creatures around them and turns them into blood beasts. The blood trolls originate from Zandalari trolls who long ago clung to the use of blood magic. So maybe these huts are made out of blood magic, maybe the huts are actually made out of the blood beasts, which could make sense. In fact, now the more that I look at it, I think the actual skull design is made out of bones, which honestly would make sense because skulls are bones, right? So, I mean, it's not that weird. But yeah, I love these huts. I think they're so cool, they're so unique, and Battle for Azeroth still has some of the best art in World of Warcraft, and that's why the blood troll huts are number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Royal Library located in Stormwind, and just like the humans, it's kind of generic and boring. But it does have a lot of cool history behind it. So after the Second War, the Book of Medivh was stored here for a period of time. Alterac spies stole it the same day Pargath Throatsplitter and Terran Gorefiend, what a name, and other Death Knights launched a raid on the castle to get it for themselves. The Horde agents found proofs linking Alterac to stealing, and so left the library before reinforcements could come. But aside from that, the library also has an extensive collection of scrolls, tomes, books, and texts on a whole bunch of historical stuff. Plus, maybe the most important part, Harrison Jones teaches archaeology in the library, which, as somebody who does not frequent the Royal Library, I did not expect to find Harrison Jones here teaching archaeology, but here we are, he's here. There's also a woman reading to kids, so this is really just a generic library with a lot of history behind it. But you know what? That's good enough for number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Algathar Academy Library, which is located near Valdrakken in Dragonflight. And this is a really cool looking library. You've got these lanterns all over, you've got the big walls of books, you've got the floating books flying around, you've got the big stairwell leading to even more books. It's a really cool looking library. And according to Kamora, who is a Drakthir located in the library in charge of archival studies, the Academy's library is spectacular, as there are books there that even the Azure Archives Annex of Valdrakken do not possess. Under the care of the librarian Hopastella, it is necessary for the Academy's members to obtain a library card in order to borrow the books, which I just find really funny for some reason. I don't know. It's just when I picture in my mind World of Warcraft, I don't genuinely picture an orc going up to a dragon to sign up for a library card. You know what I mean? It's just like, excuse me, I'd like to sign up for a library card. Like it doesn't feel like something in World of Warcraft. I don't know. I just think it's funny. But this is a pretty cool library, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Dire Maul Library, otherwise known as the Athenaeum. And the Athenaeum is a library that also has a ton of history behind it. So this is where the Shendralar remain in seclusion, storing knowledge in the multitude of shelves in a large room. And if you don't know who the Shendralar are, they were a secretive highborn society who dwelled within the Athenaeum. After being expelled from their ancient city by the Horde, they were accepted back into the Night Elven Society shortly before the Cataclysm. Also, during the Fourth War, Rathian traveled here to learn more about the old gods and the Black Empire's dark magic in order to find a way to defeat N'Zoth and turn his powers against him. He also mentioned in his journal that when the Horde invaded Dire Maul and the Highborn fled the ruins, they burned down the Athenaeum. So I don't know if that's kind of like a Library of Alexandria type thing or what, but I found that pretty interesting. But aside from all that, I think the place just looks really cool as well. You got the big dragon skeleton hanging from the ceiling. There's kind of some artifacts just scattered about. Plus, I always remember in Classic WoW coming here to turn in the Librams or whatever they were called. So that gave me some nostalgia as well. So that's why the Athenaeum of Dire Maul is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Seers Library, which is the base of leadership for the Scryers and located at the top of Shatrath City. And one cool thing about the library is that in the middle of the library, there are several bookshelves that can actually train you in all professions, which I actually love, the fact you have to go to the library to read about and learn your professions. I think it just kind of gives that roleplay game vibe, which is why I like it so much. There's also Lore Master Skosiris, I don't know how to say his name, but he says that even the grand libraries of Silvermoon City pale in comparison to this library, which I don't know if I believe him. It feels like Silvermoon City would have more, but I don't know. What do I know? I'm like, all right, maybe he's right. But what I love about this place is how many things that are just spinning around. Like you have the big light fixture on the ceiling, or it's not really a light fixture. It's like the big planetary thing that's just spinning around. You've got the bookshelves that are rotating around, and I guess you just grab a book and you're like, hey, I'll read this one. It seems kind of inconvenient because you would think when you're picking out a book, you want to take your time, look over all the books, be like, what am I looking for? This is just like it's spinning around. You're like, okay, I'm going to pick that one. Oh, wait, yep, it just spun around. Okay, I'm going to wait for it to come back. Like, it feels unnecessary. It feels like they're just doing it for show. But you know what? It does look pretty cool for show. And then up top, there's a bunch more bookshelves, which kind of remind me of vending machines now that I'm looking at them. In fact, this entire place just kind of reminds me of a cafeteria now that I think about it. But I will say, it's a pretty fancy cafeteria. And you can go get a glass of wine out back. So you get a glass of wine, pick up a random book off the spinny shelves, and just sit down and read, which actually sounds pretty relaxing. So that's why the Sears Library is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Hall of Explorers, and the Hall of Explorers is located in Ironforge and is the headquarters of the famed Explorers League. And every archaeological expedition organized by the Alliance is coordinated from here. But the big thing about the Hall of Explorers is the giant library. The library is actually the centerpiece of the Hall of Explorers and contains the museum as well as a vast collection of tomes and knowledge. And if you're in kind of a slow walk roleplay mood, you can actually just pretend you're at a real life museum and just walk around and read all the little signs about all the eggs and the fossils and the relics and just be like, yes, this is quite interesting. Or you could just walk around normally as well. You could do both. And then the actual library room also looks really cool. It's got the big iron bookshelves, clearly because it's iron forged, so they got to make everything out of iron, right? And it's got the stairs leading up to the books and the cool floor pattern. It's really cool. In fact, this museum has the same dragon skeleton as the one in Dire Mall, but apparently it's a pterodon skeleton. So that made me curious. How is everybody finding these pterodon skeletons? And it says this intact pterodon skeleton was recovered from the remote Ungoro crater. Based on the skeletal structure, it is clear that this specific genus has not yet been encountered. This skeleton could have been preserved for any number of centuries beneath the region's rich soil. So, like, did everybody just go to Ungoro Crater, start digging up pterodon skeletons, or is it just like the elves and the dwarves? I don't know, but either way, that's why the Hall of Explorers is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Sepulchre of Knowledge, and the Sepulchre of Knowledge is a library located at the northern end of the Fungal Valley in northern Maldraxxus. And according to Wowpedia, it contains records of mortal souls who have arrived in Maldraxxus, histories of great battles, weapons, and combatants, and most valuably, the military writings of the greatest tactical minds to have ever served among the Necrolords. But what I love about this library is the aesthetic. You have this green glow kind of all around you, and then you have the bookshelves, which are made out of bones, it appears, and then you've got a bunch of candle lights, you've got these floating tattered books flapping around. You even have chairs that are made out of bones. Like, they went all out with the bone furniture in here. Like, the Necrolords were like, you know what? We need bone furniture. Like, we can't have any other type of furniture. It has to be bone furniture. And you know what? Like I say, anytime something from Shadowlands makes the list, that's pretty good, because, you know, Shadowlands. And that's why the Sepulchre of Knowledge Library is number 5. 4. Number 4 is a really interesting one. It is the Scroll Keeper's Sanctum, which is a giant 3-level library in the Temple of the Jade Serpent in the Jade Forest. And what's so cool about this library is the amount of scrolls that are here. Like, there are scrolls in the bookshelves, there's scrolls on the floor, there are scrolls literally coming down from the ceiling that are gigantic, there's scrolls scattered about, there's scrolls that are literally making up the pillars of the room. Like, there's an insane amount of scrolls in here. But I was curious about the actual lore of what was going on here. So according to the adventure guide of the dungeon, it says, rising high above the east coast of Pandaria, the Temple of the Jade Serpent stands as a sacred monument to the legendary Pandaren Emperor Shao Hao's victory over the Shah of Doubt thousands of years ago. Recently, a disastrous conflict in the Jade Forest unleashed the Shah, and several of the entities have raided the temple's most treasured stores of wisdom and knowledge. So that's why there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on here in all these video clips, but there's also a floating fish over there. That's pretty cool. But I really love this place. I love the windows. I love the aesthetic. Like, it's just a really cool library, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Scarlet Monastery Library, and it's the Scarlet Monastery Library. I mean, everybody knows about it. In fact, some people know way too much about it because they've probably ran this over and over again to power level back in Classic WoW, but it is a really cool library, and if you don't know, the Scarlet Monastery was once a proud bastion of Lordaeron's priesthood, a center for learning and enlightenment. But with the rise of the undead scourge during the Third War, the peaceful monastery was converted into a stronghold of the fanatical Scarlet Crusade. The Crusaders are intolerant of all non-human races, regardless of alliance or affiliation, and they believe that any and all outsiders are potential carriers of the undead plague and must be destroyed. One of which is at the end of Scarlet Monastery Library, which is Arcanist Doan, and he is the keeper of the monastery's library, a guardian of the arcane that the Scarlet Crusade is rumored to distrust. Yet, he is indeed a trusted official of the Crusade, keeping a vital key that grants access to the Scarlet operations across the Plague Lands. However, in the modern Scarlet Monastery, Flameweaver Kogler is the final boss, and he is responsible for the destruction of many priceless artifacts, including almost all the papers and books that told the real story about the Scarlet Crusade. So there's a lot of history and nostalgia behind the Scarlet Monastery Library, so that's why I had to put it at number 3. Plus, I really like the stained glass windows up top too. Those are pretty neat. So that's why the SM Library is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Guardian's Library and the Guardian's Study, one of them being in the Karazhan raid and the other being at the Return to Karazhan dungeon. And the Guardian's Library was the private repository of arcane knowledge held by Medivh deep inside his Tower of Karazhan. And this probably is one of the biggest libraries in World of Warcraft. I mean, there's books everywhere, there's secret doors of books, there's a giant book door, there's bosses behind the books, there's so many books. And then you go to the Guardian's Study, and it's also filled with a bunch of books. There's a lot of cool lighting, and it's a beautiful place. Like, everything is aesthetically pleasing. It's really cool. But I got 2 things to complain about, and both of them are unrelated to libraries and Pointless, making them perfect for this video. Number 1 is I had to do the chess event for Pointless top 10 beds, and it was a terrible experience. Do not do chess event solo. It is so bad. That's a warning, and I hope Blizzard just lets you skip it at some point. Number 2 is the Westfall story is so bugged out still, and you have to like either nuke everybody down real quick, or Tony gets to 1 HP, and then you have to like log out. Unless you have Shadow Meld or Feign Death, you have to literally log your character out, get him out of the dungeon, and then go back. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Blizzard, please fix it. But these are really cool libraries, and that's why they're number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Scribe Sakellum, which is actually pronounced Sakella. I didn't know that. I had to look it up. But speaking of looking up, when you look up here, you're like, oh my god, look at this. There's so many books. There's floating books. There's just layers and layers of books spiraling all the way up to the top. Who knows how far up it goes? I don't know if anybody's actually glitched out and like gotten to the top or something, but it is pretty insane. But there's actually some quests where you get to get on the ladder and you float around and you get to pick out books from up top and just look around. It's really neat. So out of all the libraries, it might not be the most spacious library, but it's probably the library with the most books, and it's the most insane library out of all of them. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is located out in the Great Sea of the Broken Isles, and I actually found this cave while looking for weird things underwater, which was the Pointless Top 10 I did a couple weeks ago, and I thought it was really cool because I didn't know there was a cave out here, and when you go into this underwater cave, you actually find a skeleton that has an ankle weight tying him down, so I don't know if somebody put that on him and put him down here. I would imagine they would. I don't think he would do this to himself. And so after finding this, I was like, dude, this is crazy, right? This is a weird thing underwater, but I had so many things on that list already, and then I knew we were going to be doing Pointless Top 10 caves pretty soon, and I was like, you know what? I would rather just put this on caves, because this is a pretty cool cave, right? And it's got a little bit of lore with that guy trapped down here, and he obviously got put here by somebody. Could be pirates, or there is a crashed ship outside, so maybe he was a prisoner on a ship, and then when it crashed, he like swam over here, but he was like, oh, I don't know, and then he died. I have no idea, but it's fun to always kind of piece together these little things into whatever story it could be and try to solve that mystery. And so that's why the Underwater Broken Isles Cave is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Maz Thorol, located in Winterspring. And the reason I love Maz Thorol is it has this giant cave cavernous opening where you can see it from a while away and you're walking by and you're like, dude, that is a giant cave, right? It's got the snow hanging down or the icicles, whatever it is. And according to this, it's actually a cavern. And I want to take this opportunity to say I'm going to do Pointless Top 10 caverns in a separate video. However, I think this does qualify as a cavern. So I'm just using it as an excuse to talk about caves versus caverns in this video. Plus, it seems like it's one of those things where all caves are caverns, but not all caverns are caves, or maybe the other way around. One of the two. It's kind of like the turtle tortoise thing where not all turtles are tortoises, but all tortoises are turtles. But aside from that, Mazthorol is really cool. I always remember coming here for, I believe it was the Onyxia attunement or something like that, and there was all the blue dragons here, and now it's under the control of Umbrance, the spirit speaker, who is this guy that has been collecting magical artifacts such as Dragon Essence and the Crystal of Zin Malor to increase his own power. But again, I think my favorite part about this cave is the entrance, and that's really the reason that I put it at number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Gull Rock Cave, and Gull Rock is a rocky coast found in southeastern Stormheim. And the reason it's called Gull Rock may shock and surprise you, but there are many gulls on rocks. Wow. And the cave is home to many adolescent storm drakes as well as their eggs. But one of my favorite parts about this cave is there's just all this lightning going off in the cave, right? It's just like constant electricity zapping throughout it, and some of the dragons are just sleeping. They're like, it is what it is. The electricity is off the charts. The electric bill is out of this world. And there's also a bunch of bones scattered around, as well as some really cool mushrooms. Shout out to Pointless Top 10 mushrooms. And I actually think the outside of the cave looks pretty cool as well. Obviously, there are gulls sitting on top of the cave entrance and around the cave, but it's got some cool rock slabs going all different directions, and it blends in with the mountain. I just think it's really neat. But I think the lightning inside the cave is really what sells it for me. And so that's why the Gull Rock Cave is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the cave in Garm, and Garm is located in the southern foothills of Storm Peaks, and it is populated by the Garm Magnetar and the Snowblind Snowbolds. And by the way, I always thought Magnetar were really cool. They're like mammoth centaurs, which I thought was just a really neat creative mob. I don't know if they exist outside of World of Warcraft, but I do like Magnetars. I think they're cool. But what's cool about this cave is it has this haze throughout it, as well as this red glow. And so when you first walk into the cave, you have this mist kind of surrounding everything, and there's these big red flowers and a bunch of bones and skulls everywhere and some decaying meat on the ground. And then as you get deeper into the cave, you have a bunch of weird kobold pottery as well as kobold candle shrines and stuff like that. And at one point in the cave, it looks like there's some cool Ulduar Titan style machinery that maybe they dug too deep and found in here. And I think there's a similar style cave in the Borean Tundra, but I always remember the Storm Peaks one the most. And so overall, it's really just a unique cave, and that's why I decided to put it at number 7. 6. Number 6 is the cave located at Warmaul Hill in Nagrand, and Warmaul Hill is a large mountaintop in northwestern Nagrand that's populated by a tribe of fierce ogres led by Chowar the Pillager. But the main reason I remember this cave is I remember going in here and feeling like it was a very interesting designed cave compared to some of the other caves in the game, especially once you get pretty deep into the cave and you get to a point where it's almost like a mall, like they have different tiers of levels of the cave where people are walking around. I always thought that was really cool. It's kind of this open-ended concept with different layers, and I found that to just be a really cool design for a cave. And the reason the cave is the way it is, according to Wowpedia, is the ogres of Nagrand were formerly ruled by the Gran. However, a powerful ogre lord named Chowar gathered a large group of ogres and rebelled against the Gran. They were successful and drove the Gran out of the hill, and he took leadership of the fractured ogre clans left behind by the Gran's overthrowing, and thus the Warmaul were born. And so it's a cool looking cave, it's got some cool lore behind it, and that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Crystal Cave, and the Crystal Cave is located in the Ungoro Crater, and I think a lot of people think of this cave when they think of the Ungoro Crater, and it's really aesthetically pleasing to walk around in, right? Like normally if it didn't have any of the crystals, it'd be like, whatever, it's an alright cave, but the crystals really make it this kind of fun, vibrant, almost relaxing type of place to walk through. And I also found out something about this cave on Reddit that I never knew about it, which was that every color of crystal emits a hum at a different pitch. And I don't think I've ever noticed that. I didn't even check it for this video. I was just recording this and then read that, so I was like, I may as well mention it, but I should probably go fact check it first. But listen, you're listening to a Pointless Top 10. You know there's no fact checking around here. Also, I don't know if this cave is a reference to something, because there are a lot of Nintendo references all over Ungoro Crater, so maybe this is some sort of Nintendo reference. If you know it, put in the comments section below, because I'm not sure, but it might be. But anyway, that's why the Ungoro Crystal Cave is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the cave in Azur Span where Tojam the Terrible is located, and Tojam the Terrible is a Yeti that is part of a quest with a Tuskar child named Rowie. And I really love the way this cave looks. It's like my favorite type of ice cave with all these big icicles, and there's just like ice melting down the walls, and it looks very updated compared to, say, the Winter Spring Cave that we looked at earlier. I think that Winter Spring Cave from earlier would probably look a bit more like this if it was brought up to modern WoW standards. And there's quite a few caves that look like this in the Azur Span, but I decided to pick this one because of Tojam the Terrible, and I forgot to put him in the Pointless Top 10 Yeti list that I made a year ago, and I wanted to include him in something because he is one of my favorite quest lines from Dragonflight, where you're like, oh man, Tojam the Terrible, we're gonna have to fight this guy, and Rowie's like, he's stealing all the Onyx, we need to go fight him. And so you go there, and Tojam's just this chill dude who's like, yo man, I'm just trying to chill here with all the Onyx, right? And then you're like, all right, so you convince him to pretend to get killed by Rowie, and Rowie's like, yay, I did it, and he runs out of the cave and he's all happy. However, I don't know what Rowie's gonna think like a week later when he sees Tojam in his cave still if he goes back there. I didn't think about that part. But aside from that, the cave's really cool, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Ancient Passage and the Secret Eyrie located in the Veiled Stair in Pandaria. And at the start of the Ancient Passage, there's a boat called the Spring Drifter, and if you get into the boat, it gives you a free boat ride through the tunnel. And the boat ride was great because it used to be really dangerous to go through here, but the boat ride would surpass all of the Sarok that are in this tunnel that would try to kill you. But you can also fly through here. The flight path actually goes through this tunnel, which is pretty fun. And when you take the boat, you get Brewmaster Boof, who just talks to you throughout the journey, and it's pretty funny. He'll just be like, yo, Kunlai's pretty great. There's no danger. There's spears that are getting thrown at us, but that's just all part of the show. It's all for show. But the actual Ancient Passage itself is also really cool. There's a bunch of rocks and plants all over. The water's obviously flowing through. The ceilings are really high up. There's this one part where the water is like dripping down from these plants on the ceiling. I think it's one of my favorite parts of the entire Ancient Passage. And then down below, there's just a bunch of eggs with Sarok running around. And then up above the Ancient Passage is this cool little area hidden away with the Secret Eyrie, which is a place where the people of the sky use to train hawks. And so you can see there's one dude with a hawk flying around him as he's balancing. Then there's a bunch of hawks flying around in the cave over here. And it's a pretty unique hidden away area that I think in Pandaria a lot of people didn't know about. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't know about it now, but it's much more common to know about it now because people discover everything. And the actual outside of the cave up here looks pretty unique to me as well. And so that's why the Ancient Passage and the Secret Eyrie are number 3. 2. Number 2 are the hidden caves located at Stormsong Valley, and there's a small island located near Stormsong Valley. Well, I guess it is part of Stormsong Valley, and it looks like it's just some island with a bunch of bushes and trees all over, nothing crazy, but you actually go into these bushes and there's a bunch of hidden cave entrances. So there's 3 that I could find, and each of them goes down into this cave system, and they all kind of lead out different ways. There's a bunch of Quillbore on this island as well, so I guess the Quillbore did it, or they overtook this place, but it was something that I never knew about, and I just thought it was so cool going into these secret caves and walking around, and there's all the roots and the water, and there's, I don't know, some treasures that I found. There's a bunch of flowers. It's just, it's really cool. And these are really the things that I love finding for Pointless Top 10. Not kind of the obvious stuff that everybody puts into other top 10 lists that everybody knows about, right? It's more of these weird hidden things that aren't, you know, over the top crazy, but they're pretty cool. And it's fun to find for just roleplay reasons, or just like you're finding some sort of secrets within the game, you know what I mean? And so that's why the hidden caves in Stormsong Valley are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the caves located at the Rainfern Grotto in the Tannin Jungle and the Cove Scale Rise in Zuldazar. And I'm sure there's more caves like this, but these were the 2 that I found that were very similar, but with some slight differences. And both of these caves have the structure of this big rocky waterfall with a little bit of light beaming in from the outside, and I just love the way this looks. Like having the sunbeams kind of shine in from the outside and fill up the cave just gives it this atmosphere that's just so almost like meditative in a way. Although it'd probably be kind of hard to meditate here with these weird flower pod creatures trying to kill you. But the other one in Zandalar doesn't have that. It just has a bunch of dinosaur bones all over, which I actually think looks pretty cool as well. Like when you walk in, you walk under this big dinosaur rib cage, which is pretty sweet. I also really love in this cave how it feels like you're kind of squeezing through the rocks and the tree roots coming out to get to that beam of light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know. There's just something really aesthetically pleasing about this that it gives me good vibes. And out of all the cave structures in World of Warcraft, this is the one where I'd always go into these caves and be like, dude, this is awesome. I want to come back here over and over again. And that's the reason that I put it at number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Port of Zemlan Lighthouse, which is actually a broken lighthouse in Vol'dun. That's why I decided to put it at number 10, since it's not actually working. But it is still really cool. I didn't even know this lighthouse was here until I was flying around and I was like, dude, is that a lighthouse? And then I looked into the Port of Zemlan, which is a large, ruined Zandalari port town on the southwestern coast of Vol'dun, and it's a cursed place ruled over by Pirate King Zemlan and his crew of the Eternal Damned. In ages past, the port was attacked by the faithless Sethrak, and Pirate King Zemlan refused to allow Zandalari refugees onto his ships to escape the attack, and he ordered his crew to rally and defend the ports with their lives. However, when it became clear that the Sethrak were too many, Zemlan instead gathered his crew on the Golden Isle and conducted a ritual with 3 magical idols to curse his crew into undead skeletons, forcing them to serve him for eternity. So, he went a little far. But they had a really cool lighthouse. In fact, if you go inside, you can actually see there's like a ship, I don't want to say drawing, like a mosaic or a tile type thing. It's really cool. And I had no idea this was even in here. There's a troll just standing there guarding it, but it's awesome. And so really just for the aesthetic and the backstory of this lighthouse, I was like, you know what? This deserves to be on the list. So it goes at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Farshire Lighthouse, and the Farshire Lighthouse is north of Valiant's Keep in the southwestern part of the Borean Tundra. The lighthouse stands there to warn ships of treacherous rocks and icebergs that choke the harbor, which you can see right there behind it. But there's actually a few things that I really like about this lighthouse. One of them is how bright the beam is compared to some of the other lighthouses we're going to be taking a look at. And I love the aesthetic of this lighthouse. It's just very kind of cold, and obviously we're in a tundra, right? But it's funny, back in the day, I used to make fun of the Borean Tundra and be like, oh, it's the boring tundra, right? Oh, this place sucks. But after leveling through it again last year in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, I actually kind of enjoyed it. And maybe it's just because I've gotten older and I'm like more appreciative of these things. I don't know, my body feels like the Borean Tundra, man. Maybe that's what it is. I can relate to the Borean Tundra now more than I could back then. But overall, this lighthouse is really cool. A little bit outdated now, but it still holds up, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Stormwind Lighthouse, and the Stormwind Lighthouse is unique in that it's unique. It's one of the only lighthouses in the game that looks the way it does, and there's only a couple other lighthouses that can say that for themselves. It is a short distance from the mainland, northwest of the harbor itself, and it serves to guide the many ships into the harbor using its powerful light, which is perpetually shining, according to Wowpedia. But I actually think the Borean Tundra lighthouse light's a little bit stronger, I mean, comparatively. The lighthouse is one of the key features of the harbor, and it's visible from almost all areas of it, and it's sat empty for some time since the harbor's become much safer in recent years. However, a tombstone, supposedly that of a former keeper and whose inscription has faded over time, is present behind it. In truth, the bloodied crown of King Terranos Menethil is buried here, likely done so by the refugees of Lordaeron, or possibly Thoros Trollbane. So a little bit of fun lore for you there, but I mean, in terms of just, aesthetic lighthouses and everything, I mean, it's a cool lighthouse, right? Again, it's a very unique lighthouse. I almost kind of can see a face in the lighthouse made by the windows, almost like a little like smirking face guy. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm probably crazy, but I do think this is a cool lighthouse. This used to be probably the best lighthouse in the game back in the day, but now it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Tusk Isle Lighthouse, and the Tusk Isle is a small island in the Bay of Kings off the southern coast of Zandalar. The history is the Tusk Isle and the other ports in the Bay of Kings served as the ancient home of the Golden Fleet of Zandalar, one of the most powerful navies in Azeroth. At the outset of the war in Zandalar, part of the fleet was stationed at Tusk Isle, notably the flagship Resin's Claw. As part of a coup by Prophet Zul, the ships at Tusk Isle were taken over by mutineers aided by their Kautian Mogu allies. I did not say that correctly, probably. Zandalari, loyal to King Rastakhan, and members of the Horde quickly launched a campaign to reclaim the fleet in the Bay of Kings, and after cutting through Zul's followers on the island and dealing with a potent weapon on board Resin's Claw, they lit a blue signal flame on the Isle's watchtower to mark their victory. Now, here's the thing. They say it's a watchtower, but this is a lighthouse, okay? It made me go and look up what a lighthouse is, and a lighthouse is a tower or structure containing a beacon of light to warn or guide ships at sea, which it looks like that's what it's doing, right? Like it's just a big tower with a light on top of it. It doesn't matter if it's a flame or not. So to me, this is a lighthouse. Like it's a house structure, tower, and it's got a light on it. To me, it's a lighthouse, okay? And that's it. You know, this is a pointless series anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So that's why this is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Theramore Lighthouse, and I picked the Theramore Lighthouse because of how much lore and history is kind of behind it, because not only did Theramore get blown up, right, but we have Bab's Fizzletorque here, and this is one of the only places where you have a bunch of lighthouse quests. I mean, Bab Fizzletorque has the This Old Lighthouse quest, which is a reference to This Old House, and that same quest chain also takes you to Nat Pagle, and it has you fight a sea monster, so it's pretty cool. And Babs also appears at the fall of Theramore, cowering at the lighthouse, and it's likely she survived the attack on Theramore Isle as she was far enough away from the explosion. Something cool that I learned while researching a lot of this, even though it doesn't really pertain to the lighthouse in particular, is that this whole area was going to be used for a Southern Barons war front in Battle for Azeroth, where the Alliance would attack the Great Gate into Mulgore, but none of this was ever used, and the idea was scrapped for whatever reason, but I thought that was really cool. I'm glad that the Gate of Mulgore did not get attacked, though, personally, so that's why the Theramore Lighthouse is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Gale Watch Lighthouse, which is the Gilneas Lighthouse, and it is a lighthouse situated on a rocky island in the northern reaches of Gilneas. There are several smashed boats lying in the sand on its small beach and a long winding path lit with lanterns leading to its top. All of the doors are closed, and there appears to be no inhabitants or mobs in the area. Also, according to Wowpedia, there is no incentive to go here during the Worgen starting experience, so it's really just there for aesthetic purposes, and I kind of love that. I really love the lanterns, the bridges, the rails, the rocky hillside thing that the lighthouse is on, and then just the lighthouse itself. Like, this is a really cool lighthouse, and I'm not gonna lie, the fact that the Gale Watch Lighthouse is pretty much pointless outside of the fact that it's there for aesthetic purposes, I think is pretty cool. So that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Westfall Lighthouse, and I think this is one of the lighthouses a lot of people think of when they think of lighthouses. It sits just off the coast of the far southern edge of Westfall, and outside the lighthouse stands the ghostly Captain Grayson, who gives you a few quests that involve killing murlocs along the coast. And speaking of Captain Grayson, he's a human ghost pirate, and he was once a pirate captain of a ship until his life was ended by the perilous rocks of Westfall's coastline because the lighthouse was not lit that night. When his life was ended, he had no clue what the afterlife held for him. He traveled as a ghostly pirate captain to the lighthouse and watched, helpless, as Old Murk-Eye led an attack and scared the Keeper's family off. They returned and relit the flame, but Old Murk-Eye coerced the weaker-minded Murlocs to raid the lighthouse with him once again. The second time, the family was not so lucky, and before his eyes, they perished helplessly. With no one to keep watch on the flame, the responsibility has fallen upon him, and his afterlife plight is to see that no others follow his destiny. So that's actually pretty sad. Like, he's just here wanting no one else to get killed by the Murlocs, essentially. So, I mean, that's pretty deep lore compared to some of the other lighthouses where it's like, it's a lighthouse. It helps ships find where they're going, which isn't bad, but, you know, it's got a little more depth to it. So that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Aberdeen Lighthouse, and the Aberdeen Lighthouse is so high up here because it's one of the most unique lighthouses in the game. It's actually the only Night Elven lighthouse in the game, and it's pretty much just a unique Night Elf lighthouse, and it's not even in the game anymore after Cataclysm hit. So it's pretty cool to actually be able to go back to Classic WoW and see it now, because I never even knew this existed. And after, you know, looking around, I was like, dude, this really is the only lighthouse like it in the game. Apparently, Aberdeen has had a long history as a port. A long time ago, a ship commanded by the elf Allura crashed on the rocks near the lighthouse, losing her shipment of Elunite ore. And the Shade of Allura is actually in Classic WoW, and it's a night elf ghost located in the sea near Aberdeen, and once the captain of a ship, she's now cursed to roam the deeps and protect her shipment of ore at all time. But she too was removed in the Cataclysm. So apparently Deathwing just destroyed her ghost, I guess. Or maybe everything being destroyed helped her move on. I don't know. Either way, this is one of the most unique lighthouses in the game, and that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Tol Dagor, and Tol Dagor is a small prison island in Kul Tiras off the eastern coast of Tiragard Sound, and it's also a 5-man dungeon. It also has an amazing lighthouse. Like, look at this thing, dude. This is essentially just a lighthouse dungeon, which is why it's so cool. It's got cannons all over. It's just fortified, and then the actual light from the lighthouse itself is just like a sunbeam. Like, that thing is crazy. A fun fact about Tol Dagor is that much like Tol Barad, the name Tol Dagor is derived from the Quenya and Sindarin languages created by J.R.R. Tolkien for his Legendarium. Tol is Quenya and Sindarin for island, while Dagor is Sindarin for battle. Tol Dagor would thus mean the island of battle in Sindarin. Also, I probably said some of that wrong again, but you're probably used to that by now. But really cool stuff. And I mean, the main point here is that this lighthouse is actually insane. This is just like a stacked, fortified lighthouse, like easily one of the biggest, baddest lighthouses around. And that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Western Watch Lighthouse in Drustvar, and Western Watch is an island in Western Drustvar. This is the exact same lighthouse that we saw in Tol Dagor, but I think there's just something about a lighthouse being out on its own little island, surrounded by nature and water and like a bunch of little things going on that really makes me enjoy it compared to being like this big prison dungeon. Like, I don't know what it was, because I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna put Tol Dagor at number 1 because it's crazy. But then I was looking at both and I was like, you know what, I think I appreciate this lighthouse just a little bit more. It feels a little more naturey. It feels a little more like an actual lighthouse. Maybe it's because it's more pointless. I think that might just be it. Like, Tol Dagor has a lot of purpose and meaning to it, and this lighthouse is just, you know, it's not completely pointless. Like we mentioned, it's still a lighthouse. It's still directing the ships on where to go and giving them a light to see, but it's a really nice lighthouse. It's probably the best lighthouse we've had just in World of Warcraft. Like, the design of the lighthouse is amazing. The little island it's on is amazing. It's one of the reasons that I still really like BFA, for its music and its art. And obviously, you know, it didn't really have a lot of great gameplay mechanics and stuff like that, but I really did love the BFA art and music, and I think this lighthouse is a display of that. And so with all those things combined, that's why this lighthouse is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the ruins of Shandaral, which are the remnants of an ancient Kaldori city located in the eastern part of the Crystal Song Forest, which is probably part of the reason you may have never heard of this, because it's in the Crystal Song Forest. However, I never knew the Crystal Song Forest had some crazy lore. So the outpost of Shandaral was established during the height of the Kaldori Empire, and it was to be a repository of arcane relics and artifacts that the Highborn Elves collected. When the continent was shattered by the Great Sundering, the elves living there were isolated from the rest of the world. But around 6000 BDP, before the Dark Portal, the elves witnessed the blue dragons crystallize living things and draw power from them. A group of highborn sorcerers infiltrated the Nexus and learned the dragons' techniques, but they got greedy and stole some of the dragons' relics as well. This triggered magical wards, which sent the blue dragons into a frenzy. Though the elves managed to escape with their lives, they knew that the dragons would retaliate. When numerous blue dragons did retaliate by attacking Shandaral, the elven sorcerers fell back on dangerous extreme techniques they learned from the Nexus. They attempted to focus their power into the crystal focus they stole, hoping to crystallize a small portion of the forest and use its energies as a weapon to fight the dragons. Instead, an enormous explosion occurred, releasing a torrent of energy that crystallized the entire forest. The physical form of most every living creature in the region, except for the blue dragons who had sensed the impending spell work and left, was instantly shattered. Their spirits were warped by the spell and cursed to mindlessly wander the haunted land, which would become known as the Crystal Song Forest. So there you go. The Crystal Song Forest is really just a product of the elves getting greedy and trying to do a big weaponized science experiment that backfired. But the ruins are pretty cool, and that's why they're number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Riplash Ruins, and the Riplash Ruins are located in southern Borean tundra. There used to be a great night elven city here thousands of years ago, but all that's left now is a few islands with buildings half standing between wandering icebergs. The most intact building is a temple of Elune, but the goddess hasn't been there in quite some time. And at some point after the Great Sundering, the Riplash Naga took the ruins over and replaced her with a statue of Queen Azshara. The North Sea freebooter pirates also stole a bunch of Vrykul artifacts from their burial grounds in the area, and the Vrykul got so mad that they're just fighting everybody around. In fact, Murd and Bronzebeard said the entire area would be a treasure trove for Night Elf archaeology if it weren't for the Vrykul being here. And the lore is cool and all, but the main reason I put these ruins on the list is the fog that takes over your screen whenever you're questing here, you're in the area. I always love that, because you would walk into this area and all of a sudden your screen's just like, and all the fog's on the corners and the sides, and you're just like, dude, what is going on? This is crazy. And I don't think they did this too much in other zones or in the future, but I always remember it in this area, and it always just kind of stood out to me. So that's why the Riplash ruins are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj, and if you don't know, a little Wowpedia history for you. During the final hours of the War of the Shifting Sands, the combined forces of the Night Elves and 4 Dragonflights drove the battle to the very heart of the Qiraji Empire, to the fortress city of Ahn'Qiraj. The armies of Kalimdor encountered a concentration of Silithid war drones more massive than any they had encountered before. Ultimately, the Silithid and their Qiraji masters were not defeated, but merely imprisoned inside a magical barrier, and the war left the cursed city in ruins. So that's where we get the actual ruins of Ahn'Qiraj from, but I always love this part of Ahn'Qiraj, just all the steps kind of covered in sand, these big honeycomb doors, the giant blocks of stone and the floating blocks of stone. There's just so much cool architecture here that I just love this place, and I always think of it when I think of ruins. And I was like, well, it's got to be on the list, and it's got a pretty prominent history, so that's why the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj are number 8. 7. Number 7 are the ruins of Eldorath, and the ruins of Eldorath are in Azshara, and they're really the focal point of Azshara, actually, because there's not much here. And before the Great Sundering, Eldorath was a flourishing city and a mighty stronghold. Pandaren once gifted a chest to the Highborn, who kept it in Eldorath. 10,000 years later, it was found by Lili Stormstout. Some of the most powerful mages of the Highborn created runes and tablets citing rules of the arcane and insights into their findings. But now, it's a place that's been overrun and claimed by the Naga. But for me, I love Azshara as a zone in general. I always found it kind of mystical and creepy, how it's just like this autumn-esque, abandoned type of zone, but there's this big empty ruin area which is also kind of abandoned. Maybe that's why it feels abandoned, but I don't know. It's just, there's something about it I've always loved. And there's this Naga staring at the ceiling for some reason. Maybe he's admiring the ceiling, who knows. I also love some of the cool coral beach defenses they've got like sticking out of the ground. That's pretty cool, but there's a lot of history here. There's a lot of mystery here. And the ruins are pretty cool, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the ruins of Keltheril, and the ruins of Keltheril are the remnants of a great night elven city. Much like a lot of the ruins that we see, actually. I'd say that like almost a third of the ruins in the game are probably just great night elven cities at this point. But it was destroyed long ago during the Great Sundering and now lies in complete ruin, haunted by the tormented spirits of the Highborn who did not survive the disaster. The ruins lie on the edges of Lake Keltheril in central Winterspring. But the main reason I picked these ruins are just because I always remember going to Winterspring and I always remember stumbling across this place, and it just stands out in my mind. So this is more of like a personal pick for me, but I always just love Winterspring, and I finally get to put something from Winterspring in the list. I don't even know if there's many things in Pointless Top 10 that I've done from Winterspring, but I always just loved the frozen lake and all the ghosts kind of wandering around, and it's not the most intense, crazy of ruins, but I think it is a very unique set of ruins with the ice and the snow all over them. So that's why the ruins of Keltheril are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the ruins of Zul'Ajin, and Zul'Ajin is a ruined troll city in southern Vol'dun, and it was apparently ruined during the ancient battle between the Sethralis and Mithrax, the Sethralis being the snake people, and Mithrax being a Cathraxi warbringer. And the Loa Sethralis sacrificed herself to slay it and turn the region of Vol'dun into a desert in the process. So that's why Vol'dun is a desert. That's kind of cool. But what I love most about the ruins of Zul'Ajin is just the architecture. There's just so many cool panels. There's cool like mosaics. There's, tiles coming off the roof. There's Volparen playing dice, just gambling, I guess. I don't know. Actually, I just looked it up. Apparently, there's some Volparen that live in the ruins that just ransack treasures and stuff from the Sethrak, so that's probably who these Volparen are. But I think these ruins are great. I love the aesthetic, the style, just everything about them, and that's why they're number 5. 4. Number 4 are the ruins of Lordaeron, and the ruins of Lordaeron are all the remain of the city of Lordaeron, which I learned was actually bigger than Stormwind and had more people and land, which I'm sure it was like still pretty close. It's not like that much bigger, but it's still crazy to think about that this massive city with all these people was just wiped out, right? And then just the Scourge and everything. And of course, we had the Battle of Lordaeron and all this stuff. But it's wild to think that this used to be this big, vibrant, bustling city. And now it's just a ghost town. Quite literally a ghost town, I guess. Well, maybe more of like a ghoul or a zombie town. But going around here and just like looking at some of this old stuff and just thinking about how it would have used to look makes me actually want them to redo this whole thing and recreate Lordaeron, which I think maybe they would do one day. Maybe there'll be a day where people rewatch this video and they're like, dude, I can't believe they've actually done it. But there's just so many cool things like the main structure, the bell tower, which is obviously near the throne room where Arthas killed his father, and you can still hear it in the throne room and all that stuff. But I really would love to see Lordaeron redone. But until then, you can walk around the ruins, look at all the old structures, and just reimagine it in your head of what it used to look like. But there's plenty of cool stuff here, and that's why it's number 4. Number 3 are the ruins of Alterac, and the ruins of Alterac are what remains of the former Alterac city, located in Alterac Mountains. The city was the capital city of the Kingdom of Alterac until it was attacked and put under martial law by King Taranis Menethil for their treason and pact with the Old Horde. Following the fall of the kingdom, the ruins became home to the Crush Ridge ogres who disputed the territories for years with the Syndicate. And according to Wowpedia, Alterac City was less extensive than the capital cities of other human kingdoms, but it still had major points of interest like a palace, a church, a town hall, graveyards, watchtowers, farms. Like, they had a whole bunch of stuff. This was actually a pretty decent city. And obviously it is controlled by ogres now, but if you just go around and look, like, there's big castle walls, there's like a fortress, there's the town hall, like there's still a bunch of stuff. And if you look here and you kind of just use your imagination, you can kind of re-envision what this place might have looked like. And I think this would be another cool thing to have redone. You know, if they redid Lordaeron, they could redo Alterac City and kind of build this part of the world back up. That would be really cool, but I don't know if they'd ever do it. But if they did, I think it'd be neat. Having like an actual snow fortress city, I think that'd be awesome. I mean, look at those gates out front. Those look like they might be almost as big as the Stormwind gates. So I always remember questing here and being like, what is this place? There's like nothing here. But now learning a bit more about it and kind of walking around, it's like, you know what? This is actually pretty cool. It feels like you're walking through a bit of history. And that's why the ruins of Alterac are number 3. Number 2 are the Dunwald ruins located in the southwestern central part of the Twilight Highlands and are what remains of the Dunwald clan home. Or Dunwald, I think it's Dunwald, could be Dunwald, I don't know. Either way, I've been wanting to cover these homes for a while because there are these types of homes that are fully built in the Twilight Highlands, and I'll probably put them in a pointless top 10 at some point because they're very cozy. They remind me of Hobbit villages, not like Hobbit holes, but they're kind of like Hobbit cottages, I guess you could say. But I wanted to put these on the list for that reason, which is kind of weird because they're destroyed, but you can kind of get the vibe of the cottages from the wreckage here. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Twilight Highlands because it's a place that I never really quested. But whenever I think of the Twilight Highlands, these houses and villages are what I think about. I don't know why. Like, that's how cool the architecture is here. Like, I really do love the cottage core that they have happening in the Twilight Highlands. Like, whenever I think of it, I don't think of dragons. I don't think of, you know, the evil stuff here. I literally just think of these cottage homes. And really the only lore I found about this place was that the old bookkeeper of Dunwald's old storehouse sneaked sips between pages and hid a keg of alcohol in his basement. So they were apparently living it up here before the destruction. So that's why the Dunwald ruins are number 2. And number 1 are the ruins of Vazgir. And the ruins of Vazgir are the ancient highborn ruins of the once majestic city of Vazgir. Once a great highborn city housing some of the most revered night elves of Kalimdor, Vazgir was swallowed by the Great Sea in the Sundering and thought to be lost forever. Queen Azshara, formerly a beloved leader of the Highborn, escaped death in the depths of the sea when the Well of Eternity imploded. Such salvation came at a great cost, as the Queen and many of her fellow Highborn were forever transformed into the monstrous Naga, doomed to wander the seas for thousands of years. Their existence mostly remains a mystery to the people of modern Azeroth, though the Earthen Ring has learned of Azshara's Naga seizing Vazgir for an unknown purpose as the cries of the elements echo across Azeroth from the abyss. But I think you can see why I put this at number 1 on the list. Obviously, we've seen numerous Night Elf ruins throughout this video, but out of all the Night Elf ruins, these are the Night Elf ruins. Like, it feels like these are the most preserved from the actual olden days where the Night Night Elves had all these temples and cities and everything. And I remember seeing this underwater in Vazgir and being like, this place is whatever. But then I saw this and I was like, dude, this is amazing. Just swimming around and looking at some of the statues and the sculptures and the stair, like so many things. I was like, dude, it looks so cool. And even the way the moss and the undersea plants are growing on everything, I think it's just beautiful. And I think it's cool to see one of the biggest cities preserved the way it is. So that's why the ruins of Vazgir are number 1. 10. Number 10 is the giant dwarf statue at the entrance of Ironforge. And I always thought this was just some random dwarf statue that was like, hey, welcome to Ironforge. Here's a dwarf. And I was like, okay. But apparently, no, this is Modimus Anvilmar. I think that's how you say it, Modimus, M-O-D-I-M-U-S, Modimus Anvilmar, and he was the last High King of the United Dwarves of Ironforge prior to the War of the Three Hammers, and an immense statue of Modimus stands guard at the gates of Ironforge. So yeah, this is Modimus Anvilmar. It's actually a lot cooler when you realize, like, oh damn, this guy's like one of the most notorious dwarves of all time, and I just thought it was some random dude. Like, not even a random dude. I thought it was just some, like, generic dwarf. They were like, hey, you know what'd be cool? If you walk in the Ironforge, you see a big dwarf. And everyone was like, yeah, right? There's also the small village Anvilmar in Coldridge Valley, which is, probably named after him, I would imagine. But there's probably other things named after him. There's probably a server. There's probably a whole bunch of other stuff. But it's always fun to learn some little lore tidbits like that, you know what I mean? And then you get a new appreciation. And instead of walking in the Ironforge and being like, hey, there's a dwarf, I'll be like, yo, there's Modimus Anvilmar. And then I'll go about my day and probably completely forget about him. But now you know. And that's number 10. 9. Number 9 is the big eagle statue at Airy Peak. And I always thought the statue was really cool whenever I'd be at Airy Peak and you look up and it's just this giant stone eagle. And I'm like, dude, that actually looks pretty sick. Like, when I thought of the Pointless Top 10 Statues list, this was one of the things that I really wanted on the list, just because I always remember seeing it dating back all the way to Classic WoW. And, reading more about it, it's actually really interesting. So Airy Peak is the capital of the Wildhammer clan, which, we just talked about dwarves. And it's located in the Hinterlands, which originally was going to be named Airy Peaks, but then they changed it to be the Hinterlands, and then Airy Peak became the capital. And so Airy Peak is the home of the Hinterlands Wildhammer dwarves. They broke off from the rest of the dwarven society after the War of the Three Hammers, and following the defeat of Tharazon, the Wildhammers returned home to Grim Batal. A bunch of stuff happened, and essentially, because of the horrific underground battles, the Wildhammers were forced to fight against the dwarves, the Dark Iron Dwarves. The Wildhammers chose to build most of their dwellings above ground instead of burrowing into the mountains as a typical dwarven design. So, and that's another reason they have a bunch of griffins, and they're flying around with griffins and eagles and all that stuff. So, I just thought that was actually pretty sick lore. The fact that, they were so tired of fighting underground, and they have, like, all this post-traumatic stress from fighting underground against the Dark Iron Dwarves, and they're like, dude, let's just build our capital on top of the mountain. And they're like, yeah. Right? And then they just fly around on, griffins, and they got the eagles and everything. It's just awesome. I love it. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that until I was researching all that for Pointless Top 10. So look at that. On top of this being one of my favorite places to see throughout the years of World of Warcraft, it's actually got some pretty cool lore. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is this broken dragon statue in Wintergrasp, and there's really no lore or story behind this statue. I looked for some, but I couldn't really find anything. But it's one of those statues that I see in the game and I feel like is really underappreciated, because I never even really knew about this statue, and somebody mentioned it and I went to look at it and I was like, yo, this is actually a really cool statue, like a big dragon statue. And I feel like people that are in Wintergrasp, you're just kind of, AFKing, fighting at the gates of Wintergrasp, or fighting for vehicles, doing all this stuff, and you don't take the time to just look up and be like, dude, there's a big-ass broken dragon statue over there. You know what I mean? Especially now we're in the current expansion. We're in his dragon flight. So I was like, you know what? This is probably a great time to show off this dragon statue. Plus, Wintergrasp was always one of my favorite things to do. I played some in Classic Wrath, but it wasn't the same as when you actually did it back in the day, and it was like a big open zone, and there, but that's whatever. I mean, either way, I wanted to shout this statue out, give it some love. And there's really nothing else to it. I think it's just pretty cool. 7. Number 7 are the big flying cat statues in Uldum. And I wanted to pick a statue in Uldum because Uldum has so many statues in it. Like, you could probably just do an entire pointless top 10 of Uldum statues, to be honest. But I thought these were probably the coolest. I really love the flame that they're holding. And both these big winged cat creatures. I think they're Sphinx. I don't even know, but you know, they're just standing up there over the mountains, kind of overlooking the entire zone. And I just thought it was pretty neat, pretty sick. I was going to say sick again, but I feel like I've been saying sick this entire time. Like, oh, that's pretty sick. I don't know. I just think they're cool. That's really it. I tried to look up some lore on them, but the only thing I found was somebody just saying this place has more statues than Stormwind. So that's how you know. There's a lot of statues here, which, by the way, I was going to include Stormwind in this list, but I just made pointless top 10 bridges, and I put a bunch of statues from Stormwind on the bridges in that video, and I was like, well, I want to do another thing where I'm just doing a bunch of statues in Stormwind. So listen, pointless top 10, it's always going to have things that people say that I left out that are like, Crendor, you missed out this statue. You missed that statue. How could you forget about this statue? All right, calm down. You can make your own top 10 list, okay? And then there you go. But as for me, these are on it. And they're number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Statue of Liberty, which is located in the Loch Modan dig site area with a bunch of trogs all around. This is actually an old Easter egg that everybody always comes across, and they're like, dude, I found the Statue of Liberty. I've seen it, like, all over. Whenever I would search for Statue of Liberty, which was literally, you know, this past week, because I was trying to find information on it, there's a whole bunch of threads being like, dude, the Statue of Liberty. And this is actually a reference to Planet of the Apes, where they come across a Statue of Liberty, and he's like, oh my god, it's Earth. Which I always just think of the Simpsons episode with Dr. Zaius and Dr. Zaius. So anyway, this is actually one of the Statue of Liberties. There used to be another big Statue of Liberty way back in, I think, the beta of World of Warcraft, or, you know, before it came out. And it was like a big Statue of Liberty in the ocean in Stranglethorn, and then I guess they removed that. So either way, I thought this was a cool statue. You know, it's a little bit of an Easter egg type thing, and I was like, hey, that should be on the list. So I put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Ravencrest Monument in Azshara, and this one was recommended by a lot of people. They're like, you gotta do the Ravencrest Monument, so I did. And it's got some interesting lore behind it, so I'm going to read you a bit about it from Wowpedia, and then the speculation behind it. So, the Ravencrest Monument marks the remains of a huge statue in Azshara, referred to by Torg Tookrush as an ancient night elven colossus, located southeast of the ruins of Eldorath. What is left of the time-worn statue rests atop the cliffs on the tip of Azshara's southern point, overlooking the Great Sea. The Ravencrest Monument cannot be accessed by the sea, and only the broken off legs still stand, with various other parts scattered on the ground around them. Presumably the rest has become buried or sunk beneath the sea below. So that's the Ravencrest Monument, right? It's just this broken statue. It's scattered all around, but people are like, well, who is this, right? Is this some notable night elf? Is this actually Ravencrest? Like, who is this? So a common theory is that the monument was raised in honor of Lord Kurtalos Ravencrest, who led the mortal forces after the fall of Zin Ashari, Suramar, and countless other cities against the Burning Legion during the War of the Ancients. However, the remains of the statue appear to depict a female night elf, though it may be simply due to model recycling, and based on its proximity to Eldorath, a city which predates the War of the Ancients and was destroyed during the Great Sundering, it is quite possible that the monument also predates the war and was raised in honor of some other notable night elf named Ravencrest. The monument's out-of-the-way location and state of despair also intimate that the subject is not Kurtalos. Is that a word? Intimate? It just says intimate. Intimate? Whatever. Ultimately, there's simply not enough information to confirm the Ravencrest Monument refers to Kurtalos Ravencrest. So this is actually really cool, because it's like nobody even knows who this is. It's just this big statue in Azshara, and people are like, I think it's of this person, but we actually don't know. And I think I always really enjoy that about games, like just some hidden mystery that nobody really knows. And that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the statue of Lu Lang, and there's actually 2 statues of Lu Lang. One is like this crazy wooden tree statue, which, you know, everybody always thinks statues got to be built out of stone, but I mean, you could have a tree statue. What's wrong with that? And then the other one is this stone statue by the Turtle Beach, and there's a bunch of turtles all around it. There's actually some interesting lore behind Lu Lang. So Lu Lang was just this really well-known Pandaren scholar and explorer, and he was the first of his people to leave Pandaria in the years following the Sundering. So he was filled with a sense of wanderlust, and apparently the Chinese word for wandering is Lu Lang. Explains why they named him that. And he sought to travel beyond the mists and still be able to return. He realized that sea turtles always returned to shore where they were first born, and thus he traveled to Turtle Beach in the Krasarong Wilds on the Pandarian southern coast, where he befriended the sea turtle that he named Shenzin Su, after the merchant Shenzin. So that explains why the statue of him with the turtles is by all the turtles on the Turtle Beach, because that's where he traveled to, right? The turtle carried Lu Lang beyond the mist to the world he knew waited beyond. The common thought of the time was that only Pandaria had not been destroyed in the Sundering, and so Lu Lang was considered to be damaged in the head for thinking otherwise. This guy's crazy. This was proven to be incorrect when Lu Lang returned on Shenzin Su 5 years later, bringing with him tales of mysterious lands. And so overall, Lu Lang, you know, one of the first real big Pandaren explorers that went out and was like, yo guys, there's like orcs and trolls and stuff out there. You should go see it. And they're like, oh, okay. And, you know, they did. And that's why these statues are number 4. 3. And number 3 is the Gennaro's Point statue. That's right, number 3. I bet everybody watching this was like, oh, Crendor's gonna put the old Gennaro's Point statue at number 1, because it's the thing you see at every Pointless top 10, and it's the statue he flies by. It only makes sense that in a statue list it would be number 1, which is why you're wrong. So this statue is on Gennaro's Point, which is named after Rio de Janeiro, because it is a statue in reference to the Christ the Redeemer statue. But it's a goblin, as you might expect at Booty Bay. And I mean, listen, it's a fantastic statue. It's why I love showing it off all the time. It's always one of the staples of the things you think about when you think of Booty Bay. You know, it's a classic for World of Warcraft. And so it had to be up here on the list. But I wanted to take the time to talk a bit about Pointless Top 10 while we have this statue here, because I realized a few Pointless Top 10s ago, I was like, guys, everybody keeps saying the things on the list aren't pointless. And I was like, well, yeah, that's because the list itself is pointless. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, right? Like we're making pointless lists about things. That's why this is Pointless Top 10. But then I realized while I was listening to a Pointless Top 10 that in the intro, I say a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. And I was like, wait, hold on a second. In the intro, I say we're making lists out of pointless things. But nowadays, I say that the list is the pointless thing and the things aren't pointless. So I'm like, which one is it? And that's where it leaves us right now. Which one is it? And I'm going to give you a proper answer right here, okay? Pointless Top 10 is like a piece of art. It's up for interpretation by the viewer. Maybe you think the list is pointless. Maybe you think the things on the list are pointless. Maybe you think none of it's pointless. But in an essence, that is in itself pointless. And I don't know what I'm talking about. So that's number 3. 2. Number 2 is a bit of an unconventional one, but it is the Utgard Pinnacle. Specifically, not a statue of the Utgard Pinnacle, but when you walk into the instance, there's this big treasure room, and there's a bunch of gold and stuff all over, but there's statues all over. And the only reason I know about this is because I've farmed this place so many times trying to get the blue proto drake, which I still haven't. I'm on attempt like 130. All right. And there's actually some really cool statues in here. There's the Ravencrest Monument, which is on this list. I don't know if this is like a miniature version of the real one or a fake one, or I don't know how they got it. There's a statue of what I think is Queen Ajara. There's a statue of like Sylvanas, or a blood elf hunter, or maybe her sister, something like that. There's a Scarlet Monastery guy, or like a priest. I thought he was a pirate at first, I'm not gonna lie. There's a Stranglethorn statue head, like probably by Zul'Gurub. There's a centaur guy that I have no idea who he is. He's just some centaur statue. And then there's some human knight guy with like a chalice or something on his chest. I have no idea who that is either. So if you know who any of these ones that I don't know Did I even say that correctly? If you know any of these that I don't, put it in the comments section. Be like, oh, that's Uther's brother, Guther. It is I, Guther. And he's like the lesser known brother, and he's, you know, he got a statue made after himself because he got really jealous of Uther, and he's like, this is my statue, and they're like, nobody cares, and then somebody found it, and they're like, is that Uther? And they're like, yeah, throw it in the treasure room with the others, and then that's Guther. Guther's statue, everybody. That's number 2. 1! And number 1 are the Dark Portal statues, and after really thinking about it, I was like, you know what? These statues have to be number 1, because there's just so much mystery, so much lore, so much just nostalgia behind these statues. Like when you booted up World of Warcraft for the first time, all the way back in like 2004, 2005, these were the statues you saw on the login screen, right? Like, boom, there they were. I mean, these were here in Warcraft 3. The Dark Portal did have the hooded statues, but in Warcraft 2, apparently they did not have the statues. And even if you do the opening the Dark Portal dungeon, there are no statues there. So that's really interesting that they used to not have them, but then they added them in, and everyone's like, well, then who put them there? Who added them in? So a lot of people said, you know, they're Medivh. They're probably an apparition of Medivh that appeared to Gul'dan and instructed him how to build the portal. But then, you know, why is there so many of them, right? And apparently they're also located all over. Like, people have seen them in the Black Temple. They're at the Altar of Storms. You know, you see them all. I mean, there's one at the entrance of the Caverns of Time, which I always thought was really funny. You walk in and it's like, boom, there's one of them. People have said maybe they're just warlocks, right? That's a theory. Somebody else had the theory that they're Gen 1 Death Knights. Like, there's really just a lot of mystery behind it. And, you know, leave your comments down below. What do you think they are? Because I've looked all over and, you know, I read all these theories, but, like, it really just boils down to, I think, nobody knows. And, again, I think that's really cool. You know, kind of like the Ravencrest Monument. It's just something in the game that's there. We know it's there. We've seen it all over. And yet, we really just don't know. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the World's End Tavern in Shattrath, and this is a possible reference to the actual World's End Tavern in North London and Camden. And according to their website, Charles Dickens ate there, so that's pretty crazy. But the World of Warcraft version doesn't have Charles Dickens. It has Harris Pilton, and I'm sure if you've been to the World's End Tavern or even just played Burning Crusade at some point, you've probably gone here and been like, whoa, it's Harris Pilton, right? It also has a high elf woman named Zephyr, and if you talk to her and you're revered with the Keepers of Time, you can transport to the Caverns of Time, which I never actually knew, but that's probably because I'm not revered with the Keepers of Time, so it checks out. Then the Elite Tauren Chieftain will play there every 4 hours on the hour, and Perry Gatner also does stand-up comedy here every day, and he does some really terrible jokes, such as, how many kobolds does it take to change a lantern wick? You know, take candle. What's the deal with kobold candles? But in terms of the actual tavern aesthetic, it's nothing too crazy. It's got some generic tables and rugs. It's got a stage. It's got some bear rugs and kegs. And so I was like, you know, it's okay. And that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Laughing Crane, which is a local tavern on the Wandering Isle in Mists of Pandaria. And one interesting fact about this tavern is that although it has an innkeeper, the player does not accumulate rest while inside, unlike most inns, which is pretty crazy. Like, you would think you'd get rest XP for being here. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it's a new player area. But at the same time, Razor Hill and those places have inns you could get rest at. So I have no idea. But either way, if you talk to the innkeeper, she says, ever since my husband came back, we've been really able to expand the place. We've even put in a brewery upstairs staffed by some of the most nice monks from the temple. So I was like, yo, this place is cool. It's a tavern and a brewery. And I guess it would also be an inn. I think you can stay here. Because a tavern is a place where you go to drink, but an inn is a place where you go to drink and spend the night. So technically, all inns are taverns, but not all taverns are inns. This is just like Turtle and Tortoise. But I really love the aesthetic of this place. It's very cozy. It has a bunch of lanterns and kegs. They got grills. They have these big tables with like a rice cooker in the middle, or I don't know if they're cooking soup. It's bubbling over, whatever it's doing. It's just a very cozy environment. And my only complaint would be it feels a little too spacious at times. Like there's just lots of empty areas that feels like it should have tables or just something there. So that was the only downside, but overall it's pretty cool, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Thunder Brew Distillery in Keranos, and it's probably one of the most well-known taverns in World of Warcraft, but it also has some of the craziest background story for the owners of it in World of Warcraft. So Grimboo's Thunder Brew used to be the owner or part owner, and when you talk to Ragnar Thunder Brew in Classic WoW, he says, "Welcome to the Thunder Brew Distillery, founded by dear old Pappy Archelaus Thunder Brew. I've been keeping the place running ever since my older brother Grimboo's disappeared in a drunken haze a few harvests ago." And it turns out he is in Westfall, and there's a big quest where you help him make beer in Westfall. And then in Wrath of the Lich King, he actually goes to join Hemet Nesingwary in Sholazar, where he tries to craft his Jungle Punch, which is the Kungaloosh that you help him craft in Sholazar. But then, at Brewfest, in Battle for Azeroth, Ragnar participates in the tapping of the keg alongside Maiev Barley Brew. During their speech, Ragnar claimed that his father, Grimbooz, founded Brewfest. So at some point, they must have retconned Grimbooz to be the father of Ragnar, and now they used to be brothers, but now it's his father, so it's weird. I don't know, but either way, the actual tavern itself is fantastic. I know I just ranted about the owners for like a minute, but who cares? This is a pointless top 10, all right? You know what you were getting into. They got the barrel vases, they got the food on the table, they got the animal heads on the wall, they got the stone fireplaces. It's just a very rustic and cozy environment, and I really love that about this tavern, right? Everything's kind of compact and stone, and there's the snow outside, which I think really amplifies everything, knowing it's like snowy and cold outside. And then you go in and it's just a nice warm fire and the ale and just everybody, you know, standing around having a good time. It's great. And so that's why the Thunder Brew Distillery is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Deepwater Tavern at Menethil Harbor in the Wetlands. And the reason I picked this one is because it's a standard human tavern, which I wanted to put on the list, but it's a bit more unique, I guess, because it's actually flooded everywhere. So during the flooding of Menethil Harbor during the shattering, the tavern was barely saved due to being on slightly higher ground than the surrounding area and being protected at the front by a wall of sandbags. Since the disaster, the tavern appears to function as normal, with the sandbags being used as a bench by locals and riding rams and stable master outside, seeming tolerant of the water. But I think my favorite interaction is happening outside, which is these two dwarves, and they say, "Flood's not so bad. Not as bad as the ones we've had in Ironforge." "Aye, you mean the one you caused? You watch your tongue, you blootered chuff." "That was an honest mistake. You put a floodgate on a channel from the inside and trapped yourself. An honest mistake. And then you tunneled from the channel straight into a dining hall. We were finding carp behind the furniture for weeks. Well, at least the ale was safe." And I didn't even know this, but apparently this is a reference to Dwarf Fortress. I haven't really played much Dwarf Fortress, but I know a lot of people have, so there you go. But aside from all that, I do love the inn. Obviously, it's a very human-style inn, just like in Goldshire. I think a lot of people are probably like, the Goldshire Tavern, but I wanted to go a little bit off the grid. That's what I do with Pointless Top 10. I get a little crazy, a little wacky, like this rat. He's not in Pointless Top 10 rats, but he could have been. He's a great rat. But I love the kegs, the fireplace, you know, just the homey aesthetic of the human inn. And that's why the Deepwater Tavern is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Salty Sailor Tavern in Booty Bay. And to me, this is one of the most unique types of taverns because it's literally a boat tavern, right? I mean, if you go up top to Baron Revelgaz and Fleetmaster Seahorn, they're literally standing on the bow of a ship. It is the bow of a ship, right? The front of it, I think it is. But it's a really cool tavern, and it gives me nostalgia a bit, because I always think of coming here with Booty Bay. Like, this is one of the first things I think of when I think of Booty Bay is this tavern, because even if you don't want to go to the tavern, you do kind of have to go through it to get to the upper parts of Booty Bay and, you know, get a bunch of quests here. So this kind of is the heart of the city. I think it's always really cool that you have to like climb up the ship, and then there's like the pirate bridge on the inside you have to run along, which I always thought was a cool thing. There's the innkeeper that can like barely see over the counter, and if you talk to him, he says, "Hey, come in. Just don't sit too close to the stove. It hasn't exploded yet today, but just to be safe, I think you should sit elsewhere." But honestly, it kind of gives me Rainforest Cafe vibes. You know what I mean? It's like a themed tavern type thing. And so, you know, there's not a whole lot going on in terms of like people drinking or hanging out. It's just a lot of like pirate guys standing around. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's just a cool design for a tavern. There are cockroaches upstairs, but you know, what do you expect in Booty Bay, right? So that's why the Salty Sailor Tavern is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Drunken Drummer, which is a tavern located in Dazara Lore. And this is actually a really cool tavern I didn't really know about. It's a tavern that just has a bunch of drums, and you can actually go up to them, you can bang the drums. So I guess here you just get drunk and bang on the drums. But they got, you know, a bunch of different types of drums. They got orcs, and they got even a goblin drum. There's Bilgewater Speculator here, and he's just like, hey, they even got one of our drums. Who says goblins ain't got no culture? They got some weird looking jar. I don't know what that thing is. There's this troll guy who's like hiding in the trees. There's like some other trolls that are just having some drinks out by a table outside. I think what I love most about this tavern is just how unconventional it is, right? When you think tavern, you're like, all right, there's some people sitting around drinking, whatever. But like, everyone's just drumming. They're just getting drunk and drumming. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. There's really nothing else about it. There's no like crazy lore or anything, but that's good enough for me to put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Hops, Line, and Sinker Brewery, which is a tavern located in northern Borealis. One thing that I learned from researching all this is there are about 30 taverns in Borealis. There's no shortage of places to drink in Borealis, I'll tell you that much. But the reason I picked this one is I felt like it was the best of all the taverns, clearly. I didn't even mention that the actual name, Hops, Line, and Sinker, is just a funny play on words. It's supposed to be like hook, line, and sinker, but they're saying hops like beer, you get it? Ha ha! But out of all those taverns, this one felt like it had the most going on. You had the bards singing by the fire, you have people drinking at the bar, you got people taking kegs and drinks all over the place. They actually have an outside area, so there's an outside bar, which is fantastic. There's the fish on the wall, you got the people playing Hearthstone. It's just, this place feels like an actual restaurant, you know what I mean? And I love that. And as I've been saying this entire video, it's very cozy. So that is why the Hops, Line, and Sinker is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Grim Guzzler, and I felt like I had to put the Grim Guzzler on the list because not only is it the place you go to during Brewfest, but it's just a giant tavern that's one of the oldest taverns in the game at this point. The Grim Guzzler is located deep inside Blackrock Depths, and it's part of the Shadowforge city, lying just beyond the manufactory and before the Chamber of Enchantment. The tavern is a large 2-level area filled with mostly inebriated patrons. These patrons should remain neutral to adventurers unless they get aggravated. Much like real life. Something I actually learned from reading about the Grim Guzzler is that there was supposed to be a Shadowforge mole machine and the Grim Guzzler invasion in the Zaralek Cavern, but I guess that never happened, so that kind of sucks. That would have been really cool. But I mean, overall, I think the Grim Guzzler is probably one of the most notorious taverns in all of Azeroth, and now I actually use the term notorious right because I realized that in previous Pointless Top 10s, I've been using it wrong all along. I've been trying to call things notorious when actually I should have been using more words like infamous or prominent, which I think I did a couple times, but still, I'm learning grammar thanks to this YouTube series. And that's why the Grim Guzzler is number 3. 2. Number 2 is Torga's Tavern, and Torga's Tavern's an underwater tavern located northeast of Torga's Rest in Nazmir. And up above the tavern, you got these little floating lights and all the seaweed and stuff and the kelp, and then down below, you have the actual tavern. And there's actually quite a few underwater taverns in Battle for Azeroth, but after looking through all of them, I thought this was probably my favorite one. I mean, I love the sand shell servers. They're these sea turtles that just float around carrying people's drinks on their backs. There's a siren named Cyrene located in the Torga Tavern, and she's just performing her siren song, and it is something, all right. I'd suggest going and listening to it. But I think what I love most about this tavern is just how much flavor and character it has, right? Like, I think even a lot of the other underwater taverns I went to, I was like, you know, these are cool, but some were a little too small, some were a little too big, some were weird. I felt like Torga's Tavern really had the best overall vibe and atmosphere and the right size to it. And so that's why I put Torga's Tavern at number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Speed Barge Bar. And the Speed Barge Bar is where the old Thousand Needles Raceway used to be. And now it's just a bunch of goblins and gnomes getting drunk. The bartender is Daisy, and she used to be the race girl to like wave the flag when the gnomes and goblins were racing each other. And her name is actually likely a pun to Daisy Dukes, because she's also wearing Daisy Dukes. The chairs here can actually not be used by players nor by the NPCs. The latter are standing on them rather than sitting. And players can actually buy a bottle of grog from the innkeeper and use it to start a bar fight. But pretty much after I did all my research on all the taverns, I felt like this was the most pointless top 10 #1 choice I could have made. Like, there's just chaos going on with the gnomes and goblins. There's weird fish sandwiches and weird electronic grills. Some of the gnomes are running at like super speed. Like, what are they doing? The guy's going like 800 miles an hour. He must have harnessed the old Tarn planes running ability. It's just, this place is just true chaos, and I love it. And it's just in the middle of nowhere. I feel like a lot of people forgot that this place even exists. You know what I mean? And so that's why the Speed Barge Bar is #1. 10. Number 10 is the Temple of Akunda, and the Temple of Akunda is in Vol'dun. It's this really cool thunder lizard temple. It's got a bunch of lightning all over. It's got really cool thunder lizard statues and monuments. It's really cool. So that's not the only reason I picked it. It actually has some really cool lore behind it as well. The temple welcomes Zandalari exiles who seek sanctuary from the dangers of Vol'dun, and through a sacred ritual, Akunda enters the minds of his followers and removes the memories that causes them pain. His followers then all rename themselves Akunda and start a new life at the temple. Northwest of the temple lies the Eternal Spring, ensuring that his followers never know thirst. Red Rock Mesa stretches north of the temple towards the Valley of Sorrows, where Akunda stores the unwanted, painful memories he takes from his followers. But this is where it starts getting crazy. So you and a bunch of NPCs travel to the temple in search of Warguard Rakera. You may have done this if you did the BFA questline, and you may have not even known what was going on, because I know I didn't. And then you arrive there, and Akunda the Exalted greets you, and he gives you a bunch of tasks and allows you to enter the temple proper. Once inside, you discover Rakera, but find that she's lost all of her memories. Akunda the Sensible reveals that Akunda followers have started losing not only their painful memories, but all their memories, and send you to go investigate it in the Valley of Sorrows. And it turns out Akunda the Exalted poisoned the Eternal Spring, stole Akunda's memories, and used Loa's power to wipe the minds of the followers. But with the help of Akunda powers of the storm, the adventurers kill Akunda the Exiled, freeing Loa and allowing them to restore the memories of his followers. And after all this, all of the Akunda followers abandon the Akunda name and return to their true names. So, kind of a wacky, wild story. I mean, if you want to go play that questline again, you should go check it out. But that's why the Temple of Akunda is number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Temple of the White Tiger, and the Temple of the White Tiger is an ancient training ground protected by an elite force of martial priests along with the spirit of the White Tiger itself. And whenever I see the Temple of the White Tiger, it really just reminds me of Pandaria. This was just one of those standout buildings, right? Like wherever you go, if you go to all the zones, I just remember being in Kunlai Summit and always seeing this temple because it was just high up in the mountains. It had really cool architecture, like you walk around and you can go up the little path to get to the temple, and it just stood out. And of course, being the Temple of the White Tiger, there is Shuan, which I don't think I said that right, but that was my best shot at it. The White Tiger is one of the 4 wild gods known as the August Celestials who dwell in Pandaria. Zhuan watches over the Kunlai Summit from the Temple of the White Tiger and is sometimes referred to as the Northern Celestial. And in the original 4 symbols of Chinese mythology, which the August Celestials are based on, the White Tiger is in the west, not the north. So there's some fun facts about all that, and that's why the Temple of the White Tiger is number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Temple of Zin Malor, which was a once prominent Night Elven temple to worship their goddess Elune, and it actually has a very similar structure to the Temple of the Moon in Darnassus. The temple is currently occupied by the Spitelash tribe of Naga, one of which is this guy who is just standing a little awkwardly. You know, it's not the most conventional standing style, but you know what? He's doing his thing, he's having a good time, I'm not going to judge. And the Crystal of Zin Malor once rested here, but it was stolen by the inhabitants of Keltheral in Winterspring. One of my favorite parts about the Temple of Zin Malor lore, though, comes from Wowpedia, and it says, the temple has at least one underground royal vault, which contains a chest of Pandaren design, the last gift the Pandaren gave the Highborn before cutting ties with the Night Elves. The Pandaren said it contained all the arcane magic the Highborn would ever need, but was in fact completely empty. The gift was actually a message of advice and wisdom to the Highborn that they did not actually need arcane magic at all. I just imagine some elf opening this up and being like, dude, where's the arcane magic? And they're like, the arcane magic is inside of you. It's the friends we made along the way. And he's just like, yeah, but really, like, where is it? I want my magic. Either way, that's the Temple of Zin Malor. It looks pretty cool, and it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Temple of the Red Crane, and the Temple of the Red Crane is home of the August Celestial Chi-Ji, the celestial embodiment of hope, located in south-central Krasarong Wilds. And this is one of those places that I think is a really underrated, not even just temple, but just aesthetically pleasing building, right? Like, the structures in here, phenomenal. The artwork's insane. I love the banners, the ivy on the walls, the statues, just everything about this place. Every time I would pass it, I wanted to put it in some list, and now I finally get to do that. And I'm just glad, because I think this is a temple that needs some love, you know? It's hidden away in the Krasarong Wilds. Not many people go to the Krasarong Wilds that often. Not many people go to the Temple of the Red Crane that often, unless you're questing there, which, you know, probably not doing that often either. So it's just a phenomenal temple. I really love it. You know, there is the crane in the middle, but don't worry, he's not dead. You and Anduin, I believe, heal him up later, and then he's fine. But overall, I mean, I just really love this temple's architecture and everything, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Temple of Elune, and the Temple of Elune, according to Wowpedia, is located in Val'sharah and inhabited by the Sisterhood of Elune and the Druids of the Moon. That rhymes. The Gardens of the Moon, where the Tear of Elune was kept, extends out past the temple stairs. When Satyr and the Burning Legion attacked the temple, Celestine of the Harvest arrived to aid its priest. 2 major roads branch off of it, one leading to Blackrock Hold and another leading to Suramar, and the other Temple of Elune, now known as the Tomb of Sargeras. The Suramar road quickly splits into another road that leads into Azuna, and according to Lyanus Moonfall, the Burning Legion previously wanted to destroy the temple, indicating that it existed during the War of the Ancients. So this really is a temple with a lot of history to it, and it is just a really cool temple overall. It's got some lily pads and little moon wells. It's got ivy growing up on the pillars. It's just a very nice, aesthetically pleasing temple. And obviously, as you know, throughout Pointless Top 10, I always point out aesthetically pleasing things. But I really do enjoy, you know, finding the little details and cool architecture and, you know, just statues. A lot of cool statues here as well. I especially like this statue where the elf is pouring the water out of the jug. I just think that's cool. And, you know, you got little like wisp stars flying around. It's a very nice place to be. Very relaxing, very calming, unless it's getting attacked by the Legion. And that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Temple of Atal Hakar, or as some people know it, the Sunken Temple. According to Wowpedia, it's actually got some interesting history I didn't know about. So over 1,000 years ago, the powerful Gurubashi Empire was torn apart by a massive civil war. An influential group of troll priests known as the Atalai attempted to bring back the ancient blood god named Hakar. Though the priests were defeated and ultimately exiled, the great troll empire buckled in upon itself. The exiled priests fled far to the north into the Swamp of Sorrows. There they erected a great temple to Hakar where they could prepare for his arrival into the physical world. The dragon aspect Ysera learned of the Atalai's plans and smashed the temple beneath the marshes, which I would like to see happen. That sounds pretty insane. However, this actually helped the Atalai by ensuring their efforts to summon Hakar went undisturbed. So that's the lore behind the Sunken Temple, and I've never really liked the Sunken Temple because I have bad memories of running it and it just being boring and a bunch of trash mobs, but like going back and looking through it, it's actually not that bad. Like it's got some cool architecture, especially because this is from classic WoW. So we're talking like 20 years ago, right? And I mean, it's just got cool wall art, cool statues, got skulls and vines and a whole bunch of cool aesthetical things all around. It's pretty neat. And that's why I put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Temple of the Moon in Darnassus, and according to Wowpedia, it's got some really cool history. So the Temple of the Moon was built around the same time as the rest of Darnassus when the Night Elves first made their home on Teldrassil. Much of the temple itself was crafted from stone brought from the mainland and transported by magical means. It would become the headquarters of the Sisterhood of Elune and the de facto capital building of Darnassus as the residence of High Priestess Tyrande Whisperwind, the legendary Kaldorei leader. And some cool little facts about it: the waters of the temple are known to be blessed, being described as the water of Elune herself. Some Horde scouts describe the temple as the most beautiful building in the city, although I thought they were going to say the most beautiful building they've ever seen, but, you know, it's still good praise, right? And the iconic statue at the center of the temple depicts Hadeen, the first High Priestess of the Moon. Before the Stormrage novel made this clarification, many players thought this was actually Elune herself. I actually talk about this a bit more in Pointless Top 10 Fountains, which you could go watch. I'll put it in the cards above if you haven't seen that. I really love the Temple of the Moon. I think it has a really nice vibe to it. You know, you have this kind of magical garden. You have the water coming down that looks very pristine and majestic. And you know, this really is the heart of Darnassus. However, I will say a close second is that tree that sits in the middle that's part of the bank. I think that's a pretty good landmark as well. But overall, I think the Temple of the Moon's really cool. It's got some good lore to it, and that's why it's number 4. Number 3 is the Netherlight Temple, which is actually the Priest Order Hall. And I didn't even think of this one as a temple until I was researching everything. The temple is said to be hidden deep within the Twisting Nether, deep in Legion territory, and the Legion have been looking for it for ages, but were never able to find it until recently. The Netherlight was originally a prison built by the Draenei during their exile in order to contain and study the void god known as Soraka the Light Eater. It was also built as a place to commune with the Naru, ponder the nature of the Twisting Nether, and conduct research into the void. But the main reason I put it here on the list is I think it's a really beautiful temple. The stained glass windows up there, it's got all these different purples and blues and you know, bright yellows and everything. It's got all the different priests walking around, so it is very temple-esque. You have the actual Naru thingies floating around. I already forgot what those are called. But I really just love a lot of the stuff in here. It's a really big temple. I especially like the void area where there's all the different candles and you see like there's just, you know, hundreds and thousands of candles all over. It looks really cool. And I really like the way the sunbeam or the sun shaft or whatever is like shining through the ceiling, even though I don't know how that's even happening because we're in the void or whatever. But I guess, you know, it's the light, right? So maybe the light is doing that, like the actual order of the light, not like light they generate. I don't even know. I don't know how any of it really works, to be honest, but I just think it looks cool. And I actually really enjoyed this order hall back when I was a priest coming here. So that's why I put it at number 3. Number 2 is the Black Temple / the Temple of Carabor, and before the shattering of Draenor, the Black Temple was once called the Temple of Carabor, a sacred site to the Draenei which served as the refuge of Prophet Velen. And if you go to Draenor, or I guess you can still go to Draenor, you can see there it is, the Temple of Carabor. You can walk around as it used to be, see what it used to look like, and, you know, really appreciate it before you go to the Black Temple and go, wow, this place got destroyed. But still, I mean, people remember the Black Temple for the raid. They remember it for the entire Burning Crusade expansion. You know, you always knew about the Black Temple. You saw it. You heard Illidan being like, you are not prepared, right? That was the whole thing. And so being able to go there and raid the Black Temple, I think a lot of people have nostalgia of it. And I'm not going to lie, when I was making this list, I didn't even think of this because I almost didn't consider it a temple, which sounds kind of dumb, but I was like, wait a second. The Black Temple / Temple of Carabor. That's like one of the most prominent temples in the game. So I was like, how can I not include that in the list? And a fun little fact here was in the Frozen Throne, the Black Temple was called the Black Citadel, and it was actually situated in the Hellfire Peninsula instead of Shadow Moon Valley. So fun little fact there, but you know, I had to put it on the list. It's so notorious. I had to put it way up there, and that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is the Temple of Kimbul, or Kimbul, whichever it is. I love his temple. It is easily one of my favorite temples in the game. I mean, you might even say it's my favorite because it's number 1 on this list. I really love this temple. It is the temple that made me want to make this list because I remember flying around and seeing this and I was like, dude, temples. I love the tiger head entrance. I love the moss growing everywhere, the trees kind of overtaking it, the rocks and the pathway leading up there. It's like my favorite aesthetic, you know, the dim lighting with like the blue, purplish, orange glowiness. Like I love everything about it. And if you're curious about some lore behind the temple, pretty much the Temple of Kimbul centuries ago was attacked by an army of Naga led by summoner Mapilja. Kimbul arrived too late to save his Zandalari worshippers from death, and as he killed Mapilja, she cursed the souls of his followers to unending torment. Now the temple lies abandoned and broken, and its entrance sealed by a magical barrier that only opens to whoever holds the Ring of Tides. Seeking refuge from the Stormcoil Naga, the Tortolans travel to the temple to seek Kimbul's protection. You obtain the Ring of Tides and enter the temple, but Kimbul informs you that Honor would now not allow him to accept new followers until the souls of his original worshippers were freed from the curse. With Kimball's help, the adventurer travels through the spirit realm, vanquishes Mapilja's spirit, freeing Kimball's followers, and at the same time, the Naga attack the temple, but Kimball transformed the adventurer into his avatar in order to fight off the invaders. Once the assault was repelled, Kimball accepts the Tortaka followers and allows them to move into the temple and use it as refuge. So that's why you see a bunch of Tortollan over here. And overall, I mean, that's some cool lore, but I really just like the way it looks. I'm not gonna lie. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the wall art located in a couple places, one of which is the Tomb of the Watchers in the Badlands, the outside of the Uldaman dungeon, and at the dig site at Loch Modan. And this wall art is so weird because it doesn't even feel like it belongs in World of Warcraft. Like, you look at this and it feels like an old ancient Roman or Greek wall art. Like, they're all wearing, I think, togas, and they're just standing around talking to each other somewhere. And then in this other piece of wall art, you can see these two people sitting down talking to each other, and there's some animals sitting around, and it definitely looks a bit more high definition and modernized, probably because it was added after classic World of Warcraft, so that would make sense. And I know a lot of the stuff around here ties into the Titans, so I was like, how does all this tie into the Titans, right? Some like random Greek stuff. And when I looked it up, I found some posts on Reddit that said pretty much that Blizzard decided to go with an ancient Greek theme to denote the fact that this is a very old place, and then they kind of just went with it after a while. And so if you want, you could just go into Uldaman and walk around, because there's a whole bunch of stuff like this. I just picked these specific ones because they were kind of the ones that inspired me to start this pointless top 10. I remember questing around here being like, that wall art looks really weird. And then I was like, I should do a pointless top 10 wall art. And so here we are. And that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 is the wall art of this ship sailing across water located in a broken lighthouse in Vol'dun. And I really just love the way they created this art. Like, all the little water waves are these little hook things, and then you've got the sun up in the top left, and you have the actual ship with these 3 little, I think they're troll people on it. If you zoom in, you can kind of see it's like troll faces on it, although it actually looks more like Koopa faces, you know what I mean? Like Mario Koopas. It reminds me more of that. So I kind of don't know if these are even trolls, but it looks cool. And I don't actually know what you would call this wall art. Let me know down in the comments section below if you know what it's called. I think it's mosaics, because it looks like it's made out of mosaics, and there's a lot of mosaics on the outside of a lot of the buildings here in Vol'dun, so I would imagine that's what it is, but let me know. And so yeah, I remember finding this when I did pointless top 10 lighthouses, and then I obviously had to come back to it because I just think it's really cool. So that's why the Vol'dun lighthouse artwork is number 9. 8. Number 8 is the wall art on the goblin huts located in Gadgetzin, Everlook, and pretty much anywhere else that you're gonna find goblin huts. And the coolest part to me is the archways that go over the doors. So you can see the wall art looks like it has a little archway. So every time you go into a building, it's like you're walking under an archway. It's really cool. And it even looks like the arch has some symbols on it. Like, you can see there's a couple symbols up there, and then it's got a bunch of weird patterns and designs. And then on top of that, you actually have a bunch of zigzaggy patterns all over the tops of the huts and all over the walls. It's just, I think it's really cool. It's something that I didn't even really notice until one day I was just walking down to the neutral auction house, and I was like, yo, that's really cool wall art they got up there. But I didn't realize that they actually put the little archway over the doorways of the huts. And I was like, yo, that's actually pretty sick. I never noticed that. And so it's always fun when you find something that you don't really notice. Also, special shout out to the penguin wallpaper in a lot of the goblin buildings. I know this isn't wallpaper, but maybe one day we'll do pointless top 10 wallpaper. It's still like kind of wall art, so I thought I'd throw it in. But either way, that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 are these weird orc goblin children that are located on the wood of the barn in Westfall. I don't even know if these are actual orc goblin children. They might just be small orc goblins that are very old. Like, I have no idea. It's just what I think of when I see them, but it's kind of weird that this is located in Westfall. This might just be another thing that back in the day Blizzard was like, this would be fun art to put in classic World of Warcraft, and they just like plastered it all over a barn. Like, I have no idea. It kind of gives me old mythology fairy tale vibes, you know what I mean? Or I guess more like folklore, right? Almost like an Eastern European folklore. That's the vibe that I'm getting here, right? On an old barn. Like, I have no idea, because otherwise I'm like, is this an orc, a goblin, some random monster? I haven't seen anything like this in World of Warcraft, so I don't know where they're getting this image from, so they must have just created it, right? But no matter the origin, I think it's pretty cool, and so that's why it's It's number 7. 6. Number 6 is the wall art located at the Temple of the Red Crane, which is located in the south central Krasarong Wilds. And this is actually the home of Chi-Ji, the Red Crane, and it's one of 4 creatures known as the August Celestials who watch over Pandaria. But I picked this because I love the wall art here. There's so many intricate designs. Like, sometimes I don't even know what's going on, but I'm like, I feel like there's something happening here that I just can't process. It looks like when it's like one of those Rorschachs, right? When they show you, like, what do you see here? And somebody sees like an alien, somebody sees like something else, right? Like, everybody looks at this and sees something different. That's what it reminds me of. And I think it's really cool. But I love that there's a lot of vine artwork as well, especially these little grates. These aren't really like on the wall, but I just thought they look cool because they're like a grate that's, I guess, embedded into the wall. And there are parts of the wall art that do have little crane heads, or there's wings, or there's just a whole bunch of little crane things hidden throughout the wall and the architecture here. So it's really cool. And that's why I decided to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the wall art located at Dazar Allure in Zandalar. And the style of this wall art is actually very similar to the ship Vol'dun wall art that we saw earlier, which makes sense because obviously, you know, they're pretty close together. But I love this wall art. I love that there's like a troll riding on a dinosaur. You have another troll that looks like he's shooting an arrow while riding on a dinosaur. And then you have this pterodax that's just kind of flying, and you can even see the similar waves. They kind of reuse the wave assets to be, I don't know if those are supposed to be waves or maybe clouds or something like that, but you know, you get the picture. And then there's also this one I found in a different area of Dazar Allure where there's this big Brutosaur, and it looks like there's a troll riding on the Brutosaur. It's just, I love this style of wall art. Like, I think it's really cool. I'm sure there's plenty that I missed all over Dazar Allure or maybe some other zones, so I kind of want to just go back and look for more of it, but I think it's great, and so that's why I decided to put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is this massive wall art located all over a bunch of buildings in Mist of Pandaria, and I believe this is Lei Shen. From looking into it, it appears that he would make the most sense to be on all these murals. He is the Thunder King, if you're wondering. He's from the raid, Throne of Thunder. And he was the first emperor of the Mogu, so that would make sense. And I feel like if you played Mist of Pandaria at all, you would not have missed this wall art. It is on multiple walls. There's big versions of it, little versions of it, different sizes. Like, this wall art is all over the place, but for good reason, because it's actually really cool. Like, I love the cloud art. I love that the green glowy kind of lightning energies coming off of his hands, and all the buildings are gold. In fact, if you look at it in the dark, it looks like his hands and the stars are glowing, which is also really cool. There's also this big mural on another wall that doesn't have as much color, but it still has a lot of the greenish kind of aqua glow to it, and it looks like it's on a farm with the hills, maybe in the Jade Forest or something, which also looks cool. So some really great wall art all over Pandaria, but especially these, and that's why they're number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Emperor's Omen Wall, located in the Jade Forest. And it was actually once inlaid with jade, but over time it has fallen into ruin. And so now, with the help of Lorewalker Cho, you aid him in restoring the wall and learning of its wisdom. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually really like the wall before you restore it. Like, you get little glimpses of what it's gonna be restored to. You can see it, right? You see little hints and pieces of what's supposed to be there. But you have all these vines kind of hanging on the wall, and all this greenery and moss and shrubbery just covering everything. I just think it looks awesome. Like, I really like the way it looks prior to that, but then you actually see the art revealed on the walls. You play through the story, and, you know, obviously it looks great. I think it all looks really cool. You got the panda just sitting there meditating in nature and peace and harmony in the waterfall. Then you got the war breaking out between the pandas, and then you have the Shah of anger, or, you know, Shah of something rising up to cause chaos. But yeah, overall, this is a really great wall, whether it's before the art gets revealed or after, and I just think it's great. I also think it's a cool quest to have it get revealed along, you know, playing with the story and questing and all that stuff. So that's why I decided to put it at number 3. 2. Number 2 is this wall art located in the Magister's Terrace in the Burning Crusade. And I'm pretty sure this is Kil'jaeden. That would make a lot of sense. You know, I doubt they would put Satan into the game, but obviously we just talked about things like Greek mythology and random folklore and stuff being the game, so it wouldn't surprise me, but it's definitely Kil'jaeden. But obviously it seems like it's very inspired by things like hell, right? You have all these people that are just burning in these flames, and they're like, get me out of here. And they're all kind of begging to him. I don't think they're worshiping him. I think they're trying to like beg him to escape the fire and the torture that they're going through. And he's just kind of looking down at him like, I imagine he's laughing like that, right? That's how all the evil villains laugh, like, well, similar to that. Although I will say, all the people in this image look very similar. It's not like there's Tauren and orcs and humans and trolls or everything. It's just they all kind of look the same. I have no idea. If you know anything about this, just post it in the comment section below. Somebody will be like, this is the ancient race of the Titan children or something. I don't know. Let me know down in the comment section if you know, but this picture is really cool. This is an awesome mural, and that's why it's number 1. And number 1 is probably some of the best wall art I think I've seen in the entirety of World of Warcraft. This giant mural is amazing. Like this big tentacle monster. I don't know if it's an old god. I think it is, but it's just sitting atop this temple or all these stairs, and then you've got his army standing at the base of the stairs. There's like squid people and tentacle monsters and bugs and like I think dragon or spider people. Like there's a whole bunch of soldiers, and this is actually located in the City of Threads dungeon. And so when you get to the final boss here, the fight happens in front of this big piece of wall art, and it's just, it is an unbelievable thing to witness. Like, I remember the first time I saw this, I was like blown away. I was like, this looks amazing. And the cool thing is this might actually be a hint to something that we don't even know about yet. And so maybe in the future we'll look back and be like, oh, this is blah, 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 right? But for now, it's just really cool. And I love when they do stuff like this and they tie art into it as well. So that's why I decided to put it at number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Dazar Allure Fountain. That is the BFA Horde capital, if you don't know what Dazar Allure is. And it's a pretty cool fountain. It's this big troll head that's got water coming out of it, and there's little plants around it. You know, it looks pretty cool. Honestly, BFA had some really cool art and really cool stuff. It was just the actual expansion that was, you know, but either way, you know, this is a pretty solid fountain. It's unique enough that it's pretty cool compared to a lot of other fountains in the game, and you know, it's not over the top, which is why it's number 10. But, you know, if you're down by the docks and you're looking around and you spot this, you might say, whoa, that's a pretty cool fountain. That's probably worthy of a number 10 on a pointless list of top 10 fountains. 9. Number 9 is the Borealis Fountain, another BFA fountain, but this time we're going over to the Alliance side. And I really like this fountain. It's got a really cool design. It's in a really good spot. It's got trees in the background, you got mountains, you got the buildings, which are all lit up with the windows, you got, you know, cavalry walking by and people walking by, you got some benches, so you can actually sit down on those benches by the fountain and just kind of people watch, or just listen to the water fountain, or the water noises of the fountain. You know, I mean, it's a really nice fountain. You got some barrels, you got the lights. Dude, I love those hanging lanterns right there. It's really cool. And then the design of the fountain, you got this kraken, like, oh my god, look at that. This kraken's like holding up the whole fountain. He's just like, I can hold this up forever. And you got the anchors with the shields. I think this is a really cool fountain in a really good spot. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Strange Fountain, and it is kind of a strange fountain. I don't think there's any fountain in World of Warcraft that looks like this one. It is a clam or an oyster. I actually don't know which one it is, a clam or an oyster, and it's got the pearl in there, and then the water's kind of flowing over the pearl, and then I don't know where it's going. It's just the water's disappearing. Maybe that's why it's a strange fountain. Okay, oyster versus clam. I didn't know which one is which. Okay, here we go. Clam has a shiny and smooth shell, whereas oyster shell is more calcified and rough. Both are used as food in many countries, but clam is preferred due to its taste and tenderness. Besides, oysters are known for producing pearls, which clams do not. So I guess this is an oyster. This isn't a clam. There you go. That's your history fact. That's not even a history fact. There's your random fact of the day. Okay. 7. Number 7 is this fountain in Vol'dun. That's right. We have another BFA fountain. That's 3 of the 4 things on this list from BFA. But that's fine. You know, like I said, BFA actually had some really cool art in it. And these fountains are one of them. So this is one of like 3 fountains, I believe. And there's a quest you do where you have to turn the water back on because it's not flowing. So you help like repair them or something and they start flowing again. And I just like the way they look. Like if you look at that tile, it's like these greens and aquas and golds almost, and the stone on the bottom of the fountain and on parts of the sides where it like breaks off and stuff. And you have these like pillars on the side. Obviously you can just look at it. You're looking at it right now. There's like vultures up top, as you can see there, but I really like these fountains. I mean, they're very simplistic, and I think that's what I like most about them. Plus, it's just a fountain out in the desert, you know what I mean? It's kind of like an oasis. However, it gives me more of like a mall vibe. So it almost reminds me like you're out in Phoenix, Arizona or something, and then there's like an old broken down mall fountain. I don't know. I guess it's not even broken down, it's working, but you help repair the broken down mall fountain that is Vol'dun. I don't know what I'm talking about. 6. Number 6 is the Telenor fountain, which is in Suramar, and I love this fountain. This is like such a beautiful fountain. You've got all the statues holding up this big plate, I don't know, plate, whatever it is, and the water's like hitting all the different tiers, and it's going into this little fountain pool with the stairs surrounding it. It's just like a really beautiful fountain. I actually love Suramar, and I hate questing there, but I know a lot of people like questing there, but I always hated questing in Suramar. But every time I'd go into Suramar, I'm like, dude, this place is like great, like the ambience, the aesthetic, everything about it's really cool, but I just never liked questing there. Either way, this place is actually a cemetery. I mean, there's the gravestones back there, so it's kind of a giveaway, but some little notes on here. The cemetery is haunted by a large number of spirits, indicating that many Kaldorite dead are buried here. And despite its proximity to the Nightborn capital of Suramar, no known Nightborn dead are buried at the site, owing to Suramar's magical isolation since the War of the Ancients. So there you go. That could be some actual historical facts. Look at that. I hit you with the normal facts, now you got the historical facts. This is practically pointless top history facts. I'm a professional YouTuber, all right? 5. Number 5 is the Temple of the Moon fountain, which technically is a moon well, so this is like a moon well fountain. So this is like a bit of a high tier fountain right here. What I love about this too is it almost looks like the water falling off of the plate she's holding up, her bowl. That kind of looks like stars. Which I know sounds like, yo, it looks like stars, man. But, like, it actually kind of does look like stars. And there's all the trees all around. I think it's a really cool fountain, especially in a really big kind of night elf temple like this. And it made me want to learn more about it. And so, sticking with our facts and historical facts, I read some more into it. And it turns out that this is a fountain of Haydeen, the High Priestess of the Moon. Or the first High Priestess. Before the Stormrage novel made this clarification, many players thought the statue represented Elune herself. So I clicked on Haydeen. This is all on Wowpedia, by the way. It says Haydeen was the first High Priestess of the Moon. As a child, she heard the voice of Elune. A large iconic statue of hers located at the center of the Temple of the Moon's Moonwell in Darnassus. Most first-time visitors to the Temple of the Moon believe that the white gleaming statue of a night elf female bearing aloft a basin of flowing water was Elune herself. During the burning of Teldrassil, a massive tree limb engulfed in flames crashed down into the temple. The branch fell into the bowl of Haydeen's statue. The stone basin cracked and the bowl broke in two, spilling the sacred waters. The great stone tumbled down, and the statue of Haydeen lost both arms. A chunk of the basin severed the statue's neck, sending its head toppling onto the screaming night elves who had sought refuge in the pool. The moonwell shattered and its sacred waters flowed onto the grass, red now with the blood of the innocents. What the shit? Dude, I did not expect it to take that turn. Oh my god, I didn't actually read that whole thing at first. I was like, oh, this is some fun little facts about Haydeen, and I read like the first couple sentences. I'm like, yeah, this will be good for the pointless top 10. And then I started reading, and then it's like it just slowly progressed into that. I was like, what? So here's a dragon statue. It's in the Jade Forest. It's at the Serpent's Heart. It's very cool. It's got a globe, and water comes off of it. And there's some floating lanterns, and it's actually just a pretty cool statue. It's just a cool dragon statue in the Serpent's Heart of Jade Forest. And there's no blood of the innocents anywhere, so that's pretty neat. But, joking aside, Mist of Pandaria actually has a lot of cool stuff. Just aesthetic and architecture and environments. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in Mist of Pandaria. And this fountain, I think, is one of the things that almost goes overlooked. Because I remember it when I was questing, but I haven't thought about it in forever. Now, going back and looking at it, I'm like, yo, this is actually a really cool fountain. I'm glad I came back and found it. That's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Dalaran Fountain. This is probably one of the most iconic fountains in World of Warcraft, I would say. I think most people have been to the Dalaran Fountain. It actually looks really cool. It's got that, I think it's a sea lion. I'm pretty sure it's a sea lion, right? I'm not going to spend time looking this up. You can just correct me in the comments. But he's got water coming out of his mouth, and I mean, clearly this is in the top of the list because it involves fishing. You can fish up a bunch of coins, and then the gold coin you can flip back into the water, and you increase your odds to catch another coin by a lot. And so it's essentially a wishing well on top of being a fountain. And I think it's just one of those fountains that it feels like a staple fountain in World of Warcraft. Like when I give you a list, well, I'm giving you a list of fountains right now. When I ask you to create a list of fountains, I would think one of the fountains that would pop up in your head right away would be the Dalaran fountain, because I think it's that iconic. And so because of that, it's number 3. Ooh. Number 2 is the Telrador fountain, and I love this fountain. I mean, part of the reason is probably because it's in Zangarmarsh, and I love Zangarmarsh, but I think it's a really cool fountain. It's got the little lily pads with the flowers. It's got the Draenei kids and the Draenei mom, I would assume, are all sitting on these mushrooms, and they're just pouring water into the fountain base. What's that called? Like, I guess the base of the fountain? I guess that's, I don't know. But I think that's a really cool fountain. I think this is something that a lot of people probably just glance over. You know, you're probably just doing quests, you're running around, and you don't really pay attention. You just kind of, you notice it, but you don't notice it. You know what I mean? And that's what I make these for. I love making these pointless top 10s so you can find things that you may have not noticed. And, I love this fountain, so I wanted to look up some information about it as well, because, you know, that's what we're doing this episode. You can only say so much about fountains, all right? Telrador does not have food vendors, and for a lore-based reason. Many of the quests relate to food gathering, and because they are close to starving, food is shared among their own people, and they would not sell it to outsiders. That's actually really cool lore-wise. I never even knew that, and that's something that I don't even know if they'd put that into the game today. They'd probably just be like, whatever, just give them food vendors, but I think that's pretty neat. So that's number 2. 1.5? So 1.5 is kind of an honorary mention here for the Stormwind Fountain, and I felt I had to include the Stormwind Fountain because I was going to get rid of it, because I only had 10 fountains that I was going to do, and then this was part of the list originally, and I was like, this is probably the one I'll get rid of. But at the same time, I was like, dude, this is such a pointless fountain because it doesn't have water in it. You know what I mean? And on top of that, it's nostalgic for a lot of people. It's, you know, right in the center of the heart of Stormwind, and everybody's kind of seen it, and they've got nostalgia for it. Like, there's so many things with it. And it's so old, and you look at like the new fountains compared to this one and how much they've improved, and I was like, I need to just throw this one in as like an honorary mention. So it is 1.5, the classic Stormwind Fountain. 1. And number 1 is the Fountain of the Everseeing. And this place, this isn't like just a fountain. This is like a fountain room. This is like the mecca of fountains. There's like all these fountains all around, like pouring water. There's like water flowing in. There's like so many beautiful architectures and plants and lanterns all over. There's the fish boss sitting in the middle, because this is in the Temple of the Jade Serpent, I believe. And you have to, you know, the fish boss guy is one of the people you have to fight. His name is Wise Mari. And apparently, let's see, we got any facts? You might as well learn some facts about Wise Mari. He is the first boss in the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Wow, what a fact. Shortly before the Shah eruption, Wise Mari accepted the help of the adventurers who found his staff that was lost because of the sprites. The waters of the Temple of the Jade Serpent have been tainted by the Shah of Doubt's influence, and the Jinyu water speaker Wise Mari was tainted right along with them. He was then killed by the same adventurers, thus cleansing himself. Wise Mari appears as a ghost on the Timeless Isle, participating in the Celestial Tournament with Carpe Diem, River, and Spyrus. So, you know, not as crazy as the Blood of the Innocents, but still pretty cool. And overall, just an amazing fountain and an amazing room of fountains to be in. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wheels located at Bradenbrook in Val Shira and in Gilneas. And at first I was going to have these water wheels be separate, and then I realized that they're actually the exact same water wheel, just in different locations. But there is one thing that separates the two, and that is one is connected on both sides, and the other one has one of the sides missing. So you can actually see the metal piece that goes in the center rotating on top of the water wheel, which I actually think is pretty cool because they could have not animated that at all, you know what I mean? But they actually went ahead and did animate it. And apparently that is called the axis or the shaft. But I actually really like the aesthetic of this wheel. Like, it's very rustic, and it makes sense that it would be in Gilneas and in Bradensbrook, right? Like, it's got these planks that have moss growing all over, and then the actual the paddles, which is like the inner parts of the wheel, also have that plank vibe. I think some are planks, but some are like bigger chunks of wood. I just think it's a really cool looking water wheel. I do think the one in Bradensbrook looks a bit cooler, where it's attached to both sides of the hill and then the water's pouring down from the waterfall and going through. So you actually kind of see it in action. It's next to this cozy little cottage. And I'm not actually sure if the Gilneas one has always been like this, because I know the cataclysm happened. Obviously nobody lives here anymore. So maybe this got broken, or the thing it was attached to broke off. I have no idea, but you know, it's the same wheel. It still looks cool, and we get a little peek inside of it. And so that's why both these water wheels that are the same water wheel are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the high mountain water wheels, and these are water wheels that are located up in the mountains of High Mountain. And I put them at number 9 because they are really cool. I love the designs on all these water wheels. They're very simplistic. You know, it's not like this massive wheel. In fact, I think these are probably the most basic water wheels on this entire list. But my main question is, what is their purpose? Because a lot of other water wheels are powering something, right? Like, even in real life, water wheels are, according to Wikipedia, used for milling flour, grinding wood into pulp for paper making, hammering wrought iron, ore crushing, and pounding fiber for use in the manufacturing of cloth. But it doesn't really seem like these are doing any of that. They're just kind of spinning around because the water from the waterfall is coming down and hitting them. Maybe they're trying to slow the water from the waterfall down for some reason. Like, that's all I could think of, because I don't see anything these wheels would be powering. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just completely missing it. So if you know, comment down below. But I tried to even find some real life examples of this, and I just couldn't find any. So maybe the High Mountain Tauren really do just like the aesthetic of it. But either way, that's why the High Mountain water wheels are number 9. 8. Number 8 is this big water wheel located in Borealis near the lumberyard. And I was trying to figure out what this water wheel was actually powering, because I thought it would be the sawmill with all these logs all around, but then I saw the sawmill is like in a different building across from this. So I was like, okay, and it's attached to this building, which has no way of seeing inside of it. So I don't know what's going on inside of this building. Maybe they're processing the lumber and using the water wheel energy for some sort of processing. I have no idea, but that's my best guess. But aside from determining what it's being used for, the actual construction of the water wheel is phenomenal. Like, it just looks extremely well built. It looks like it was designed and constructed by an expert craftsman, or a team of expert craftsmen that were like, yo, we got to create one of the best water wheels. And so they did it. Like, it just looks really good. However, with that being said, I think it does lack a little bit of flavor, right? It's just a very basic, well-constructed water wheel. And there's something to be said for that, but sometimes you want something a little fun and different. Like, if this was a World of Warcraft race, this wheel would be a human. Like, that is what it is. And so for that reason, that's why I put it at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water wheel at the Cindermead Brewery in the Isle of Dorne. And this is a thick water wheel, dude. I feel like if I had to compare this one to a WoW race, it would be a dwarf. Like, this is the most dwarven water wheel I have seen. I should just compare every water wheel to a WoW race at this point. And it actually feels like this water wheel is going the slowest out of any of the water wheels. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just so big and heavy that it's rotating slowly. Like, I have no idea. I was also curious why there's a lot of water wheels at breweries, and so I found a Reddit comment, so it has to be true. Breweries were always built on a spring or river. The finished barrels or kegs might travel some distance by wagon, but not the water for the brewery. A water wheel was often used to power a pump to carry river water uphill. Then the breweries were built to be gravity flow from there. Or wait, be gravity flow? Do they mean let gravity flow? I'm not sure, but I get what they're saying, because they say that's why finished beer was always in the cellar. So there we go, some water wheel brewery facts and a cool water wheel, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Speaking of breweries, number 6 are the water wheels at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds in Mist of Pandaria. And so this is actually pretty interesting, because one of the water wheels here is the exact same one that they have in Borealis. So I think the Pandas actually made it first. I was praising the Borealis one with their expert craftsmanship and everything, but like, the pandas, the drunk pandas ended up making it first. But then there's also this smaller water wheel that we haven't seen before, but I actually think this might might be a simplified version of the bigger water wheel, because they both have the water paddles, the thing that are going into the water, and they have little markings on them, and each of the water wheels actually has the same markings. So yeah, I put this higher up on the list. One, because we have 2 water wheels here. 2, because they actually invented this water wheel and not the Borealis people. And 3, it's also attached to a brewery, which we talked about. So I had to put this higher up on the list. Plus, I think it just looks really cool here in the Valley of the Four Winds, sitting on the river with the breweries there. And it gives me Studio Ghibli vibes a bit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Hallowfall water wheel, and this is probably one of the best looking water wheels in the game because it was literally designed in this expansion that we're currently in, the War Within. Even the birds thought this was a really cool water wheel. Look at that. They put their nest up here. There's some eggs in there. It even has a very fitting aesthetic with a lot of the metal bits on the water wheel matching the Hallowfall Arathi logo design. And so it just feels like that the people that designed this water wheel actually put some thought into it. They didn't just, reuse a water wheel from, say, I don't know, Miss the Pandaria. That'd be crazy if they did something like that. But listen, I can see why they reused water wheels, right? It's a lot of time and effort to put into certain things, and you're like, do we really want to make an entire new water wheel? But I would say it makes sense in this situation because this is farmland. It fits, I think, the Hallowfall Arathi theme, and so I can see why they did it, and I'm glad they did it because I've been wanting to make top 10 water wheels for a while, and the War Within finally gave me enough water wheels to really push this list over the edge, and so that's why the Hallowfall Arathi water wheels are number 5. 4. Number 4 is actually one that we've seen before. It's the one that's at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds. However, this location in the Jade Forest has taken it and repainted it to be red and gold, and I actually think it looks a lot better. It pops more. It fits the village that it's in more, and it's cool because it's right near this big waterfall. So the waterfall's like coming down and hitting the wheel, and then that's kind of powering the wheel to turn. So I really like the location of this water wheel. I think it's nice that we can actually see the designs more clearly because of the gold. And then the water wheel actually matches all the houses in the area with the same red gold colorization as well. So yeah, even though this water wheel is a reused water wheel, I like that they've taken it and they've just put their own spin on it, right? They didn't just slap it there and be like, it's some brown wood water wheel that just is going to be in the village. They were like, nah, dude, let's spice it up. Let's make it fit the village. And that's what they did. And so I love that. And so that's why this water wheel is number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Stone Dark Grotto and Muck Snout Den water wheels located in High Mountain. And these are some really cool water wheels because they are made out of stone. We're so used to seeing all these wooden water wheels all over the place above ground, but now we go into these caves and we get to see these massive stone water wheels, and it looks awesome. And there's not just 1 or 2 of these. Like, these are located all over the place, which makes me curious of how they actually went about building these things and making sure they worked, but who am I to question their methods? Whatever they did, it worked great. So props to them. But yeah, I just really like the way the water wheels look. I think the stone looks great. I think the water pouring over the wheel also looks really cool. Like the rushing water is kind of overtaking this big stone wheel, but obviously it's made out of stone, so it's just kind of splashing over the sides. It feels very natural, you know what I mean? Plus, it's not every day you see a water wheel made out of stone, and so that's why I had to put it at number 3. 2. Number 2 is a water wheel located at the Dawn's Blossom, which is a town in the Jade Forest in the Mist of Pandaria. And this is probably one of the most unique water wheels in the game. It has these buckets attached to it, and then it looks like the water rushes into the bucket, and then that kind of propels the wheel forward, and then it goes up, and then the water falls out, and it just kind of does that over and over. And at first, I thought the water wheel was going backwards, because I was like, wait, why are the buckets not filling up with water? It's like putting the bottom of the bucket down first. But then I realized what was happening. And so there's actually an entire Reddit post about this exact water wheel where somebody was like, the water wheel's going backwards. And people were just arguing in the comments being like, it's not going backwards. Blah, blah, blah. It's just crazy to see an entire thread about a water wheel. But that's exactly why I had to put this high up on the list. Not only because it's a unique water wheel, but it got people to argue about a water wheel in World of Warcraft, and that's pretty pointless, and so that's why it's It's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the massive water wheel located at the Cragpool Lake in the Stone Talon Mountains. And I'm sure a lot of people saw this one coming, but when I think of a water wheel in World of Warcraft, this is just the first one that I think of. Like, it goes all the way back to classic WoW. It is just this massive water wheel. This is where a lot of people died in hardcore WoW, and you could just see all the gears and stuff turning. It's just, this is such a ginormous water wheel that it's actually really cool to see up close when you're just analyzing the wheel itself and not trying to die to the Venture Co. killing you on your level 25 character. I don't remember what exact level you come here at. I think it's like mid-20s. And I even love the way the water is pouring over the crag onto the wheel, and the fact that they put the wheel up way high on these giant beams makes it even crazier to look at. It's just probably one of the biggest and most iconic things in the entire Stone Talon Mountains, and so how could I not put it at the top of the list? And so that's why the massive Windshear Crag water wheel is number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Raptor House in Northern Val'sharah, and I picked this one because it is one of the weirdest buildings that I haven't really seen anywhere else in World of Warcraft. Like, even in this area, I couldn't find another building that looked like this. And I guess you could say it's not really like a building per se, because it's a bunch of trees kind of joined together, but it looks like they made a house out of it. I don't know how these raptors did it. Maybe they've got some good architect raptors over here, but it's clearly got the big log roof and then all the little side pieces. There's even some old boards or something, so maybe some humans or some elves used to live here, and then everything got, you know, washed on shore, or like a storm happened and then the raptors took over, because there are a bunch of like bottles and things here too. So it's really unique, and I haven't even seen any other buildings in this area that look like this, let alone in the game or in other spots. So if you've seen anything like this, let me know in the comment section, because I haven't seen anything like it. But it is a pretty weird building, and that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Troll Temple at Bombala, and Bombala is a horde encampment just outside of Zul'Gurub. And I actually picked this because there's not many other troll temples that look like this in the game. Like, there's a bunch of skulls all over and this big skull statue with these candles all around it. There's a lot of cool wall art of, you know, various trolls and snakes, and it actually looks like there's a little Illidan guy. At least that's what I see. Do you see it, the little Illidan guy? There's snake statues all over. It's a really cool, unique type of building. Or I guess it's kind of a weird building, because that's the title of this video. But I was going to call this video like unique buildings or odd buildings, but I settled on weird because I was like, I don't know. But just because a building is weird in World of Warcraft doesn't mean it's cool. In fact, I think all of these buildings are really cool, even though they are just, you know, they're a little weird. They're not normal compared to a lot of the other structures in World of Warcraft. That's really the main point of the video. One other thing I did learn about this, though, is Bombala actually uses all the objects from Yojamba, which is the isle that used to be attached with Zul'Gurub and everything. So these are essentially reused assets added in Cataclysm. So I guess this would actually be the Yojamba Isle Temple. But you know what? This is actually more pointless. So I think it's more fitting for this series. So that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Umbrafen tents, and the Umbrafen tents are located in both Zanger Marsh and Nagrand, and maybe even a couple other places, but these are the main areas I found them in. There might be some in Terakar, but I love these buildings because they do look really weird. They almost look like big hats, you know what I mean? Like big pointy wizard hats or something, and they got the big curl up top. I think they look really cool, but they are very weird. Like, you look all over the game, I don't see anything even close to resembling these tents, but I actually like them a lot. And every time I kept flying by them, I was like, dude, I want to put these in a list, and I just couldn't figure it out. And then when I was making this weird buildings list, I was like, dude, these are some weird buildings. I gotta do it. Even the big main headquarters type of building, it's like the biggest of all the tents, and then there's a big staircase going up to the top, and usually they have the leader guy there for a bunch of quests and stuff. That one's really cool as well, even though it doesn't look as kind of weird and crazy as some of the other ones. But I really do love these, even if they are weird and kind of wacky looking, but I think they're really cool, and so I had to put them on the list, and that's why the Umbrafen buildings are number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Tuskarr buildings located in the Howling Fjord and Dragonblight, and I picked these specifically because there's a lot of places where Tuskarr have buildings that look kind of like this, but I always remember these were like the first ones I ever saw way back in Wrath of the Lich King, and I remember being like, dude, these buildings are so crazy, right? And they were just very unconventional and weird compared to a lot of the other buildings you'd see in World of Warcraft. But they made sense, right? Because the Tuskar are fishermen. They're making buildings out of things that look like fish. Like this one looks like a squid crab. You can even see the little crab eyes. They even put crabs inside, so I'm pretty sure it's based off a crab. But a lot of the buildings actually have these like tentacle like structures coming out of them. I just think it's really cool. And so yeah, the Tuskar just got some great architecture. And I know I say it wrong, all right? I can't say it correctly. Architecture. I don't know how to say it right. Architecture? Am I saying it right now? It doesn't even sound right to me. I don't know. Either way, that's why the Tuskar buildings are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the buildings located at the Colossal's Fall and Gromgar in Frostfire Ridge. And what makes these buildings so weird, if you couldn't tell, is they are made out of colossals, or earthen giants. And so the colossals, according to the WoW wiki, were an immense species of giant that once lived on Draenor before being driven extinct. They were enormously large, could possess either 1 or 2 eyes, and were the ones who first shaped Draenor. And several massive colossal skeletons can be found across the alternate Draenor, but it seems that these remains were destroyed along with the rest of Draenor in the main universe. But I really do love that they just turn these giant, dead, colossal giant skeletons into a home for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, it almost reminds me of the Tuskar, where they made these fish-type buildings. Well, here in Draenor, they're like, you know what? Let's just make some colossal buildings. And I mean, really, they're just working with what they've got. But I do think this looks really cool. Anytime you turn a big skeleton into an actual home or a base, like, it just looks pretty sick. And so that's why I had to put the colossal skeleton buildings at number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Spires of Arak buildings, located in the Spires of Arak. And these are buildings that I always thought were really cool, with all the stained glass and the bird statues and the sun orbs and stuff like that. But they did always just feel very weird to me. Like, all these buildings that are up in the actual mountains and the spires, and again, compared to a lot of other World of Warcraft structures, it always felt like these were a little weird, you know? And even though I do think they're really cool, in fact, they're some of my favorite structures in Draenor, they do just feel weird. And I think what really amplifies that is they are just kind of up in the mountains, you know what I mean? In the mountains. They're just like up in these spires attached onto them, and it creates this very bizarre and kind of strange atmosphere for these buildings, because you don't normally see this type of thing anywhere else in the game, which makes it weird, which is why it's on this list. And so that's why the Spires of Arak buildings are number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Garvin's Reef building. And at first you look at this and you're like, wait, this isn't a building, this is a cave. But you go inside of the cave and lo and behold, there's a building inside that cave. There's a lemon behind that rock. Simpsons reference. And it's a bit of an odd looking building as well, so it's almost like a weird building inside of a weird location, making it such a weird building. And this place actually belongs to Captain Jonah Sterling, which is a Long John Silver reference, and Annie Bond, who's another pirate, wants you to go and kill Captain Jonah Sterling. And so for the quest, you go in here, you kill him, and then he's like, I'm getting out of here, you have to fight my bear. But then the bear actually eats him, and that's the whole quest. But another weird part about the building is if you go inside and look down, you'll see a prison area where there's 2 dead gnome skeletons in there. So that's also very weird. And really, this entire area is unlike anything I've seen in World of Warcraft, especially the building inside of a cave outside of maybe like the Caverns of Time. And so that's why I felt I had to put Garvin's Reef on the list, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Jinyu buildings located in the Jade Forest of the Mist of Pandaria. And these have always felt weird to me, dating back to when I first played Mist of Pandaria. And I don't know what it is about them. I think it's because it almost feels like, you know how they used to put RTS Warcraft 3 buildings and stuff into World of Warcraft, and you could tell like, oh yeah, that's from Warcraft 3, like some of the ziggurats and the floating things. It almost feels that way with these buildings. It feels like they were in an RTS game and they just got ripped and put into World of Warcraft. Now, I don't think that's bad per se. It always gave me these weird vibes compared to when you'd see other structures. Like when I go to some of the other zones like Kunlai Summit and see the temples, or when I go to, you know, just wherever, I'd be like, oh yeah, that feels like it fits in Pandaria. And that just always felt like the Jinyu buildings were just weird or odd. I don't know. I could never really put my finger on it. And again, like I've said with many of these, I think these buildings are actually really cool. I love the little lotuses on the buildings and the stone structure and the artwork on the walls and stuff. Like, I think they're awesome looking building. It's just, they just feel weird. I also just said they're awesome looking building, like a singular build. They're awesome looking building. but they are weird, and so that is why I put them at number 3. Number 2 are the buildings of Zareth Mortis, specifically the half pyramid structures that are in this weird futuristic desert environment, and they have these like diamond symbols and orbs and like a bunch of gold plating on the stone. It's kind of surreal and weird, especially for World of Warcraft. And Zareth Mortis is one of those places that I hated, much like a lot of Shadowlands at the time, but now being able to fly around and go back and kill stuff in one shot, it's actually a lot more enjoyable. And I don't know if that's saying a lot, being like, yeah, now that I don't have to do the actual mechanics of the zone, it's really cool. But that's what got me to put this on the list, because I was going back and doing all this stuff so I could access the mount construction or whatever it's called. I don't know. But I was realizing while I was doing all these quests, like, yo, these are some weird buildings. I should put this on my weird building list, because I was kind of constructing it at the time. And I was like, there's really nothing like these in World of Warcraft. And I think part of that is due to the fact that Shadowlands almost feels a little more sci-fi than fantasy from my perspective. And the only other time I really got that was probably Legion. Maybe even a little Burning Crusade, but it still felt like Burning Crusade was very Warcraft. I felt like at times Legion almost felt like it was its own thing with like spaceships flying around and stuff. So maybe that's why I think this was Shadowlands. But either way, these are some weird buildings in World of Warcraft. So that's why they're number 2. And number 1 are the Manted buildings located in the Dread Wastes in the Mist of Pandaria. And these are the buildings that inspired me to make this pointless top 10, because I would always fly by these buildings in Pandaria and be like, they just feel so weird and like not even out of place, but just odd to be in World of Warcraft. And it's these bug people that have created these weird towers of insectoid windows and structures, and like, I don't know, it always felt very weird to me. And so I was like, I gotta put it on the list. And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know what? This is number 1 for me. These are just the weirdest buildings in World of Warcraft. Even this one where you can see the side of the tree, and this building has like 12 windows on it, and then there's another building with like a bunch of windows. It feels like I'm looking at a hotel, but it's been created by these Mantid creatures. And you know what? Maybe I'm underselling the Mantids. Maybe they are like amazing architects, and I'm just like making fun of their construction abilities. But you know what? It's just weird to me. And so that's why it's number 1. Number 10 are the Goblin Windmills in Bilgewater Harbor. And when you think of windmills, you don't normally think of goblins, but they do have the big goblin rocket on the front of them, and they're digging into the ground, or they're getting oil out of the ground. Whatever they're doing something that hurts the environment and provides the goblins with some sort of resource. And when I was making this list of windmills, I did not expect to find windmills at Bilgewater Harbor of all places, because I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to look at all the farms and all the places that you would normally think there's going to be windmills. But then I remember I was just flying over this place, and I was like, wait, are those windmills? Are the goblins really using windmills? And they are. So it is pretty genius by them. I mean, I was reading into it on historyofwindmills.com, which I'm pretty sure is a website that's only been used for like school projects. But it says, before the appearance of steam-powered machines, windmills represented the only machines that could be reliably used for the manufacturing of many materials. One area of the Netherlands had over 600 mills that were used for the creation of paper, paint, gin, mustard, oil, cut wood, and more. So there you go, a little bit of windmill facts and a little bit of goblin rocket windmills, and that's why they're number 10. Number 9 are the windmills located at Garadar in Nagrand, and these windmills give me the most primal feeling out of all the windmills. They're made out of like big sticks, and it looks like hay or straw or something like that. In fact, in terms of the oldest windmills, it says the Netherlands have some that date back to the 8th century, and the Persians had them in the 5th century. But what's cool about these Gardar windmills that I didn't really notice with any of the other windmills is that they shift direction. I think because the wind changes direction, and so they're going one way and then they go the other way. And most of the other windmills in the game, they just go one way. So I thought that was pretty unique about them. I also like the buildings that they're attached to. I think they're very cool old style windmill buildings. Although when you go inside, I was expecting to find the actual milling process occurring, and it was really just a storage place. So maybe that's an accurate thing. I'm sure many of them were used for storage, but it seems like normally there is milling occurring inside these buildings, right? Otherwise, why is the windmill attached to the building, you know? Or I guess I mean the windmill blades, because the actual whole thing is a windmill. It's just the blades. It doesn't matter. This is number 9. Number 8 are the windmills at Area 52 in Netherstorm. And there's a lot of questions surrounding these windmills, because I don't even know if these are technically windmills, but I believe they are, because it looks like they're using wind to power some sort of extraction from the earth, but it's also possible these are anemometers, which are used to measure wind speed and direction. But I also started thinking, how much wind is there in Netherstorm? There's literally things floating around like there's no gravity, but then apparently there's wind powerful enough to make these things going around. So I'm like, is there even wind powering these things? It's just there's a lot of questions that I don't have answers to. But luckily for us, this is a pointless list, and inside pointless things are treasure. And so because this thing is so random and weird, and I don't know if it is pointless or if it has a point or whatever it might be, it doesn't matter. And that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 are the windmills located all around the crossroads. And there's one that's got little flags with a big stone base. There's one that's actually just a big house with a mill inside of it. And then there's one up above Wailing Caverns by this house in the middle of nowhere, which was actually on Pointless Top 10 Houses in the middle of nowhere. In fact, I think it's one of the coolest windmills. It's got these big eagle wings acting as the windmill blades, and it's got a little eagle head totem, and then the mill is actually right underneath it. You can see it crushing the grain. I almost said crushing the mill. It's crushing the mill. And even the smaller one is still cool. You know, it doesn't have big eagle wings, but it's got a weird bug man thing on it. I don't know what that is. And then there's just the big windmill house that belongs to this Taran lady that's holding a big loaf of bread. In fact, I didn't even realize that this house does have the eagle with wings as the windmill up top. So I think she does take the prize for the best windmill. But either way, all these windmills are cool, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the windmills at the Earth Mother's Bounty, and these are actually pretty cool because they have these big hammers that they're powering, and they go up and then they slam down, and I imagine they're smashing the grain. And they actually look a little more solid in terms of the craftsmanship of the wood compared to some of the other ones we've looked at, which might just be because the Tonka are very good at wood crafting, or it might be because this is in Legion instead of Cataclysm and Burning Crusade and Classic WoW. There's also a bunch of corn nearby, so I'm sure they're milling a bunch of corn. In fact, I don't even know what milling really is, so I looked it up. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. And it says milling is a process in which grains such as oats, wheat, rice, and corn are dehulled and ground into smaller pieces or flours to improve palatability, reduce cooking time, and create food products. In fact, ground grain was one of civilization's first foods. Ancient methods of grinding can be traced to the Far East, Egypt, and Rome. So there you go, a little food history and a look into a unique high mountain windmill. And that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the windmills in Westfall, and I think the Westfall windmills are some of the most well-known windmills in the game. I think a lot of people think World of Warcraft, their brain goes right to Westfall, and for good reason. These are like some solid, sturdy windmills. They have cool kind of metal tin blades. I don't know what they are, but I was curious because I was like, well, these don't look like they're really milling anything. They're just spinning and they're standing there. So like, what are they doing? And I looked it up and it said, homesteaders, farmers, and ranchers were no longer dependent on natural water as they could drill wells and pump water. Windmills were often among a homesteader's most prized possessions. The water pumped by windmills was used to cook, bathe, drink, water crops and animals, wash clothes, and more. So these are actually water pumping windmills. So yeah, I never really knew that. That's pretty cool. I swear, half the time I make these videos, I end up learning a bunch of stuff I never knew. These are like mini history lessons, but a lot less formal and probably not entirely accurate. But that's why these windmills are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Agamon Mills windmills in the Tirisful Glades. And these windmills are a little banged up. I'd say they've been through quite a bit, but they still look pretty cool. In fact, the Agamon Mills has some pretty interesting history. According to the WoW Wiki, it was a vast windmill network once controlled by the Agamon family in northern Tirisful Glades. The mills were lost to the Scourge, the family was slain, and the entire residence was claimed by the undead. The mills are perhaps the largest Scourge outpost in the Tirisful region. Another cool little fact is that the windmills of the Agamon Mills appeared in the background of the opening cinematic for World of Warcraft behind the undead warlock. So although these windmills are banged up, they're falling apart, they got blades missing, they got things boarded up, they're still some of the oldest, most well-known windmills in the game, and they fit the zone aesthetic perfectly of the Tirisful Glades. And that's why the Agamon Mills windmills are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Thunderbluff windmills, and these are actually the windmills that inspired me to make this pointless top 10, because I was in Thunderbluff and I was like, dude, those are some cool windmills, right? You got the big eagle head. I just keep saying eagle for a lot of these birds. I think it's eagle. I don't know. It could be a lot of different birds, but what I love about these windmills is they're so high up, right? Like they're already on top of Thunderbluff, but then they're on top of these big, tall buildings, and it just makes me think, how did the Taran get up here to build all these, right? Like, did they just have some really big ladders and they went up here? Like, they had to build that big big totem pole back there too. I don't know how Taran did it. This is like figuring out how they built the pyramids. Also, if you talk to the Bluff Watchers, which are the guards of Thunder Bluff, they'll tell you about engineering, and they'll say, you must be looking for Palehoof, the engineering trainer who keeps our elevators and windmills in working order. Find him upon the lower rise. So Engineer Palehoof's the one that knows how everything here works, but I feel like he's not going to spill his secrets. And it's probably better that way. But back to the main point, they got a lot of windmills, and I like them. And that's why they're number 3. Number 2 are the Stormsong Valley windmills. And these windmills look like they're straight out of the Netherlands. Like, just the aesthetic, the vibe here in Stormsong Valley, like the construction of these windmills just looks phenomenal. Like Battle for Azeroth, again, I say this in all these pointless top 10s, as much as people disliked it, it was an unbelievable expansion for the art team. Like, I think Battle for Azeroth maybe has some of my favorite art and graphics in World of Warcraft. Like, it is just phenomenal. And these windmills are no exception. Just the construction of them, the tiny little details, even the inside of the windmill is pretty cool. It just feels like everything about these windmills are perfectly designed. In fact, I even considered putting these windmills at number 1, but I ended up putting them at number 2 because there was one windmill that just blew me away. No pun intended. Maybe slightly intended. But we'll get to that next, and that's why the Stormsong Valley windmills are number 2. And number 1 is the giant Twin Peaks windmill, and I love this windmill. Just the fact that it is built out of dragon wings is kind of insane. Like, the Horde were like, you know what? We need a massive windmill. What are we gonna make it out of? We could make it out of metal. We can make it out of wood, like all this stuff. They're like, nah, dude. Let's make it out of dragon wings. Like, how insane is that? Like, it is, and it's so huge that it just like overtakes the entire area. Like, wherever you're sitting, wherever you are in the zone, you look up and you see that windmill and you're like, shit, dude. That's a big ass dragon wing windmill. Also, a little noted detail, these are red dragon wings. I don't know if that means anything to anybody. I don't know enough about the lore, but whatever it is, this probably wouldn't go over well in Dragonflight. Can you imagine like some of the people from Dragonflight come in here and you just see that and you're just like, ah. Either way, that's why the Twin Peaks windmill is number 1. Hey everybody, hopefully you enjoyed this 4.5 hour compilation of pointless top 10s. If you want some other compilation videos, I'll put the playlist up on the screen right now, or I'll put the playlist up for normal pointless top 10s if you want to check out the latest ones. Okay? Okay. See ya.